Or
world
we're April
upside
Fools.
down.
God.
April Fools, everybody. Happy Saturday. Happy April 1st as we get ourselves reoriented to the start of day two of the EGFC Eastern Conference Championships. Moose and Twin Salty here back at the caster desk with Time to Light on the production side of things behind the scenes, making things fun and exciting for all of us here and on Twitch. Salty, how you doing today?
Great, man. Yeah, that caught me off guard. We did not get warned about the April Fool's joke at the beginning. So, hey, there you go, Time. Able to get in early and get his words in the only way he can. But we do have Delaware versus St. John's today as our first game. If any of the games are like yesterday's games, which all went the distance, at least for us on this stream, we have quite a day ahead of us.
Right, let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket really quick, see where we are at in this tournament. Now, remember, this is for qualifying for nationals. This is for your prestige in your conference here. So, being able to take a win at this point would be huge. And the opportunity to be able to get into the upper bracket finals. You've got University of Tennessee versus William and Mary, and then UDEL versus St. John's. Now, UDEL took a very tough game against UConn yesterday, and then Tennessee or St. John's taking a 3-0, I believe, against DePaul. Rochester Institute of Technology putting in a lot of work against William and Mary yesterday as well. Both those games going 3-2. So we're looking at an upper bracket with a couple of games that could really go either way.
Yeah, especially, William and Mary, they had to bring out the reverse sweep to try and take down RIT and salvage a spot. And you look at the lower bracket very quick. Villanova out of the tournament. RIT moves on to lower bracket second round. And the loser of this will play them, I believe, right after this. So should be, if you're an RIT fan, you're looking at this game very intently. The other game, UConn versus DePaul, I believe, is just starting right now off stream. Very curious to see how that one ends up.
Right. And when you are on the loser bracket side of things, even if you are on the winners bracket side of things, you have the chance to have a really long day of Overwatch as well. So being able to get a 3-0 in the first series that you have to play can be, I think, very impactful, especially when fatigue starts to come into play. I know a lot of people don't talk about fatigue in games or like the strength of schedule or whatever it may be, if that's like something that is actually real, but it is. It's a real thing. And if you look at it, we've got a tight schedule today. We're going to be first starting off with the UDEL stream against St. John's, and then after that at 1:30, the game in the losers bracket with Rochester Institute of Technology. Then the 3 o'clock match, that is going to be the losers bracket matchup determined by the rest of the losers bracket that's going to be played earlier today, followed by NAU versus Bowling Green State on the American side of things. And we're going to end the day with another American Conference Championship game. And we are just getting confirmation, most likely, that is going to be Marquette versus UTA. But of course, don't know for sure. We don't know how those games are going to be played out, but having a good possibility of that being the case there.
Yeah, and it should be a great day. We'll find out a lot of the teams who are knocked out of contention for those national championships, like you were saying. Obviously, a few teams trying to build their way up. Delaware and St. John's. I think St. John's is more just trying to lock in a spot. They're currently seventh in the overall standing. So they're in as of right now. But let's say an upset or two happens, and that could change up everything. So definitely wanting to lock it down and get a better seed. But I want to see more of a clinical look from Delaware. It was a little weird yesterday seeing them as flustered as they were. I think a lot of it was the Nels show. We talked about it a lot yesterday. Nels was absolutely frying for UConn and it was a big reason why they were able to stay in it with Delaware for as long as they did. But now, we got early games to start off here in the East Coast. I think it's just about to hit noon or just after noon. So both these teams raring to go. Lijiang, like we will be going all weekend, will be the first map for these teams to try and settle the score.
And let's go ahead and get into it now. Lijiang Tower is the place to be, and it is the consistent factor in every single one of these games. You are going to start off here. You're going to have to play to your strength and get that map one win. As we've seen in the games that we casted yesterday, the team that won game one, the team that won here at Lijiang Tower was the team that won the whole series. Shout out, of course, to the American Dairy Association for sponsoring and being our great partner here at the Eastern Conference. And with that being said, let's get into it. UDEL versus St. John's. Let's go.
Will be St. John's and Delaware both having pretty similar looks here, but Delaware will run the sim, so they will go straight over to that point. St. John's playing more of a retake. They knew the sim was definitely a possibility to go against, and instead putting Jake on that Cassidy for a little bit more shield break and already a pick.
Yeah, Juno's gonna go down, and we were talking about Juno's kind of mistakes that we saw in day one, being way aggressive on that support role, trying to go for those windows that didn't really pay off, and maybe a weak point on the Delaware squad, or maybe just an opportunity that St. John was able to pick up with Jake being able to find that first blood, and then the team just completely collapsing there, only getting 0% off of that TP play from Nate 13.
Yeah, the right play, just not the right execution. And it's very weird to see that the team who set up with the sim turrets right away did not actually win that first fight.
As we get in again, teleporter is already gone from Nate 13. There goes the ice wall. Being able to keep your Baptiste protected. Bappo already having that amplification matrix, and they get stopped immediately. Ideal Warrior is going to go down, and Nate 13 is next. It is a 5v3 in favor of St. John's, who are dominating this first round.
They are setting the tone here early. Joey Baloney able to find one as well, and Juno. There will be another stagger here for the Blue Hens, and St. John's is feeling very comfortable right now. It is a risk going over to that Cassidy instead of the sim, but it's worked out in dividends right now. And as well, the May play, I would say they're not as far ahead in the ult charge, right? They're only 30% behind it, but these walls have been really crucial.
Yeah, as the Shadow's gonna get dropped here, Jolton Joe gonna come in, Bappo's gonna take two, the Blizzard's gonna pop, but just no follow-up coming through from Delaware, and it's gonna be 3, make it 4, make it 5 kills and a team kill for St. John's.
A very late Blizzard there from Pod. You wonder if a change is happening or if that was just something, yeah, they thought they could win it. They will stay to it, 78% and counting now. They need to win this fight. Amp Matrix is available. Haven't even built up Photon Barrier because I haven't been able to get Nate really into these fights for that long.
Yeah, now the teleport's gonna come in with the immortality field getting dropped immediately. Juno now very much in trouble, but is going to be able to take down Miku. Jolton Joe gonna be able to go one. The Blizzard's gonna drop by Miku. The grenade's gonna come in onto Ideal Warrior, but there's the shield drop coming through from Hyper. It's Ideal Warrior and Hyper against the world, and it's just not quite enough. Another play that goes in St. John's favor will win that first round handedly, Salty.
This is starting to get a little interesting. Like, to give some perspective, right? Obviously, St. John's, the 3 seed in the East, UDEL, the 2 seed. So we knew this had a pretty good possibility of being close. These two teams haven't played in a while. Both played in the fall splits. UDEL won 3-0 back all the way in week 1, which seems to be an eternity ago. And then week 7, 3-2 to UDEL. So maybe St. John's wanted to wrap it up here and try and get some revenge for those earlier games. And so far, feeling great. Both teams going to be TPing out of spawn. And then at least both teasing a very similar dive comp here with the Winstons going back into play.
Yeah, and I'm really looking to see what UDEL is going to be able to bring to the table. Yesterday, we saw this Sombra Tracer composition come out, being able to go for those pesky flankers. Going up against Miku on this Echo could be potentially a good play for them if they're able to find it, and already getting in onto Jolton Joe, who was unable to get support from the rest of his team.
Yeah, Bappo tried to send in the Suzu. I believe it might have hit the bubble of Ideal Warrior instead. So not able to lock it up and point this time for UDEL. They get to there first and they actually do cap. And now Jake is getting focused on from this Sombra, but now the re-engage comes in.
Very close coming in from Hyper, almost getting that boop onto multiple members. And that time does get the boop, but only onto Miku. Echo going to be the one that goes back up. Nate 13 is going to go down on that Sombra pod. Now, the only remaining DPS coming in is it is a 1-for-1. Jolton Joe, the tank for St. John's, did go down in that exchange. And that is a trade that I'll take any day. A DPS for a tank, absolutely. And Delaware is going to be holding strong, but we are going to see the initial thrust coming through from St. John's. Jolton Joe's going to get hacked, trying to be able to stay alive here. Jake's going to be able to take down Pod, and St. John's now going in.
And it will just be Miku just trying to isolate Nate, but they're able to translocate out. They're almost at EMP as well. Could be a factor late here in this fight.
Yes, the charge is going to come in. Ideal Warrior just gets bursted down, and that's a continuing rush coming through from Bappo. They want to close it out and get the first couple of tick points on this one. EMP is going to get dropped from Nate 13, but they are not able to translocate out of the way. Pod is going to be at 1 HP, but will be able to take down Jake and does get the health pack back. And for now, Delaware is going to hold on to the point.
I think they're starting to win this back as well. Ideal Warriors back into the fray. It will be Miku taken down, even though Soundberry is used very late. Yeah, they've lost this fight. Just not able to clean up the kills. And it will be Delaware holding strong on this point, even though I don't think the EMP was a great one from Nate. It does kind of disrupt them just a little bit. And it's the Kitsune rush from Juno just allows Pod, even though that little extra speed to get out, grab the Mega, and the rest of the fight starts to go their way as well. And St. John's, all they have is overclock. They put everything else trying to win that last fight.
Yes, they do have Primal Rage for Ideal Warrior as well, and going on the bridge, it could be a bad situation. Already the Suzu is gone, and that's the trigger for Ideal Warrior to go in with that Primal Rage. 99% on the point. Overtime has been completed. Ideal Warrior trying to be able to survive and gets back onto the point and gets back to half HP. Overclock is now gone. Pulse Bomb is ready for Pod, and now the final potential fight of this round. No one gets hit by that Pulse Bomb. St. John's is still alive.
Just the constant fight. Bubbles already used. Bappo is dead. Samir now just to go back in and finish it off.
Nicely done from you, Del. Nice play going in with that Sombra Tracer, picking up the kills that they needed. The objective was secured, and I really want to shout out Nate 13 in that second to last fight. Joey Baloney going for that sound barrier, gets hacked and dies before it drops, and loses that ultimate before he's able to use it. Really solid performance coming in from the UDL DPS.
The super great job. And yeah, now we'll go back over to the rush here. Control center for round 3, which on paper, you know, went better for St. John's over on Night Market. So we'll see if the same trend will occur. Both teams running basically the same thing, but Pod, again, on that Junkrat with these close corridors, it'll be who can get that crucial first pick. And it seems like, you know, it's been Jake and Pod kind of going back at it, back and forth. Nate, as well, as you said, played really well in that Somber, but now going back onto the semester to try and make Jolton Joe's life just a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I gotta take a look at that high ground there, see who's going to be able to potentially get the best plays, and it's Pod that's gonna be able to take down Miku in that teleport misfire there. St. John's now in the 5v4, gonna get hit by the sticky grenade, and Ideal Warrior gonna go in for the charge. Jolton Joe goes down. Pod's gonna pick up a second kill in this round, and that's gonna be the first point going over to Delaware.
They've been able to win this initial fight all 3 times. It's just, hey, can you actually hold on to it? First round, not so much. So far in this one, they are able to. Jake is so low, they can't even try and fight this. And Ideal Warrior able to hold the front lines for now. That was such a great pick off from Pod so early, because that is a lot of the pressure in the engage here for St. John's. Is just getting that Symmetra beam charged up.
Yeah, now can they continue to keep this going? Nate 13 still trying to be able to go in for those flanks with that TP. Pod on the stairs, just throw in those grenades, and a very quick amplification matrix getting dropped in. Jake trying to be able to use their Deadeye very soon. 99% on that. Bappo's gonna be able to take down Pod. Jake's still with that Deadeye, so keep an eye on that if they want to try to make something happen here. As the amplification matrix getting dropped by Juno. Ideal Warrior has Shatter. Nate's gonna go for the photon barrier. Juno's gonna go down. The Shatter's gonna drop from Ideal Warrior. Gonna be able to take down Joey Baloney. Gonna be able to take down Jolton Joe, and it is a very close fight.
They just squeak it in though. Yeah, this will be the TP setup as well to get everybody back into the fray for the Blue Hens. What a shatter from Ideal Warrior, knowing that, hey, the lamp is there. It doesn't matter though. Everybody's so low, and it'll just be going away naturally in just a few seconds. But as you said, Deadeye never used during that shatter is there as well for St. John's, and they almost have everything at their disposal that they could even want here to try and win this fight.
Fire in the hole coming in from Pod. Might just be a 1 kill onto this Mei, and it will be Miku not being able to survive there. But Juno's going to go down again, so there's going to be one support down. Deadeye's going to get popped by Jake, unable to find anyone with it, but the Shatter's going to drop. No one on the side of St. John's has gotten percentage onto this point. Ideal Warrior, though, going to go down. Jolton Joe for the Shatter, and Bappo coming in with that Amplification Matrix. Going to be able to take down Nate 13, and St. John secure the point.
They had to use 4 ults during that fight, though. All they have left is Blizzard. As Delaware, they'll be just trying to take a reset here. Photon Barrier Shatter could be online relatively soon. Probably more of a vanilla fight. If you're Delaware, your win condition might just be, hey, we can lose this fight. Or if they kind of whiff Blizzard here, then we can just try and fully go in.
EQ does have that Blizzard available first. So let's see if they're going to be able to find it. And there's the wall initiation onto multiple members. What a Blizzard coming in from Miku, finding the wall and finding the team kill. Or at least 4 of them going down. Delaware going to have to reset.
Yeah, and they knew that's probably the reality of that fight. The Blizzard will just lock them all down. And now they can try and look at this next fight. Jake did build up majority of the Deadeye during that fight, just because they were able to lock down a lot of those final blows. So could be something. If they don't get poked out early, Delaware could be in trouble, but the wall just separates early, not too much damage though.
Photon Barrier going to come in, and here comes the tire. Joey Baloney's going to be the target. Nice Shatter coming in from Ideal Warrior. That's going to be it. And just the ultimate diff here at the very end of this fight is going to result in Udel taking map 1.
Able to win it 2-1 here on Lijiang, and man, they just want to keep these close series going, huh? As it will be St. John's. I don't mind the play there. Like, you have to pop the Deadeye. It's just, yeah, the shield just isn't there near the end. Everybody gets shattered, everything falls apart, and also a clutch Riptire as well. Finding the Lucio extremely early so they can't speed around the Cassidy during that ultimate. But I don't know, Night Market, it was just so night and day between Night Market and Gardens. It seemed like 2 completely different teams from both sides, honestly. Night Market, Delaware looked a little sloppy, and then you go over to Gardens, and St. John's looked a little iffy on their engages. So, again, it may come down to what map do you want to pick? Because that's kind of what ended up being yesterday, and it could very well be what happens today. And will the curse of Blizzard World for Delaware happen 3 times in a row? I think they just try to it is Blizzard World for map 3. So we'll see if the curse continues here for Delaware or if they're finally able to break it.
Yeah, I mean, Blizzard World has been a thorn in Udel's side this week. We've seen 2 very recent matches go to the opponent of Udel. Yesterday, of course, we saw Yukon be able to hold on defense, basically with just the smallest amount of meters on that last point, making sure that it does not go into overtime there in that second game, Yukon being able to take that win. But ultimately, it was just these sort of like, I don't want to say the identity of Udel being, challenged here on Blizzard World, or if their opponents just have a style of play that works really well for this type of map. Regardless of that, the theme has been Udel does not win game 2 and has not been able to win at Blizzard World, making it a 1-1 series going into the push map. The fact that they're still able to win first game at Lijiang Tower, yes, it was close, but the fact that they were still able to win that one does at least give them map advantage moving into games 3 through 5, no matter what, if they win or lose.
Exactly. And as you said, it just seems to be the thorn in their side, this map. When we were watching it yesterday, it's not like they were making bad plays. Like, they had, the right idea in a lot of these rotations and these setups. It just didn't end up working for whatever reason. UConn were able to break it down yesterday. Hawaii the 2 days prior. And if they can lock up this defense just a little bit more, it could be a nice little difference maker for them to try and actually go up 2-0 on the series. Because, yesterday UConn fully finished the map. They finished it in OT, but still were able to finish it. The day before, I think Hawaii had like 134 left or something to that degree when they finish. So the defense just hasn't quite been there on this map so far, and they will start on it first yet again. So hopefully for them, able to lock it down, it will be this kind of poke chaos comp with ball involved, the Torbjorn as well, to try and deal with the opposing dive if it was that. But in reality, at least so far, it's St. John just wanting to run the same kind of rush.
Yeah, and I really was, I want to see St. John's be able to capitalize on Miku and Jake's DPS like they were able to do on some of those performances in game one. Jake was able to find some really good picks in that night market, that first round there at Lijiang Tower. And now with these long corridors and the opportunity to be able to get a lot of open spaces for Deadeye to be effective, Jake is going to have the opportunity to potentially pop off here and give St. John's a nice opportunity to start off this round good. But let's go ahead and get things started here. A very aggressive start-off push coming in from St. John's. Not going to go onto the point, but it's going to push Udel all the way back to the point themselves with Ideal Warrior on that Wrecking Ball.
St. John's issue here, though, is going to be putting pressure onto Apr1 and Juno. They're just sitting here above point by the boats, and they just don't really have to do much. They can kind of chill up there. Feel free to do anything they need. The Torptor will obviously be a pain in the side as well, but it's not like they need to drop. And as long as Ideal Warrior is disrupting at the point, they're at a pretty decent spot.
Oh, there's a headshot, though, onto Pod. Miku going to be able to get that first blood here on this game, and Ideal Warrior is going to be dead. Miku going to be able to find the slow and the kill onto Ideal Warrior, and that is going to be first point going over the St. John's handedly there, Salty.
Okay, maybe is this curse actually real? Are we like saying this into existence? Because it wasn't that bad of a look, but credit to St. John's, like they realized, hey, Ideal Warrior, hey, they're setting up for a pile drive. They wait for it to go down, and as soon as it goes down, hey, the pin comes through. Everything, all those damages comes through as well from Nate and not from Nate, from Miku and Jake. So it was just a perfect setup there for St. John's in this rush. They forced Delaware to swap back over to this Orisa comp that we saw a little bit of yesterday, not a whole lot. And actually Hyper now on the Zen instead of Juno.
Ideal Warrior going to try to go in here. A lot of damage onto Jolton Joe, and that will be enough to be able to take down one, make it two with Jake dying as well. Everyone from St. John's there on that high ground, trying to be able to secure the kills onto the DPS, onto Ideal Warrior, the tank, but unfortunately unable to do it. And that's going to be a reset here for St. John's. Going to take a little wind out of their sails, but still plenty of time.
Oh, plenty of time here. You got just a little bit over 4.25 minutes here on the time bank. You got the Blizzard online and Matrix as well. Shatter soon to come. This Dragon Strike, though, could get a little bit sticky in this high ground.
And there it is. The lamp is going to get dropped to keep everyone alive, but Miku is going to be the first to fall. Mega Jolton Joe next. Juno's going to get a double kill against Joey Baloney. Jake is dead, and that is a full team kill for Udel, who found their rhythm here on this defensive point.
They did not wait to swap, and I like that. Like, immediately, hey, this is not going to work against the Rhine Rush. Let's swap to the Orisa comp. And so far it's working. Yes, you don't have the speed. The speed advantage is still in the favor of the Red Storm, but Hyper with that Discord Orb, if they put on the Jolton Joe when they're swinging, that extra just a little bit of damage makes all the difference.
And Ideal Warrior having that Terra Storm as well, or Terra Surge as well, is going to be extremely aggressive. Jake is going to go down and is going to switch immediately over to that Hanzo. I shouldn't say immediately. Tried one more round with that Cassidy, deciding to go up against it. But the decision from St. John has been to always go up these stairs, and they haven't been able to get past anything yet. But Jake with that headshot, that might actually be the start of a play. Well, there's going to be drop coming in from Pod. Juno going to be taking down that lamp. Jolton Joe's going to be next. The Blizzard's going to drop from St. John's. Miku's not able to find anything with it, and Udel defend once again.
They know how crucial this high ground can be, so they're trying to fight for it every time, but just not able to win it no matter what. Miku is now stuck. They will get staggered out. It's like, I don't mind them trying to play for the high ground because, yeah, if you don't, then it'll just be Delaware poking you down from all different angles up here. So you kind of have to fight for it, but you don't have this on lock. The walls are always there early. Javelin spin from Ideal Warrior shifts everybody on St. John's to where they would like them to be. and they still have both support ults if they need it here in this fight. With Shatter online, that's why Hyper playing so far back.
Let's see if they're going to be able to find it. Not able to get the Shatter onto Ideal Warrior. Great Fortify coming in from this Orisa as we get another Dragon Strike. Jake trying to be able to do what they can, not able to find anyone with it, but the payload is going to move forward here so that at least be able to get some momentum going. Can they continue it?
They might. Jake's trying to put some more pressure on the high ground. Ideal has dropped, and now they're all alone with Jolt and Joe. That shield is completely gone.
Yeah, Lamp's gonna be dropped here, being able to keep Jolt and Joe alive. I loved that. Lamp, Amplification Matrix ready for Boppo, though, if they want to try to go in, but they might not even need it. Jake's gonna be able to take down 2. Joey Belodi's gonna take down Pod, and St. John's finally find a winning fight.
It took him a little bit. It took him almost 3 minutes, but they're eventually able to find it, and now this car eerily close to the end of second phase. Ideal Warriors at least posturing for it. They want to use the Jabsman just to try and get in, and Lamp's already used.
Very nice Terra Surge gonna be paired up with that Blizzard. Gonna be able to take down Jolt and Joe. Miku is next, and that's the Wombo combo that you get with Orisa May. Gonna be able to get another reset here.
And now 50 seconds to go. St. John's probably only have one true fight, seeing how long this could go with Udell having that spawn advantage. Transcendence still online here for Hyper, and Jojo very late swap here over to the Ramatra. So banking on the fact that, hey, this Nemesis form could be a difference maker, and realizing, hey, maybe not getting as much value as they would want on the Rhine.
Yeah, Jolt and Joe gonna be at around 300 HP, gonna be able to get back up to full as the Amplification Matrix gonna drop from Boppo. There's the Dragon Strike coming through from Nate to be able to delay a little bit more time, and the wall to deny the Amp Matrix completely. Blizzard's gonna get dropped, and now the Amplification Matrix coming in from Judo. Pod's gonna go down, or gonna take a kill onto Joey. Miku's gonna be next. Jolt and Joe will take down Nate 13, but it's gonna be a complete wipe against St. John's. Delaware defending second point.
Able to finally get this second phase hold. The first time in a few days. They're not going to give up a full push here on Blizzard World. Hey, maybe the tide's changing here for the Blue Hens. I think they have found the magic here on this map. It took them a little bit, but this Orisa comp honestly looks very clean from them. And putting Hyper on the Zen, I think, was a better choice than Juno, because Hyper just able to land those shots, and Juno definitely better, more just that supporting role, making sure everybody's up with the BAP, and they play a little bit more safe when it's the Zen on the opposite side. I think it fixed that issue that you said, like, right before map 1. It's like, hey, Juno's been caught out a few times yesterday. They got caught out early in that first fight on Li Jiang, so now able to kind of bring it back a little bit, and St. John's now left to wonder what to change, and they'll just start on this Ramatra comp.
Yeah, and that's what I think was the big, question going into this map was, how is St. John's going to be able to keep up this sort of, difficulty that UDEL was dealing with? And we started off really, really strong with St. John's being able to get that point with, 4.5 minutes remaining on the clock. But unfortunately, they just did not find the switches that they needed quickly enough. UDEL made the decision to immediately switch to a different composition almost completely after that first point went down. St. John's taking a lot of time to try to figure out what they want to do with their composition, and ultimately too much time. They were not able to get to that second point, which is going to put UDEL in a really good position. However, they've got to get through this first point, and I'm curious to see if St. John's is going to be able to delay a lot of time here.
With the May involved, you got to think they can at least try and separate Ideal Warrior and at least force out the abilities, whether it be the Jab Spin or the Fortify. Try and at least force out one of those key survival ultimates from Ideal, and maybe even the Lamp. But if they cannot do that, there you go, wall goes down. I don't think either was used, no. So now they can use the Jab Spin and the Fortify a little bit more aggressively here.
Yeah, and gotta look at see when that Nemesis form is up, how much damage Jolt and Joe can take. Gonna have that lamp used already though, as it does go down. That's going to give the opportunity for Delaware to go in, but it's Juno that goes down to Jake. A nice headshot coming in from Jake here on this Hanzo, and now it's going to be the advantage for St. John's in the 5v4. Looks like a back posturing position here for Udell. Hyper, though, trying to play very aggressive on those flanks with that Zenyatta. still looking like Udell is going to try to go in on it, almost getting down Jolton Joe, but is going to force out that lamp.
A lamp forced early means Delaware can just kind of sit pretty for a second. They know Terra Surge is almost there, but they can build it up here in the next 10 seconds. They know they don't have to worry about it, but that Ant Matrix will just deny that push entirely. The rotate will have to come through, or they'll just have to flat out wait, and it will just give St. John's just a little bit more time.
Yep, and it feels like that is the opportunity here. They want to just take as much time as possible using that Dragon Strike as well. As the Terra Surge is going to drop, the lamp is going to come up, and everyone is going to survive that one. But now it's St. John's that is going to be on the back foot. Blizzard going to be dropped by Pod, and Niku's going to go down. They get a 5v4 play, and now Delaware on the point, getting objective control, and are now forcing St. John's to be completely divided.
Yeah, Jolton Joe is just trying to stay in the guard form, in Nemesis form, just to make sure they can take as much damage as needed, but it won't matter. This thing get forced off point. Nate's able to lock up the shots now on this Hanzo, and it will be Delaware locking up the point at the 2.5 minutes. I think just under what St. John's had during their push, but obviously the goal is a little different. Now you just have to complete second phase for you to get the series point here in a spot in winners finals at hand.
Yeah, and it was, all based on the ultimate timing. Once Boppo and Jake had used their ults, Delaware came in with the advantage, was able to go in with that Terra Surge, was able to go in with that Blizzard, and just brute force their way into that first point, and now have 3:45 to get themselves a little over 2/3 of this first checkpoint remaining. Looking really good right now, and they're showing us their response to that high ground performance.
Yeah, and they're just not going to challenge it too much here from Delaware. They will just ride the cart. They just want to force St. John's to drop, as obviously Nate will kind of poke shots from the top of the turret, but they don't need to really push that high ground. They know they can kind of chill down here, and they don't need to push, and now, hey, 1v1 trade already.
Yeah, Joey's going to be able to take down Nate. Pod is going to take down Niku. Jolton Joe does have Annihilation. Joey Baloney also with that sound barrier. Lamp is gone. Terror Surge has been popped. And that's going to be the response from Joey Baloney. Very nice sound barrier to keep everyone alive. Annihilation is still ready for Jolton Joe, as Judo and Hyper are going to pop their support ultimates. They are looking to just get more percentage here. And St. John's are going to have to get on the points. They're trying to. Blizzard's going to get popped. And now everyone is spread out once again. St. John's is collapsing. And Ideal Warrior is going to take down Miku. Hyper's going to take down Jake. And that just might do it.
The Annihilation's used just to try and fend off the point a little bit, but Jolton Joe now has to back up. Nemesis form uses to make sure they can stay alive, and the wall will make sure nobody touches this point again. Delaware, the curse is broken after a few games, and they go to match point against St. John's, and maybe looking a little bit more like that week 1 result than that week 7.
Yeah, I mean, really nicely done coming in from Udell. I mean, just really picking away at St. John's composition. Let's see this play of the game from A13. Nicely done. Third time is the charm. And finally, they're going to be able to take a win on Blizzard World. And, overall, it just felt like it. I always have a mentality when you're going in playing games, you have to play to win. You don't play not to lose, right? And Udell, I feel like in yesterday's game, I didn't get to see the first Blizzard World game, but the first game that I saw with them against UConn definitely felt like they were playing not to lose there, playing a little bit more tentatively, trying to, wait for something to happen. This game today that I've seen Udell, completely different mentality. I really do feel like they're playing to win here.
Yeah, and I think it was like we said beginning of the map, like a lot of the things that they've been doing have been the right decisions. It's just actually executing those plans. And this time around, hey, already, like, okay, the ball didn't work. Great. Whatever. Swap over to the Orisa. Worked phenomenally. St. John's really didn't have an answer for it. So for St. John's, you got to think, all right, Coliseo and Queen Street Esperanza. And you got to figure out, okay, we need to try and start a reverse sweep here because obviously the Rhine Rush against this Orisa will not work like we wanted it to. And the Ram doesn't seem like it's doing the job either. So what is the plan?
Yeah, and you bring up like the big question is how do you get past this Orisa and how do you make sure that when you use your abilities, they're used to great effect? I'm seeing a lot of lamps being dropped, getting taken out almost immediately there, and it's really causing concern because the moment like lamp is such a or that in that invulnerability, not invulnerability, but that like immortality field is just such a key component of a team and the opportunity to be able to keep someone alive in it. The moment that it's gone, it allows the other team to then go in and respond with an aggressive push or something that can result in multiple kills. But that does not mean that you should stop using it. That doesn't mean that you don't have to do anything. But with that being said, we're going to take a quick break and we're going to be right back for game number 3. Don't go anywhere.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
Fire burns as the feelings start. I put a wall around my heart, but you're breaking it down. It falls to the ground, 'cause I had lost what you just found. The noise all around, I'm drowning it out, like we're the only ones in the crowd. 'Cause you saved me now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the EGFC Eastern Conference Championships. We've got a 2-0 UDEL for the first time here in this tournament. looking to be able to make this a clean sweep, potentially our first clean sweep of the weekend on stream, Twin Salty. What is St. John's looking to do or needing to do to give themselves the best chance of taking this to a game 4 or even potentially a game 5?
Honestly, it just needs to be a slightly more pressure onto the back line. It seems like Hyper, especially, is just living his best life out there and not really having to worry too much about flankers. They can more focus on just getting the Discord orb where they need it to be and calling that out so the focus fire can be there. But it will be Esperanza for our third map. So that does open the door a little bit to more of a dive comp if St. John's want to run it. Yesterday we saw some Doomfist comps and some Winston comps on this map. So I wouldn't be shocked if we did, but I have a feeling we're seeing more of the Orisa gameplay, at least from Delaware. And it'd be more up to St. John's on how they want to counteract that.
Yeah, I mean, Ideal Warrior has put in a lot of work there on the Orisa in both games, and I'm very curious to see what St. John University's response is going to be to that. And it's a chess game, right? When you
Yeah.
play these series, you have to be able to say, okay, we are playing up against an Orisa. What is our response to that? What's our response to not being able to get to the back line? And then once you make that response, what's it's effective. Now it's Udell's turn to say, okay, now the back line's getting hit. What do we do in response to that? And it just continues to move back and forth. But if you don't have a response, it's going to be difficult for you to be able to win out on these series, in the series and in these games. Let's take a look and see what St. John's is going to be able to do here in map 3. This is their map pick, their final map pick of the series, Salty, and it's a do or die for them in the winners bracket.
It is, and it will be. It seems like going back to that Ramacha comp. So they want to give one more crack at it, maybe thinking, hey, if we just start with a clean slate on this comp, maybe it'll be a slightly different outcome with more Miku trying to set up those walls. But it will actually be, I think, a sub Kiribri is now in. So we'll have to see if she can bring a little bit of a different light here for this St. John's team in for Bappo. So definitely more of the Kiriko play coming in from her instead of Bappo, who is definitely more of the Baptiste specialist here for the Red Storm.
Yeah, and you pair that with Joey Baloney on this Lucio, you get a lot of movement, a lot of mobility, especially with that Kitsune Rush, to make sure that Jolton Joe is able to get in those Nemesis punches. Landing those punches onto the back line can be the difference maker here. And already starting off with Udell getting hit with First Blood, Pod going to go down. That Tracer's going to be dead, as Udell is going to be going for a very flank heavy, a very mobile composition with that Sombra, that Kiriko, and that Tracer.
Just trying to find anybody in the back line who is just alone enough to finish him off, and the hacks will come through. There you go, onto the Kiriko, so they can't throw Suzu, and it's late. So yes, Kiribri is at least able to swift step out, but definitely a little bit more stressed than St. John's would have liked.
Yeah, and because Kiribri was down, she was unable to heal Miku, and that means that Pod's going to be able to take down the Mei. However, Nate 13 does end up dying in the process. Jake able to find a nice headshot there, and Udell is trying to be able to continue to keep this going. Ideal Warrior on that Winston, able to put in a lot of pressure. Hyper going to be able to take down Jolton Joe, and Joey Baloney is going to go down to Ideal Warrior. Primal Rage already popped.
Yeah, I was more to say I don't want to die in this fight. I can't maybe afford to die during this fight, so I'm just going to pop it to make sure I don't die to Jake. So able to pop that early, but I like this strategy from Delaware to isolate the targets. A lot of the hacks going on to Kiribri to make sure they can't swift step out, and they cannot use that Suzu to save themselves or the other targeted teammate here. And Delaware, just give it up for a little bit. They want to play over towards bridge.
Yep, they know where their opponents, they know where their opportunities are at. And Kiribri is gonna get hit by Hyper. St. John's is now moving forward with that Kitsune Rush. Nate 13 is gonna be able to take down Jake, and St. John's is gonna collapse once again. They will need to go back to the drawing board here.
And it will be, I would assume, first tick taken. Nate will be able to finish up Joey Baloney as well. And there we go. Tick is achieved. Advanced spawns are now active for Delaware, even though I don't think anybody even died during that. So all of them are still able to take advantage here, take a little bit more positioning. And Nate, with this EMP, will be looking around. More than likely, just going to try and land it onto Kiribri again, or at least anybody else that they can find. Instead, onto Jake. They know the Dragon Strike is there, and now they can plan out their next fight.
They know the Kitsune Rush is down as well. Kiribri already popping that. She's going to try to do what they can as we also have Day 13 coming in with that EMP. There it is. Jake's gonna go down. Jolton Joe is next. Nice pulse bomb coming in from Pod. Mikuzen trying to be able to stay alive here on this Tracer. Does now have that pulse bomb, trying to deal that damage. But Hyper, with that sound barrier, is still alive. Ideal Warrior able to take down 2. And St. John's going to falter once again.
Beautiful execution. They land the EMP onto both supports, not able to throw Suzu, not able to pop beat right away. And by the time that sound barrier actually lands, both of their DPS are down, and everything just continues to crumble here for St. John's. But now Annihilation popped. It will be sound barrier from Hyper as the counter here, and now both of them kind of just fade away.
Yep, Jake's gonna be able to take down Pod though. That is the that is the I guess the trade coming in from that. And that is actually going to be Udell getting collapsed upon Miku. And Kiribri and Jolton Joe each going to be able to pick up a kill, a takedown. And St. John's going to finally potentially get some momentum on their side of the map.
Those spawns will finally flip back in their favor. I thought that was an opponent there from now. I thought they didn't see a Tracer, but instead Miku staying with the team. But now Dragon Strike will be used extremely early just to try and nullify this push, but instead the rotate will just come through main.
Yeah, Jake, St. John's not having that Dragon Strike round. We got Primal Rage ready for Ideal Warrior. Jolton Joe's going to try to go in. Does find Juno out of position and will be able to use that Nemesis 1 to be able to take down one of those supports. Ideal Warrior extremely low. Going to use the Primal Rage to try to stay alive and try to continue to keep this point from going further forward here for St. John's. Does deny a little bit of time here and might even be able to get out of this.
I think just barely able to get out as, yeah, Jolton Joe's hunting him down, but it will be this car continuing to move after Jake gets a few nice shots as well. And Juno dies again during that fight. They get back, headshot takes them back away, and at least some decent bot progress now for St. John's, who have both support ultimates. Hyper a little bit behind still in that sound barrier, using their ultimate just a one fight later after Joey Baloney, so it does give St. John's a little bit of an advantage here. But EMP again is online, and Nate does know where the majority of St. John's are positioning.
Yep, is detected though and can go in for that EMP, just waiting for that Kitsune Rush maybe. Going to be able to find it here on the multiple members. Kitsune Rush is going to be dropped here from Kiri and from Juno as the hacks that come in from Nate 13, trying to be able to get out. Cannot get out on Jolton Joe's Annihilation. The damage is there this time. There's the movement speed coming in from that Kitsune Rush. Jolton Joe with multiple kills and almost a full team kill for St. John's.
Man, that was so good from St. John's. It's like, you can tell you, Kirby, she swift stepped out just before the EMP went through. She obviously still got hit by it, but not close enough to get targeted. Instead, they try and focus down Jolton Joe. They're able to pop the Annihilation and keep everybody alive. And now Pod just gets a little bit too close, and Kirby able to land a nice kunai headshot, and now gives St. John's a nice advantage here in a crucial fight.
Yeah, Hyper does have that sound barrier available, and like you said, this is a very crucial fight here for St. John's. They have gotten the momentum into their favor, and it is a 4v4, make it a 4v3 in favor of Udell. Juno's gonna be able to take down Miku, and now with Juno being able to come back, potentially the opportunity for Udell to stop this push. That appears to be the case here. Jolton Joe's gonna try to stay in, does still have that Nemesis form available. Suzu has been used though. Kiribri at 75%, the sound barrier is gonna come in from Ideal Warrior, and that is the fight. Jake's gonna try to stay alive here, barely surviving thanks to Kiribri. She's putting in that healing, but it's not quite enough this time. Hyper's gonna be able to take that one down, and Udell is gonna stop this push here from St. John's.
Everybody from St. John's still does have close spawn, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were all just able to fight this kind of towards bridge, I would say. Jolton Joe is the last to die, and they have the Kitsune Rush if they want that to engage. Mega is hacked by Nate. That could be important later in the fight, depending on where St. John's want to play this, but instead, they'll sit a little bit farther back. It will be Archway, and they do have the Kitsune Rush for the engage.
Jolton Joe almost with that Nemesis form, but it's going to be the EMP getting dropped immediately by Nate 13. Going to be able to get some damage in on Jake, who's not able to use that Deadeye. Very nicely done coming in from Nate 13. And Ideal Warrior going to try to clean it up. Kirby's going to go down. Joey Baloney is going to be next. Jolton Joe still has Annihilation. Not going to use it because the fight has been won. Udell going to be able to win a very important fight using 2 ultimates to do it.
And they also take away the Kitsune Rush from Kirby. She used it as soon as she realized the EMP was happening, just to try and help the team counteract it. And to be fair, it did a pretty decent job. It stopped the bleeding to a degree, and it will only allow the spot to kind of go back to where that barricade was. And now they'll just have to kind of reset here and try and find the rest of their team. But still, 2 minutes left. Delaware, a nice 30-meter lead here. St. John's, all the pressure is on them to try and get something done here. I'm assuming with the annihilation in this fight.
Yep, Joey Baloney also with that sound barrier. Hyper doesn't have it quite yet. Do they know that, though? Do they know that Hyper does not have that sound barrier at this moment? But it's going to be up very soon. Joey Baloney going to go down with sound barrier up. Jake with that Deadeye, unable to find anyone with it. Jolton Joe's going to go down, or going to be able to take Juno down, but Ideal Warrior going to be able to take down Kiribri. Annihilation's going to get popped. Hyper's going to be able to take down Jake. Miku's going to be able to take down Nate 13, but it's Pod and the rest of Udell that are able to stop that Annihilation, and it's another fight win here for Udell.
And I believe close spawns have continued throughout this entire time. I don't think they ever got flipped. So Udell able to win it out, I think, just purely due to that. And now sound barrier if they need it, but they may not even. It'll only be the sound barrier and pulse bomb for St. John's they have to worry about, but none of those are really going to give too much of an issue. Miku, if they can try and lane it on to Ideal, just try and force the reset or the Suzu right away so the rest of the fight can go their way, it could be an opening.
Ideal Warrior going to be low. Nice Suzu being able to keep Ideal Warrior alive there. Juno with the timing. Sound barrier still available for Joey Baloney and for Hyper, but Jolton Joe having to block all of that damage, being able to barely survive. Nice healing coming in from Fury Free. And now let's see if they're going to be able to find a final play here. 20 seconds remaining before the end of this round.
It'll just be them trying to push the high ground. They know this car is contested, but they need to win this fight and at least one more fight afterwards. Consider rush used by both teams on this bridge.
Yes, who's going to be able to get it? The EMP on the 5 members. Joey Baloney's going to drop their sound barrier. Juno is going to try to do what they can, but does end up going down. Nate 13 going to be able to take down Curie Bree and Jake. Going to be able to get the hack in on to Joey Baloney, and St. John's unable to stop this Sombra. It's going to be Udell with the easy 3-0.
Yeah, this Sombra was just paid for St. John's, and this nice little Winston Tracer Sombra dive is so good from Delaware, and they show a different side of themselves that we don't get to see a huge amount. And hey, you put Nate on the Sombra, you see what happens. And I will say GG's to St. John's. It is a tough draw, but it is the conference championships after all. There's going to be tough draws all around, and they will drop down to the lower bracket. They will play RIT for a spot in the top 4 and to try and continue fighting on for a chance to get a rematch against Delaware. But man, this is the Delaware we thought we were getting this tournament. We didn't get to see it a lot yesterday with the way UConn played, but man, they settled in once they got away that, the first round of Lijiang. They settled into the Orisa comp looked great, and this Winston dive, especially on a map choice of St. John's, they felt incredible on that Ramatra, and at times it worked great. It was just that Sombra and the focus fire from the rest of the team that made the huge difference here for Delaware.
Totally agree. Being able to get into that backline, as you had alluded to, Salty, right before this push map, ended up being Delaware's bread and butter here. Just being able to kind of deny St. John trying to be able to go for some sort of front-to-back composition. Unfortunately for St. John's, this will be a 0-3 against them. They will move down to the losers bracket, but their day is far from over. We're actually going to see St. John's here again in a couple of minutes. But before we do, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to have an interview here with University of Delaware. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the EGFC Eastern Conference Championships. Moose and Salty here at the caster desk. As we got another April Fools. This isn't the American Conference, this is the Eastern Conference here. And we got a UDEL support Hyper coming in here today to talk about their win against St. John's. An easy 3-0 win, a hard 3-0 win, Hyper. Congratulations. What are your thoughts?
I think it was good. I think we're starting to get comfortable with where everybody is. I think we should be only upwards throughout the rest of the tournament. I don't know. They're a good team. It was fun. We had a good time. So it was a good game.
Yeah, it seemed like, you got pushed around a couple of times. Li Jiang had a rough start to it. I just didn't seem like the sim setup worked as, you guys would have hoped. But I want to ask more on Blizzard World. You've had a rough few days on the map going into today. What was the decision made after you lost point A to, hey, we need to make a full sale swap on this comp to more of the Orisa?
Uh, I don't know. We're just kind of having fun for right now. Like I think putting me on the Zen is always nice. Sometimes it's hard to carry as Lucio. Sometimes it's a lot easier just to be able to throw Discord on a tank, and then if the enemy team doesn't know what to do, it's like okay. So I think it's just trying to put me in a position where I can do a little bit more. So that was the thought process there. I think we're still having fun. it's that weird thing where you're like trying not to show everything because you have games later in the weekend.
Yeah.
So we're kind of trying to create some weird stuff just to like surprise factor our way through the first couple of games, and then play what we practiced in the last couple. Um, so it was a good time. We picked something we thought would be decent, and you kind of just go to the team right before the game and say, okay, this is our win condition, and then you play around that, and then it all worked out.
Yeah, and you now play Tennessee in the upper finals in just a few hours here. What is the team's thoughts going into that? Obviously, you're the top two teams, not even and not just in the conference, but overall in the league. So a big game for you guys. How are you guys feeling against going the Volunteers?
Um, I don't know. They're fine. I guess it'll be a good game. Hopefully, it's just whatever. I mean, realistically, it's just another team. I mean, you can look at them like any other team and break down what they need, like how to beat them. And then at the end of the day, it just really comes down to like what your team is able to do. I'm pretty confident. I mean, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
It should be a good game, I guess. But I think I'm confident. I'm pretty sure we'll hopefully win that, and then I think this might be a game that we see again later in the weekend in the grand finals.
I love to see that. I love to hear that as well. Now, Hyper, you've been playing a lot of support. We were talking about, we talked with you guys yesterday, and there's a lot of opportunity with you, and a lot of a lot of prowess on the role. You talked about confidence. What type of confidence and what type of support style of play do you think you play best for a newer player that's maybe trying to up their level to like get to your level? What do they need in order to get to that point? What do they have to do in order to get that level of confidence that you showed in this series?
I think the number one thing that everybody does is they try and do too much. And this isn't even just supports. If you just like look at the team and you realize, okay, this is my job, don't try and do more than your job, just do your job. Like that's the start. And then kind of know like you're trying to learn. So surround yourself with people that are better than you, and try and just take in as much information as you can, because you're really not expected to go shine and hard carry or make these plays when you're learning. So I think for me, especially starting out, I guess it was like in high school, my senior year was just like, okay, play my Lucio, just learn from the other people around me. I've been surrounded with great teams in the past, who have all helped me a lot, and just learning as much as I can. And then eventually you put all these things together, and then there comes a time when, okay, it is time for you to go in and carry, or find ways to bring more value to your team, even if it's just in communication, which is a big thing. um, but you know I think the biggest thing is just to focus on the small things, go one by one, and just focus on doing your job.
Perfect. I love that. I love to hear that. And a really good mentality to go into any sort of game. Before we let you go, any final shout outs that you want to give us, Hyper?
uh I don't know. Myself, Twin Salty's pretty cool. Moose, you're pretty cool.
Hey, man.
I mean, it's a good time. I just want to have a good weekend. I want to have fun. Like, I'm messaging teams in the team chat and no one's responding. Let's have a little fun with it. I wanna make it interesting.
All right. Shout out to the other teams to make Hyper's weekend fun and interesting, please, for the love of COD. But with that being said, thank you so much, Hyper. Congratulations. We'll see you on stream in a couple of hours. So enjoy the little bit of a break that you've got, and best of luck for the remainder of your weekend.
Sounds good.
All righty. That is a clean 3-0 coming in from Udell. They are now going to be one step further in getting into the grand finals of the Eastern Conference, going up against the Volunteers in University of Tennessee in just a couple of hours, as we had alluded to, with UT being able to go and take the win against William and Mary. So, upper bracket finals gonna be a banger of a series later on today.
Yeah, it is going to be quite the series. I think a lot of people have said, like, hey, these are the two best teams in the league this year, and it definitely seems like it at times. So, very curious to see who ends up on top. But, we'll jump down to the lowers here as well, see how that side of the bracket is going to be, and obviously UConn win off stream, so they will play William and Mary. St. John's versus RIT. Those should be two very incredible games. I will say first, GG's to DePaul. I know they had some sub issues this weekend, but definitely a back end of the season to be proud of. But that will be, St. John's versus RIT for us, and UConn versus William and Mary over on the other stream.
Right. And, definitely check out the William and Mary versus UConn match on the official EGF2 channel in about 20 minutes. We're going to be going into the other lower bracket battle in about 20 minutes or so. That is going to be a fun one. RIT versus St. John's in just a little bit. But with that being said, that's going to be it for a little while. We're going to take that 20-minute break, and then we'll be back for that lower bracket match. So you guys got a little bit of time to reset and get yourself ready for some lower bracket action where it is do or die every single game. We'll be right back.
In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light
show me your adventures I haven't seen. Taking all the life, it hits the spot. Walking on fantasy. So take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made of, baby, that's made of all that we find.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the EGFC Eastern Conference Championships. We are back with our first losers bracket, lower bracket match between St. John's University and the Rochester Institute of Technology. My name is Moose. I'm joined here today by Twin Salty, and we've got ourselves a really fun game in our hands and the first time on stream where both of these teams are going to be fighting for their tournament lives.
Yes, fighting to stay alive and for a chance to be in the overall EGFC championships in just a few weeks' time. But both of them need to try and win just to make sure they can keep those hopes alive. So it will be St. John's versus RIT, William and Mary versus UConn. The other lower bracket game going on right now for the East is going on over on the second stream at twitch.tv/official EGF2. Make sure you check out that game as well. I believe it's Bull Skunk and Ocean calling the game over there. But man, St. John's, we just got done calling their game, against Delaware, and it was not the prettiest game for St. John's. A lot of good things were shown, but Delaware were able to burst through. But one decent thing for St. John's is they did look pretty good on Lijiang, so we'll have to see if they can continue that against the Tigers.
Yeah, and you bring up, I think the best point that we saw is that the Lijiang game was probably the best showing that we saw out of St. John's up against UDEL. They were able to just play really effectively on Night Market, Jake being able to get some good shots in with that Cassidy. Unfortunately, they did fall short in that game in that 0-3 against University of Delaware, but when your life is on the line, when your chance to advance not only in this tournament, but in the conference in general, it is going to be extremely important that you take this series win and get yourself one step closer to moving forward. And the same can be said for RIT. They went up against William and Mary. They take the first two games in that series yesterday and then fall short. And the last three, the reverse sweep happens for William and Mary. They did not have to play in their first round. They are now, looking to play for the first time today. They're not yet warmed up. I'm curious to see if that's going to be a factor here moving into this first game, but we will have no clue until we actually get into it.
Definitely be a factor. I have a feeling they were staying warm in some sort of way going into this, and they obviously had the advantage of, hey, we could watch St. John's play this map in the stream just before, so a little bit of an advantage for them, and also the disadvantage. I think it somewhat evens out. And St. John's, you could say, yeah, they're warm. They're feeling pretty good about themselves so far. And again, Gardens didn't as much go their way. It was Night Market that they felt pretty dominant in, and it will be them just running this dive to start on out. I think Miku will go over to the Tracer yet again, or the Echo to start with RIT. Shifting over more, well, at least teasing it initially, was the Rush. Let's see what they eventually land on. But hey, they know Jake, what they were able to do in that first series. Wouldn't be a surprise if they were one of the main targets here for the Tigers to try and win out this map.
Now, Interesting that we're going to see Jake on a completely different hero than what we saw before. This time going to be going in with that soldier in here. And now we've got the game started. We've got our producer Time to Light already making sure that things are looking pretty on our ends. And shout out to St. John's getting first blood, but it's RIT that gets the response. Being able to take down Jolton Joe and Miku easily here. And they're going to be the ones that get the point first.
They settle in and just the aggression right away, able to lock in a few of the kills. Miku already just not going to try this Echo. They will go on to the Tracer for a little more backline pressure on Descomo, and actually a boop from Joy Baloney sends Minky off.
Yeah, Frost
And another
Miku, another boop. That's gonna be the Storm's Eye. That's RIT's Lucio bringing in some pain on the bridge there, as both teams lose some of their members due to that. Again? No, that's Lucio. We'll be fine. Gonna be able to get back into this one, but all the while, Minky already with that shatter, getting so many fire strikes on multiple members. As we get now Jolton Joe in trouble. What a shatter coming in on the multiple members of St. John's. RIT gonna start off this game with a bang.
Already settling in quite nicely in the Storm's Eye, as you said. Nice little boop from her early on, as well as the nice little boop there from Jolton Joe makes them jump into the air. No bubble would be able to land to try and block the shatter, and the rest of the team falls. Jake is also staggered out, so RIT, I guess it didn't matter too much that they did not have a match before this, and they're feeling pretty confident against the team that, you know, just did lose just a little bit ago, and are trying to take that momentum back in their favor.
Sound barrier is going to be ready for Storm's Eye very soon. Sakomo is going to go in with that amplification matrix. Storm's Eye going to go down to Jake, along with that immortality field, but Sakomo is going to go down to Jolton Joe in that primal rage. St. John's trying to be able to get in. The sound barrier going to get dropped. Not going to get it on every member of St. John's. However, they are looking to be able to collapse in onto the rest of RIT. They will be able to do that, and they get the point.
I think it's still a win overall, though, for RIT. They were able to bait out Primal Rage. They canceled Kitsune Rush from Bappo. That died just during the animation, and people forget you can even cancel that. But if you kill it, I think it's like that quarter of a second during the animation, it stops it, and then Joy Baloney had to use the sound barrier late, so there's no real counter to this blizzard from Foliage.
Yeah, and there it is. It's going to be dropped immediately as Jolton Joe going to be able to hop out of it. Storm's not going to be able to get down Jolton Joe, though. He might have actually gotten frozen before they were able to get out of it. So now it's up to St. John's to try to get the point back in a negative fight. Jake is down. Frost is going to get another one. Good night, Bappo. And RIT with 92% on the board is looking to be able to take this first point.
I'm saying they know where Miko is, who is more than likely going to be the touch, and they still at least will be able to get in. Yeah, no recall. They just get fired down, and all the resources used early. They will be able to stall this out a little bit, but it's all RIT in the kill feed. 100 to 33 here on Gardens, and St. John's, the woes continue. It just never seemed like they could get into gel, and the Rhine comp now, which is something St. John's tried to run a few times in their previous matchup, is actually what is taking them down the most. But it will be the stage that they won against Delaware up next, and they will be already swapping over to that Rhine rush.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the Casty coming back in for Jake. Miku going to be going in onto that May. No swaps over to the Symmetra just yet. Of course, if you are able to do that, that does give you site control first. But shout out to RIT, shout out to Minky. They were able to get that shatter so quickly in that first round, hitting multiple fire strikes in succession, and, you know, showing us some prowess on that tank hero, which St. John's just wasn't able to get through in that first round.
Yeah, the Winston just didn't get the value it wanted, but Frost, yeah, doesn't even let Miku get the wall down. It all automatically both Mays out of the fight, and now it's just the aggression from Minky. Goes right on in, and all of a sudden RIT not even fighting on point, but they're at least getting ready to capture this point first with a nice win.
Yeah, Immortality Field going to be dropped as an insurance policy onto Minky. They're going to be able to get back to full HP. Jake, though, 66%, 75% on that Deadeye, getting so much value out of the Casty here on this long angle, and that is the play that we have been looking for all day. from St. John's, and they finally get it. First team kill of this series.
Already has Deadeye from Jake, and we saw him pop off on this hero just last series, and not a surprise. They just continue it here. And Frost is going to give them a little bit of a run for their money, though. Frost was able to land that initial shot on Namiku, which the Blizzard advantage, well, not even that much into either side's favor, with both Mays falling extremely early during that fight, and instead Jolton Joe will be looking for a very early shatter.
All right, Shatter's going to get dropped. The Immortality Field going to come in. Jake is going to get stunned out of that Deadeye, and that's a huge shatter coming in from Minky once again, being so powerful on this Reinhardt.
We were talking about, hey, you know, Jake has the Deadeye, Jolton Joe has the shatter, but instead Minky denies the shatter being able to be used by Jolton Joe. You can tell they were looking for it. They still at least have it. Jake, on the other hand, resets their ult charge. They got canceled during their ult, and now the Dragon Strike used to separate out the field.
Jolton Joe, however, coming back with a vengeance. Storm's Eye and Frost going to go down to the same Fire Strike. And a pin is going to land onto Minky, going to be able to get into that Immortality Field to stay alive a couple of seconds longer. Might be able to get out of this. No, nice wall coming in from Miku. That's actually going to be 4 ultimates available for St. John's as they get the point back.
Nice little wall there from Miku to confirm the stagger kill. And so far, St. John's at least seem to be getting a little bit back into this. But RIT, as you said, being way more aggressive than Delaware were. Delaware were more like trying to play counterplay. They were aggressive when they needed to, but instead, RIT, they just get frozen up.
Oh,
they freeze
no.
them up, sorry.
Foliage, great blizzard. Sakomo coming in with the amplification matrix, getting another shatter coming in. Jolton Joe trying to do what they can, but unfortunately for St. John's, they will lose the point. They will lose out on that shatter and their sound barrier. Frost is going to be able to get a nice stagger onto Jake. Nice headshot there, and RIT are now just giving so much pressure over to St. John's.
Yeah, St. John's just need to reset at that point. That nice little headshot early from Frost just sets the tone, and now they should be at least able to get even with the percentage with Dragon Strike ready, and you can tell Minky been able to hit these shatters so far, and they might just be looking again for Jake to try and start up that Deadeye for them to actually use it.
All right, wall is down.
Or
The
not.
shatter onto multiple members of St. John's. Jake's going to try to go in for this Deadeye now inside the Immortality Field, but not able to get it in time. Miku's going to drop that Blizzard before they end up going down themselves, but it's not going to matter. There's no follow-up damage. St. John's just going to collapse once again.
And they didn't even wait for the shatter that time. They only landed on Jake, but it forces the Immortality Field. And St. John's at that point have to try and play a little more passive. And Jake is just dead again. Frost always looking for him.
My word, Frost. What a play coming in from this Hanzo as we get another play. Oh no! Bappo
And
used
nobody's even
Amp
close to
Matrix.
touch.
Jolton Joe uses Shatter. They're not even able to get out of their own side of the map. And RIT take a dominant Lijiang win.
This is the RT I think a lot of teams were a little scared of going into this. They've been playing great as of late. And especially Frost, man, this play, Dragon Strike early and just able to lock up Jake. There you go. A nice little headshot to Miku as well. And just able to salvage the fight for them early. So RIT already swinging 1-0, similar start for St. John's. The question is, do you go back to Blizzard World or do you try and change it up and go to a different map? I believe, did we just get confirmed it is Blizzard World again? It is not going to be Blizzard World. We'll have to see. But I do think RIT, man, they're playing great on this rush, and St. John's has got to find some sort of answer.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness, just so much aggression there. And sometimes it's about, taking that extra swing and just, even if you get 1 strike, 2 strike, making sure that you don't get batted out. And Minky finding those fire strikes there on that Reinhardt, finding those shatters and hitting home runs here on this Reinhardt. Really, really nicely done coming in as we are going to get a King's Row here for game 2. St. John's going to be going for something that is a little bit different. Now, RIT wanting St. John's to set the pace. They are going to choose defense to start things off. And does St. John's go with another composition that kind of complements this Cassidy or like a Hanzo pick? or do they go for something completely different here?
I It makes me think they're going to run the rush again, but my question is like, why Kings Row? I don't know if it's a great call from St. John's because RT, what they just ran on Night Market is honestly going to work here on Kings Row with the Hanzo, the Mei, and the DPS, and the rest of that traditional rush. So they must have some sort of answer to this ready to go on this map. And it's just, hey, you gotta believe in what you're doing and gotta hope that it actually works out in your favor because RIT look great at the moment. And St. John's, Jake is oddly quiet. And it's not like Jolt and Joe has been able to really flex the tank prowess that we know they can do. They're getting shut down in a lot of these fights, whether it be from Minky or from Foliage, setting up those walls early and just disrupting everything. It just seems like the game plan for St. John's just breaks apart seconds into some of these fights.
Yeah, it really does feel like, RIT just having their pulse on the game and knowing where and when they want to be going for these engagements and responding to them. When we were talking to teams yesterday in the interviews, they talked about how important it is to manage ults, not only on your side of the team, but on the other side of the other side of the game as well, making sure that kind of tracking where your opponent's ultimates are at. And it definitely felt like RIT knew when fights were coming. They knew when plays were coming through. And it definitely feels like RIT coming into this series with a fire in their bellies.
Yeah, they want to prove all the doubters wrong. Like they are just like, hey, we want in to this tournament. Like that is the goal. And honestly, I could see them beating either UConn or William and Mary if they do end up winning this because they are on that kind of tear as of late. But I think no matter what in the East, we knew once Villanova was out, we knew they were kind of one of the outliers, and DePaul had the chance to be a dark horse. A lot of this is just the middle ground, right? It's all these teams in the middle to higher end of the standings trying to fight it out, and only so many of them will get to the overall championships. But RIT will run the same comp. It's no surprise. It worked so great in Lijiang, and it's even better here on the defense of Kings Row. And St. John's, I have a feeling will go for roughly the same thing. Jake just starting on the Widowmaker to see if anybody peeks their head out just a little bit too long, but should be either swapping over to a Hanzo or a Cassidy. That's the only thing I'm kind of curious of. Do they swap to the Hanzo to try and match at this point, or do they try and change it up?
As we get started here for this first point, RIT going to be on that defense in the immediate switch over to the Cassidy. But in the meantime, Frost, that sharp shooter, going to be able to take down Joey Baloney. That fast Lucio, not fast enough. And that's just the power of this Hanzo here on King's Row.
Yeah, just a nice little headshot. No matter what, they are gone, and just forces St. John's to take a little more time. Now as they go around statue, again, Frost takes one out.
Oh my good lord. And the fight just collapses after you lose one. Frost able to find the angle, going to be able to take down Bappo. The rest of St. John's going back to the Shadow Realm here. And now, the question is, how do you stop this Hanzo from being able to get all of these headshots? How do you deny RIT from just getting all of this free percentage?
I think you just need to make sure your rotations are quicker and to make sure, hey, everybody's behind shield, right? So you don't get split up. Nobody's isolated, just like Miku just did, and everybody is just going to fall. This time it's the foliage wall that actually breaks it up. And it just seems like St. John's, I don't know if they're still flustered from the last series. It's hard to tell, but RT came in with a fire burning inside them. And yes, Storm's Eye is taken out. It'll take her a few seconds to get back into this, which might give the Red Storm at least a little bit of an advantage here to try and start pushing in. But it's, again, look at this, like Frost fights another hit.
Oh my god, Frost is saying this is your map pick? You're giving me King's Row on this Hanzo? Okay, let me just headshot you time and time again. Jake has now died 3 times to Frost and this Hanzo. Dragon's Rage has been ready for like a minute at this point. RIT just, running away with this one.
Yeah, they have Dragon's Rage. There it is, just right away on the rotation. Shatter's blocked.
Oh no, and there's the amplification matrix coming through. There's no way out of this one. That's gonna be Miku going down. Frost is gonna take another kill. A 10-player kill streak on this Hanzo with 90 seconds remaining. They had to use a couple of ults to go for that defense. Oh my god! Oh my god! Frost, just too good.
He's just too good with it right now. And it's not like St. John's, they have not been able to use a single ult other than the block shatter. They have yet to really commit fully to a fight because they keep trying to rotate, and either it be a headshot from Frost or a wall from Foley. It just breaks up the fight plan entirely, and already Ice Block is forced out from Miku.
The walls are going to come in once again. Foliage able to make sure that everyone's unable to get out of that one. We've got the Deadeye completely denied. Frost is going to be able to take down Miku. Another shot, another kill on Bappo. Sakomo's going to take down Jake. That's going to be 15 kills in a row for this Hanzo and a team kill for RIT.
I think that's like 6 or 7 in first blows from just Frost alone. Like, that is absolutely ridiculous from the Hanzo, from RIT, making a statement. And now St. John's, they put so much into that. They can use AMP to try and set up this early fight, but there's not much they really have other than maybe an answer with the sound barrier if the Blizzard is able to get online from Foliage, but the cards are definitely stacked against them.
Insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. St. John's has continued to go around Statue, this time with the amplification matrix. Let's see if that's going to be enough. Mickey does go down. Foliage does have the Blizzard. Are they going to try to go for this one? They will go into the ice barrier and is going to drop that immediately. Will end up going down. Going to try to get anyone frozen. No one is on the points. And it does look like they will be able to get there in time. Jake's going to be able to take down Foliage. Storm's Eye will fall next. And the amplification matrix, the sound barrier, was just enough for St. John's to keep this game alive.
Just enough, but definitely a little closer than they would have liked. And RT still in a decent spot here to play at Archway. Frost has yet to die, so that kill streak still going on for him. But man, nice little tactic for St. John's. Use the amp, make sure everybody stays alive, and everybody gets out of the way for the Foliage Blizzard as well, while Foliage is not able to pick up anybody. Now the early wall, it does allow Frost.
Oh my lord, we're reaching a 25 hit there for Frost on this Hanzo. Try to keep the streak alive, and they will be able to do it. Another big stagger coming in against St. John's. Minky with Shatter, Sakomo and Storm's Eye close to getting their ult, and Frost going to be picking up their third Dragon Strike here of this game.
And the rotation for St. John's goes all the way over to the high ground. They're trying to avoid this nasty choke point with the Mei and drop from this high ground or behind. I don't actually mind it, but instead, they will just drop anyway.
Yeah, trying to use that extra movement speed from the Lucio. The Dragon Strike is going to come through. That's going to divide St. John's. Shatter gets completely denied. Minky will go down to Jolton Joe. And now Jolton Joe trying to be able to do what they can. Jake's going to be able to take down Stormeye. Going to be able to finally get some kills onto Frost. That looked so scary for St. John's. They got divided at the beginning of that one. The Shatter didn't land, but RIT are going to fall.
But it's only 60 seconds left. St. John's, a lot of real estate they still need to cover, and they will at least play towards the top end of this S curve near the end of Streets phase. So it would at least position themselves for a nice spot. But both teams will have the Blizzard. Both teams will have the Immortality Field to try and answer, as well as the Amp Matrix. But Joel and Joe, hey, waiting.
Okay, that's what we've been looking for. Able to get a nice fire strike onto Sakomo and Frost. Storm's Eye gonna go down as well. Jake's gonna get a double, and finally St. John's find a rhythm.
They're slowly starting to feel themselves in this series. It's almost like the opposite of what happened last series. They slowly kind of had the series fall away from them. This time around is the complete opposite, feeling a little bit better now in this map. They should be able to finish Streets phase. Storm's Eye gets picked off again. Shatter, for the most part, blocked. It'll actually take out Bappo, and Jake will be taken out at the very last second, but more importantly, point is capped. RIT only have a minute and a half left to try and defend, and St. John's, nobody's even around to try and play this currently, so they'll have to reset, give up even more time. But neither sound barrier has been used quite yet. Both are now online for these Blizzards.
Yep, Sakomo with Scomo has the Amp Matrix ready. Dragon Strike is ready for Frost. Foliage and Miku both have their Blizzards, and that's going to be the deciding factor here. Who's going to be able to get it first? The Blizzards are going to drop for Miku. Foliage still has it. Frost using that Dragon's Rage. Scomo and Storm's going to use their ults, but Scomo's going to be the first to go down. It's now RIT trying to be able to keep the momentum going. Blizzard's going to try to come through. Not going to be able to find any kills with it. No one is on the point. St. John's still alive. Jolton Joe's going to be able to take down Stormeye. Mickey is next. The charge onto Frost. And St. John's find another team win.
And 30 seconds left now, and St. John's feeling pretty decent. They still have that Amp Matrix. Scomo used it pretty late there for the Tigers, and they will have nothing going into this fight. Maybe a late shatter here from Minky if they can build it up, but you know, Jolton Joe will be looking for one of their own. Frost taken out early, and they're gonna play super aggressive.
Huge play onto Frost. Scomo with no Amp Matrix. Boppo finds it. Going to be able to get multiple kills on to RIT. There's the shatter against multiple members of RIT. Jolton Joe knowing exactly where they need to be. And with 1 second remaining, they'll be able to complete their side of the of this King's Row offense.
And that might be very important later on. Just getting that 1 second, no matter what, how much time RIT finishes with, they will get an overtime push. So that could be an extremely important factor here later on. And what a run there from St. John's near the end in this Streets phase. Usually, you know, teams lose at least one of those fights, but they're able to win that initial fight. They're able to win the counter fight as well by being super aggressive. Jolton Joe goes to the left side spawn door and shatters, I think it was Frost and Storm's Eye. It might have been them or Scomo, and able to pick both of them off just to make sure RIT not able to fully recontest that point. And seems like the gamble for Kings Row at least started to pay off later on. And RIT now gotta think, do we make swaps? I think for now it's not a bad idea just to try and run what was working. It seemed like Frost eventually cooled off a little bit, which I think, you know, it was inevitable the way they were shooting. It was inevitable they would kind of calm down just a tiny bit, but actually maybe a slight change, at least early here. Mickey might go for a rollout early on, or just a body shield here for Frost.
Yeah, and you know, it definitely was a heat check. I think for Frost here on this Hanzo, being able to, I think, get 20 kills on that kill streak, really impressive there.
Oh, no,
and really nice. But it is going to be the Bastion coming in, along with Storm's Eye being on that Lucio. Means you're going to be able to get a lot of damage onto that Reinhardt shield. Let's see if that's a difference maker to get this point very quickly.
Yeah, I do like this because the shield break is great, and also for the May walls, you can just burst them down to try and save your Rhine if they are caught off.
Yeah, Frost, however, a little too far forward. That aggression, a little too much. Jake's going to be able to pick up one. Minky, however, going to be able to take down Miku and Joey Baloney with one swing. And there's the ice wall coming up. Jake's going to try to get out of this one. Going to get slowed, going to get denied. And that's RIT finding this first point.
And Jake on this cast is trying to get anything to work, but just nothing going. And Frost already will swap back over to the Hanzo, realizing, hey, maybe the Bastion isn't as good as it cracked up to be. I think it wasn't a bad idea, though, but they are able to capture first point way more time, 3 minutes more than what St. John's had, and already Frost is back at it.
Yeah, and Shatter is ready to go. They could try to go for a stagger here. Gonna try to go for a pin. The boop is gonna land. So Joey Baloney is going to be able to stay alive with Boppo, so not going to be the worst case scenario. But man, that is a long walk back to Streets for St. John's, and already RIT going to be able to pick up that first point, already going to get through that first choke point, and already setting up for an aggressive push here on this last little part of Streets.
Not having to deal with the archway choke is going to be huge, but now damage already used from Scomo, and Frost just has to back up.
Yeah, Scomo going to be able to take down Jolton Joe, but Jake's going to take down Frost in some revenge as we get another window. This one going to be St. John's. Maybe not necessary, but going to at least be able to deny that aggressive push, which means that St. John's is going to be able to get positioning, allow for Jake to reset, and allow for St. John's to defend this checkpoint.
I think it was more to say we need to stall for time for everybody else to just get back, but now both shatters online, wall used early, and it's blocked.
Oh, the Blizzard gonna come in from Foliage, going to be able to get Jolton Joe inside of it. Immortality Field's gonna come through. Frost gonna be able to take down Jake. Shatter is still ready for Minky, and there it is, onto Miku. Minky gonna find the play. Frost is gonna get Jolton Joe, and it's a 10-player kill streak for this Reinhardt, who has found the fire strikes, has found the hammer, and they're gonna find a checkpoint.
They just feel so comfortable on this ride, and there's just nothing Jolton Joe can even do about it at this point. As the shatter lands onto Miku, just gets a little bit too close for comfort, not able to use the Blizzard. 5 minutes for RIT, and they could have quite the drastic overtime lead in overtime if they are able to finish this push out with a decent amount of time. They have the tools to do so as well, with the Dragon Strike ready to go from Frost if needed, and there it is.
Yeah, that's also going to be Miku going to drop that Blizzard. Going to be able to land it in on the Minky, but the Immortality Field is there. Frost could be able to drop one as well as the Amplification Matrix and the Barrier going to come in. That's going to be just enough pressure here for RIT to continue this push, and that is going to be almost a full team wipe against St. John's.
And they're going to try and pull off the stagger on Miku as well, and they do. Foliage able to land the long-range Icicle, and now St. John's is trying to deal with this aggression.
Joy Baloney, Jolton Joe both have ultimates. Boppo with the Amplification Matrix. Storm's Eye's going to go down. Jake's going to be able to get back in. Amplification Matrix going to come through. Shatter is ready. That's going to be the sound barrier dropping, but Jolton Joe going to be pinned up the map. Not able to use that Shatter. That is going to be devastating for St. John's, but unfortunately for RIT, they're unable to finish the job, and St. John's defends with just a little bit of meters remaining.
And it was nice discipline there. You don't have to use the Shadow. You don't have to use the Deadeye. You could tell that was slowly going your way. As long as your head doesn't get taken off by Frost very early in one of these fights, you at least are in a decent position here to hold for a while.
Or the Crusader's going to come in from Minky. Jake's going to drop that Deadeye once again, not able to land anyone with it. Jolton Joe, however, is going to be able to take down Minky. Jolton Joe and Miku rounding it out, and that's going to be a team kill against RIT. St. John's finally stabilizing here.
And they can settle down now. Bring the tempo down a little bit. You just want to waste as much time as possible. Foliage does have the Blizzard to open this up. Frost could throw in the Dragon Strike if they want to just clean up those kills, with nothing else really on the board quite yet. Maybe Miku, actually, they will be able to build up this Blizzard. They hit a few Icicles, so that could be just a nice little Venn diagram here of Blizzards.
Yep, and there it is. There's the Blizzard's going to be dropping. There's that Venn diagram you were talking about, Salty. Some mathematics coming in, but that's going to be Skomo dropping that Amplification Matrix. Foliage going to be able to take down Miku, but Joey Baloney going to be able to get 2 in exchange. Storm's Eye takes down Jolton Joe. Foliage takes down Jake. And it's Joy Baloney and Boppo versus 4 members of RIT. Can they do it? It looks like that is going to be enough, as Jolton Joe's going to be able to come back. And once again, St. John's survives.
It's just, you can tell RT is like, is it worth trying to push into this right now, or is it just better to try and regroup and go at this again as a solid 5? You know, Minky trying to make that space, knowing that, hey, we have the sound barrier if needed, but they go for the environmental and they miss.
Oh no, very scary situation as Boppo's gonna drop the Amplification Matrix. Shield is low. Storm's Eye's gonna go down. The pin's gonna land on a Minky from Jolton Joe, and RIT once again are gonna get denied finishing this point.
3 minutes gone, and all of a sudden St. John's, you gotta be thinking, hey, we could actually just win this map outright here. RIT has not been able to finish off the final phase of the map. They still have the sound barrier if they need it. Joy Baloney has theirs as well. It was Shatter early again.
All right, sound barrier is going to come through from Joy Baloney to be able to keep everyone alive. No Immortality Field. Storm's Eye with a double boop. Oh my God. Oh man. That's going to be enough. The team kill for RIT. They're going to have 2.5 minutes for this overtime push.
A nice little boop there from the Storm's Eye. Realize, hey, I think there's a couple frozen over here. Able just to roll on over, and she's able to pick up 2 and at least salvage that attack for RIT. Could have been a lot worse for St. John's. I don't think you'll hear them complain too much about it only being a minute 27 difference. But again, that 1 second does end up mattering here for St. John's. They do have a push in this overtime. They will start first with just a minute compared to the 2:27. for RIT, and it seems like the maze are slowly turning into, hey, we're just building up these blizzards. The walls are actually being played against very well from both sides. They're able to either break them or have their Lucio speed their Ryan out of those sticky situations. And it's more up to, hey, can the Ryans make the space? Or who's getting those crucial first picks? And a lot of the time, it is Jake or Frost.
Yeah, and on the other side of that, you've got to look at Jake and Frost. Those are the ones that are looking to be able to secure those kills. Frost, early on, being able to get a lot of those headshots and popping off really, really nicely there. Jake, we haven't really seen those big multi-man dead eyes. However, been able to secure those kills and being able to make those plays happen. Do you think that we're going to see a different look from Jake or Frost here in this game?
I don't think we'll see too dramatically different of a look, especially for Frost. Like, the way that Hanzo's been working, there's no reason to really swap. And Jake's been doing well on this Cassidy as well. So unless there is a drastic compositional change that either team makes, I don't see the need to really swap. It's more, hey, can you just get the better of the duels?
Frost, however, going to get the headshot onto Jake to start things off. 36 seconds remaining here for St. John's to get onto the point. Foliage with a double. Minky's going to get a double. And that's a team kill against St. John's to start off this OT. 26 seconds remaining.
The one good thing there for St. John's, it's a very quick fight. So they at least have a little bit of time to regroup, but you don't have a ton of time still. 15 seconds left. You cannot afford to get headshot by Frost early here. You cannot afford it whatsoever.
Yeah, can Frost get out of that? They do. Storm's not going to go down to Jolt and Joe, however, as the Immortality Field's going to come in from RIT. Foliage is going to go down. Frost is going to go down. And RIT unable to hold on at this point. That's going to be first checkpoint for St. John's.
Mistake from RIT. They get really aggressive when they don't necessarily need to. They try to play more up front near statue, and instead of, you know, falling back towards hotel a little bit more, they just hold it right strong, and Foliage gets picked off from the back as I believe it was Jake who just rotates to the other side of statue. He's like, oh, everybody's just not looking this way. So St. John's able to cap point. They can at least get a little bit of progress here, and the fight should at least start getting ready here for the archway.
Yeah, you're getting some extra credit here coming in, but Frost is gonna end it that fast. What a great Dragon Strike coming in from this Hanzo, getting a little bit of revenge in onto Jake and the rest of the St. John's roster. However, big for St. John's to be able to get that first checkpoint. We are not going to end this in a draw, and RIT, they are still definitely on the ropes here. They could still lose this one.
Yeah, definitely still winnable here for St. John's. And at least, hey, they knew they were, you know, they might have messed up there from RT slightly, but I love the combo Dragon Strike early. You land the shatter, because at that point, Joel and Joe's not worrying about, like, blocking anything. They're just worrying about getting out of dodge so they don't die to the dragons. So at that point, you land the shatter, break Immort, 3 members fall, and now you just got to make sure you have a solid defense here if you're St. John's. If you want to avoid falling 0-2 again, and potentially going back to Apr1. So we'll see if they actually, we see if we do go there or not. But RIT, they got all the tools they need. Frost is hitting the shots that they need to. Everybody else is working at a solid unit. That's all RIT really need at this point. If you're St. John's, just make sure you stay disciplined. Make sure you know where Frost is. You cannot afford to get picked off early.
Cannot afford to get picked off early. Cannot afford to miss this overtime battle here. 2:27 remaining for RIT. That is plenty of time to be able to end this one and go up 2-0 against St. John's. Both of these teams fighting for their tournament lives. We're going to be seeing both teams sticking with the same comp that they've had pretty much all game. Jake on this Cassidy, Frost on this Hanzo, and a completely identical composition for everybody else. Let's see if RIT can finish the job here.
They just rotate all the way through hotel. They do not wait at all. They're trying to avoid the May walls, and they actually end up doing it. Both walls were used, though, and now it's almost like a reversal of how this would normally go for the offense and defense.
Yeah, just wanting to get all the way around statue. The ice walls are going to come through. Foliage going to be able to get Jolt and Joe out of position. Minky's going to be able to take down the Reinhardt. Foliage is going to go down to Boppo, though, and Frost trying to be able to get those headshots. Immortality Field's going to come through. Not going to be able to find anyone. Jake's going to be able to find the shot. and St. John's deny that play from RIT.
They just scrape that together here for St. John's, and a minute gone. RIT only have probably 2 attacks left at this, and because of how that fight went, ultimates are actually a factor here in this next fight. Deadeye's already available. Ant Matrix could be used with it as well to lock in those headshots even faster, and Miku and Foliage both at more. Miku actually very close to this Blizzard.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Jake decides to use that earlier or later here. Keep an eye on positioning here for Jake, as Boppa's going to drop that amplification matrix. Jolton Joe does not have Shatter. Mickey's going to drop it. Not able to find what they want. Jake's going to go into Deadeye. High noon on to Minky. Miku's going to take down Frost, and Jake able to find the headshots.
Only 50 seconds left. Mickey tried to use the shadow there, got blocked. I don't mind the aggression play, trying to deny the value from the amp, but it is called out by Jolton Joe and stopped. Now, Dragon Strike could be used to separate the backline. Sound barrier for Storm's Eye is available. Joey Baloney just a little bit behind there.
All right, the wall's going to be able to separate everybody. That's a nice Dragon Strike. Jolton Joe gets annihilated, and RIT with a final Hail Mary play, going to be able to get the team kill.
And I don't know if they're going to be able to spawn back in time unless they all get close spawn. 3 of them have got it so far. Bappo does not. That is very important. Main healing will not be there, and you just got to wonder, is it worth trying to taxi them? I don't think they have the time to here. When it's only, 20 meters left, they're just going to have to play this without their main source of healing.
Yeah, and Jolton Joe's just gonna have to try to go in, already down at half HP. That shield is down. Foliage is gonna drop that Blizzard to deny even more distance coming in. St. John's in just a couple of seconds gonna drop that sound barrier. Jolton Joe trying to get in. They cannot touch Foliage with an amazing Blizzard going to deny any sort of touch onto the point, and RIT will win it.
The counter pin from RIT gets them to series points. Oh my goodness. This was, I think, at the end here from Storm's Eye. Yeah, but the Blizzard goes out. There's the nice little boop. She sends off 2. Oh my goodness. If you could have seen caster cams during that, I was just this. It's what a counter pin though from Minky. Able to just deny the touch. And because at that point, if you're the Lucio of St. John's, like, you're not worrying about touching. You're worried about landing the beat so everybody at least has a chance. Like, Joey Baloney's not worrying about it. Suppose they think, oh, their Ryan can touch, but not the case. And now St. John's in a very familiar spot.
Unfortunately so, but that was very close, extremely close, and RIT definitely sweating after that one, but the result remains the same. RIT now up 2-0, series point for them to get in to the next round of this lower bracket. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're going to find out what the push map is. We're going to find out if St. John's can take it to game 4, or are we going to see another clean sweep here from RIT? We'll be right back.
Push me down to the ground. What goes around comes around. You won't put the flame out. You can't get to me. Say what you wanna say. Go take it all away. But I'm here to stay. No, you can't get to me. And there is no barricade that I can tear away. Shoot me down, go fire away, away. But I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight.
Welcome back, everybody, to the EGFC Eastern Conference Championships, powered by the American Dairy Association. Moose and Twin Salty here at the caster's desk. Of course, none of this would be possible without our producer, Time to Light. I'm not even going to joke around. Without them, we'd be doomed. We'd be doomers. We would be, up a creek without a paddle. And right now, St. John's, they're really up a creek right now. They need to find a way back into this series, back into this tournament. They are down 2 games against RIT. They are choosing to go to New Queen Street here for this map 3. And, you were kind of questioning maybe if they were going to go to Coliseo, maybe if they're going to go to Esperanza, but we were not expecting New Queen Street to the map here that St. John's is going to go for.
Yeah, so the way at least I interpret it, maybe we'll hear later on what the thought process was, but my guess is that Esperanza, they don't want to go to it because RT just saw them play on it, which is fair. And I don't think the dive here with the Winston Sombra Tracer would work very well against the Rhine Rush. They would just run over the back line and it would be done. So going to a different map, you wonder if A, they are going to just try and match the Rhine again and give it a shot, or if they are going to try something different, whether it be a Ramatra comp that they showed earlier today. Yes, it didn't work against the Orisa very well, but it did do at least decent. It kept them in that series, and against the Rhine, it could be a little bit of a better matchup.
Right. And now we got to see if RIT is able to make this a clean sweep. They're up 2-0 against St. John's. But if you guys were watching yesterday, you saw that RIT losing in that series against William and Mary. They were up 2-0. They get to the push map, and then they lose the next 3 games in the reverse sweep. So is it possible for St. John's to do it to RIT again? Most definitely. But speaking of William and Mary, they are playing in their fight for their lives against Yukon on the other Twitch channel. That series is currently 1-1. They're going on to their push map as we speak. So 2 games, 2 series that can have major implications for the rest of the tournament going on to their push maps right now. Ton of fun.
A ton of fun. And these teams are 7th and 6th going into today, right? In the overall standings, I'm saying RIT 6, St. John 7. But we know these teams have been very close. There's no dispute there. They've been very close throughout the entirety of this season. And it is the warrior thing in the back of RIT's minds now. It's like, okay, we got reverse swept yesterday. We cannot let that happen again. You cannot afford to let them win this map, because all of a sudden that momentum, it swings, and it can swing very harshly. And all of a sudden, St. John's could have started running away with this if, they do grasp it like that. So it will be New Queen Street for map number 3 here. And we'll have to see what they actually want to run. And it will just be back to the normal Rhine Rush. They just, I guess, feel they are great on this Rhine Rush, and they can overcome, the struggles they've had so far in the mirror matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be up to St. John's to find the groove. They think they can do it with the same composition, Jake being on this Cassidy. They have had pop-off moments in this series with that hero. Can they make it happen now as we get started here on this map 3?
And at least there, again, Frost on this Hanzo to start off yet again, Jake on the Cassidy. That's the only swaps. To be fair, I wouldn't complain about either of them with the choices they made, because they are both feeling very good on those heroes.
Lamp is already going to be dropped for both teams, and now no one is safe. Who's going to be able to get the first shot? It is Jake. Going to be able to find Frost, but Foliage coming in, picking up a double kill on those headshots. Jake is going to do the same, and now it's a 3v3.
And it will just be almost the pin off for Mickey, but they actually die right before it, I think. Foliage, they pick off a few, just not quite enough. St. John's able to take control of that bot first, a minute into this game, and this will be the struggle here for RIT. It is very easy on this map to close that gap. So unless Frost can try and keep that distance, it could be extremely difficult for them to actually get the same amount of value on this Hanzo that they did over at King's Row.
And the difference maker there is that Jake survived that exchange. means that Jolton Joe and Jake can pair their ultimates together. And there's the shatter from Minky, though, in preparation. I don't know how many people get hit by that shatter from Jolton Joe, but Jake is going to go down first.
It will be the pin goes in as well afterward. Both Orions down. The windows just throwing a whole extra level to this equation. Frost is able to find 3. Minky going to actually stagger out Bappo, which good heads up play to finish off the kill and let Foliage get a little extra bit of damage in, but not too bad of a fight for St. John's. It was just a very awkward window from them initially, and a great window from ScoMo, able to bring it back. And now the spot starting to creep in here towards the Cybermetrics building, and St. John's have that Deadeye if they just want to try and speed in with it.
Yeah, and you know, shout out to Minky going for the preemptive shatter first. That worked out really well for them, as Jake is going to go in with their Deadeye, not able to find anyone with it, and Frost just finds the easy headshot onto 2 members. Great Blizzard coming in from Foliage, and that means that the robot continues to go in RIT's direction.
RIT were banking on the fact they were going to speed high noon there. As soon as they read it, like, okay, just wait a little bit, use the Dragon Strike, split everybody up. Jake gets picked off right away. At that point, and Jolton Joe has to kind of pivot towards the rest of RIT, and they get focused down. At that point, RIT is able to finish off the rest of the kills.
And now let's see what the next play is here for St. John's. A lot of damage onto Jolton Joe. Bappo's Immortality Field's going to go down, but that's going to be the Blizzard coming in from Miku. Minky's going to be at 1 HP. Minky goes down. Jolton Joe's going to be able to pick that one up. Frost able to get the scatter shot onto Jake. Joey Baloney gets it onto Storm's Eye, and this is one scrappy fight that RIT is not going to win.
They will just not get that tick quite yet. Just about a meter or so away, and RIT just kind of have to go back to the drawing board here. A lot of ults, though, going into this next fight due to how scrappy it was, and not a lot of ults even used. It was just Miku's Blizzard that kind of set everything up there for St. John's, and you know, shatters, sound barriers, and matrix all online, and even a Dragon Strike could be thrown into the mix late here from Frost.
Yeah, and I really have been very impressed with RIT's ultimate controls, and that's going to be the initiation. Joey Baloney and Storm's Eye both going to drop their sound barriers. Bappo with their amplification matrix up first. Jolton Joe using their shatter first. Minky going to be able to get the stun onto multiple members. It's not going to be enough to get anyone down just yet. Jolton Joe's going to die, and that means that RIT now an advantage in this fight.
Miku just gets stuck between their wall and the wall of RIT, and RIT able to finish it up from there. The shatters a little all over the places. Again, not a horrible idea from Jolton Joe, just gets blocked and predicted by Minky, and I think the bot will be able to capture this first checkpoint unless St. John's are able to have a very quick recontest, but I don't think that will be a possibility. Close spawn in effect now for the Tigers, and St. John's got to win this next fight if they don't want this to get too out of hand.
Blizzard is ready for Foliage, and they don't even need it to drop Jolton Joe. That means that St. John's is going to be on the back foot once again, Salty. Jolton Joe dying so quick means that RIT is going to be able to get up this angle, which means that it's going to be a big uphill battle for St. John's moving forward.
At least with, you know, the bot has to wait there for a little bit, so not too much time taken off for St. John's. And Jake standing, waiting for the Deadeye on high ground.
All right, Miku's going to drop that Blizzard first, going to try to get multiple members onto it. Jake still has that Deadeye available. Joy Baloney is going to be able to take down Minky. Storm's Eye, however, she's going to be able to take down Miku. Able to at least get a couple of KOs, but at the end of the day, it's going to be RIT losing multiple members at the cost of that Blizzard, but they get forward spawn.
Yeah, everybody will get forward spawn. Even Storm's Eye, she will just be the last one to respawn, but it will be St. John's able to flip it back over, and this is a very aggressive play from Jolton Joe that forces the lamp.
Yeah, lamp for both Baptistes, and Frost gets obliterated. Another nice headshot coming in from Frost onto Jake. Dragon Strike is ready, and that just seems to be the difference maker here in these fights, Salty. Jake tries to go for these dead eyes, and Frost just says, I'll just headshot you out of it.
Yeah, it's just that one little arrow to the forehead can make all the difference. Forward spawns back in the favor now of RIT. They continue moving forward. Another opening pick from Frost. The man just cannot stop.
cannot stop hitting heads and still has that Dragon Strike ready to go. If he could try to go for it, he could potentially just try to separate everybody. They could try to use it to just finish the job, and that's going to be the damage in onto Jolton Joe. Lamp is already used. Minky is going to be very aggressive. Will have to force out the sound barrier, but gets a multi-man shatter in exchange. Minku's 1 HP. Jolton Joe is going to get hit by a shatter by Minky. St. John's falling apart.
Just not able to get anything done. Jolton Joe gets their shatter canceled by the pin from Minky, and that could have saved him a little bit, but now 120 meters nearly on this point. RT is looking to end the game now.
Oh my god, Frost again gonna be able to find it. That's gonna be Foliage dropping the Blizzard, getting the Frozen on the multiple members. Frost gets the headshot onto Miku, and that is gonna do it. The clean sweep, not even needing to wait into overtime. St. John's will be eliminated from the Eastern Conference Championships, and RIT is gonna move on.
Wow, RT, they're like, no reverse sweeps today. They're gonna make sure they lock that very quickly. And Frost, who else, man? This guy, just no matter what he did, was lighting it up, and through the Ant Matrix as well. Storm arrows, yeah, they pack a punch. That is for sure.
Oh
And
my god.
man, this entire RIT team, they bank on the fact that, hey, we're gonna be aggressive. We will get the first pick, and at that point, you just run with it. And they got a lot of them, whether it be from Frost, whether it be a good wall from Foliage, a nice speed in as well. Everything seemed to work for the Tigers and St. John's. It was a rough morning and early afternoon for them. They dropped 0-2 in the 2 games today, and they're out.
Yeah, and that is it. RIT will move on to the lower bracket round 3 to face off against the winner of William Mary and Yukon. That battle is still ongoing, but RIT with an easy 3-0, going to be able to take a little bit of a break before going into that round. Unfortunate for St. John's falling short here in this battle, but shout outs to them at least being able to get a win yesterday, at least being able to make these games extremely close, very interesting. But with that being said, RIT guaranteed at least 4th place in the Eastern Conference Championships, a chance to go into 3rd potentially if they are able to get into that lower bracket final. So really excited to see who's going to be able to take that win here against William & Mary and Yukon, to see who's going to be able to move forward on that side of things.
And for RT, it's like at this point, they've basically locked in a spot at League Championships just because a lot of the teams who could have knocked them out are out of the equation. I think the only team that could knock them at least somewhat down would be Yukon if they were able to squeak in, but almost every other team, I guess Marquette's the only other one in the American that could, change things up, but they should be locked in. It's more playing for that seeding. If they win at least these next 2 games, it will be a guaranteed top 4 seed, but hey, they're not going to complain too much here with, a nice 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, really nicely done coming in from RIT. Congratulations to them. We're going to get an interview with Foliage here in just a couple of minutes. We're going to get that set up, and when we return, we're going to be jumping into that. We'll be right back.
felt this way before. It must be you and I. It's got me thinking about us more. It's these bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes. Bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes. Bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes.
Welcome back, everybody, to the EGFC Eastern Conference Championships. We got Foliage, a member of the RIT sweeping team that was able to take down St. John's and will move on in the lower bracket. Foliage, congratulations on the win. How you feeling?
We're feeling pretty good about that one. I think that was a big improvement over what we showed yesterday, so I'm happy that we were able to come out with a quick win.
Yeah, and what is better? getting the easy 3-0 or winning in the clutch 3-2?
I think it depends on how the maps were going. I think that a 3-0 is always good because it really makes you feel like you were better than the other team. But
Mhm.
both are good.
Yeah.
A win's a win at the
Yeah,
end of the
it's a
day.
win.
We were kind of talking about that before map 3 started. It's like, hey, yesterday wasn't your greatest series. We talked about in the green room beforehand as well. You guys looked decent in the first two maps, and then WM kind of ran it from there. Was there a slight worry in everybody's heads, or was it just business as usual going into New Queen Street?
Uh, I don't think that there was a lot of worry because we knew that New Queen Street was a rush map and we were playing rush throughout the first two. So I think that we were pretty confident going into that one that we were going to be able to bring out a win.
For sure. And we were talking about it. You guys love to play super aggressive and get that opening pick. Is it something that you guys game plan for, or is it just, hey, oh, Frost got a headshot. Oh, we got a nice wall. And at that point, you just press W?
So yeah, I think that aggression definitely helps us win fights, but I think the big difference is that we're running a Hanzo instead of your like typical hit scan in the rush comp, and that definitely helps us get those opening picks more.
For sure.
That's fair. Yeah, that's a fair point. And it definitely felt like Frost was able to find those headshots, was able to find those picks, and that was the opportunity for you to then move forward. But aside from the swap from either a Hanzo or a Cassidy, the rest of that series was pretty much the same composition on both sides. When you're playing that mirror matchup, what do you think is the biggest thing that you as a player have to do up against your mirrored opponent?
I mean, I play the Mei in our comp, so definitely the wall has so much impact in winning the fights. If you can put the wall and you can split the other team, it makes it a lot easier for you to win. I think that was showcased on Kings Row where we were able to just split them multiple times in the first point, and it was just causing a lot of problems for them. So I'm just looking to put down the wall in a more advantageous position faster than their other Mei.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And it definitely showed in that series. Nicely done. You will move on to the next round of the lower bracket where you will either face off against Yukon or potentially going to get the salty run back against William and Mary. Do you have a preference on who you want to see winning that matchup?
Personally, I'd like to play William Mary again. I think that with the improvements that we made over the last 24 hours, we might be able to bring it back and win the series against them. And it would feel good to knock someone out of the tournament that beat us prior.
Love it. Love to see that. Before you go, Foliage, any shout outs for yourself or for the team?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out Jeffy the Goat.
Okay.
I love it. Love it. Very, very good. Thank you so much, Foliage, for stopping by. Best of luck for the remainder of your tournament and congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Foliage. Short and sweet interview. Reminder that the Yukon versus William and Mary map or a match is still ongoing. Very close to seeing that being a game 5 on the official EGF2 stream. Definitely go and check that out. Currently on Circuit Royale. We saw a lot of Circuit yesterday, and we're going to see it again today. So definitely check out the conclusion of that lower bracket match because the winner of that one will be the opponent that RIT is going to be facing off against. We, however, are going to be casting the upper bracket finals between University of Tennessee and University of Delaware. Both of these teams have shown off a lot of power here in this tournament. And that game, we've been so hyped up to see all day, Salty. It's going to be a really fun one.
Oh, it should be one of the best games of the tournament so far, and I cannot wait. But yeah, make sure you check out the other game going on and the other stream, official EGF2. That is potentially going to a map 5, and that could be quite a juicy ending over there.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely check that one out. We are going to take a quick break. We will be back in about 15 minutes for that upper bracket final match between Dell and University of Tennessee. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
April Fools!
Welcome back, everyone, to the same thing that we saw at the beginning of the stream. Come on, Time to Light. I
Gotta get
thought you were
inventive with
better
this.
than this. Yeah, come on, come on. You're not gonna fool me twice. No, 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 no. Shout out to Time to Light, our production side of things. My name is Twin Salty, and I'm joined here today by Moose as we're here ready to go for our Eastern Conference Championship Winners Finals matchup. Salty, how you doing?
I'm doing great. This is the matchup, we've been waiting for a while. I think all the casters, when we were kind of just briefly talking in one of the channels the other day, like, man, this is the game everybody wants to see. And we are lucky enough to get to show it to you all. Here's a look at that upper bracket. Tennessee taking down Villanova and William and Mary on their way to these upper bracket finals. Delaware 3-2 versus UConn, and just got done earlier today, a 3-0 sweep of St. John's. So it should be a great upper bracket final here, with the winner guaranteeing a top 4 spot in the overall league championships in just a few weeks.
Yeah, most definitely. And, for these teams already securing their spot in the national championship, this is a seeding opportunity as well. Trying to be able to show that they are the best team in the Eastern Conference, guaranteeing that spot in the grand finals, a ticket to that premier, that paramount match that could decide the entirety of this tournament. So, starting off, as always, on Lijiang Tower, both of these teams have shown incredible prowess on this map. And this is now the beginning of a pivotal best of 5.
A very important best of 5. These teams have seen each other twice before. It was week 10, just at the very beginning of the spring split. UDEL beat Tennessee 3-1. But just 2 weeks ago, I think that's, last week, UTK beat Delaware 3-2. So these teams could not be much closer. They sit 1-2 in the East standings, 1-2 overall in the entire EGFC standings as well. So hopefully have quite the matchup on our hands here, and we'll see. All right, here we got ducks. Okay, they're messing with the April Fool's chat. Seems like Blamathy having a little bit of fun with it. And this should be quite the game here on our hands, as it should be a great game starting on Lijiang once again.
So apparently,
Oh,
we
never
got a
mind. I thought
pause.
that did something else. My bad.
Apparently, we got a pause, a little bit of a technical error, player error, someone spilling their drink. You got to clean that up. I don't know about you, but I have played with sticky keys. It is not fun. Not fun at all. So hopefully not too much damage put onto the gaming setup. We're going to make sure that they get cleaned up so that we get that high quality uh get that high quality gameplay coming through. But that actually gives us time to talk about the lower bracket here really quickly. We saw RIT take down St. John's in that matchup earlier on in this game. William and Mary versus UConn is still going on. That matchup is yet to be determined. I believe that is on map 5. And, lot of anticipation going in for that matchup. UConn taking it all the way to the distance against UDEL yesterday, and now going the distance again against William and Mary.
We talked about it with Foliage when they joined the call for the interview just a bit ago, and he said UConn are a team that, nobody really sees too much. It's a team that nobody saw coming, and they are winning and doing extremely well. So at least so far, that is a great series. If William and Mary lose this, BGSU could be in a tight spot. I don't think it'll be quite confirmed. I think UConn would have to make lower bracket finals, I think. No, they'd have to make grand finals for that, but it would at least put BGSU in a tight spot, and BGSU praying for William and Mary to be able to finish that off, as our producer got a little bit lost in the sauce with the tiebreakers here. But, as the Red Bull is cleaned up for Duxta, I want to see Delaware continue the momentum they had this morning. Obviously, UTK had a similar set. They won 3-0 in their series, but we were obviously watching Delaware play. and I want to see, who punches first in this Lijiang. It's a map that, we've played a lot this weekend already. Each team kind of has a general idea of how each other want to play it. So how are you going to be able to do when the cards are kind of already on the table?
Yeah, and it's I want to say interesting. I don't want to say fascinating. I want to say interesting is probably the right word here because Li Jiang is the constant in this series. Every team has to play here. There is no middle ground for that. There is no compromise. You have to play on Lijiang Tower to start things off. And that means that some of these players that have pocket Symmetras, that have pocket Junkrats on these maps can really come and show them out. So very excited to see how this one's going to be played out. It looks like we are about ready to go here, Salty. UDEL versus UTK. Gonna be an extremely fun one. Let's get into it.
And quick update, William and Mary did win map 5. UConn's dream of
Wow.
making the overall championships dashed at the final moment. They fall in map 5. So I'll say a great run by UConn, a team that, again, not enough people were talking about going in, but their run has concluded here in EGFC Season 4. William and Mary will play RIT at the other stream. But for now, Control Center is the place to be. Both teams teleporting out of spawn will try and take control of White Room early, with Pod going to the Junkrat compared to Hydra's May.
Yeah, we've seen Pod go on the Junkrat here. All 3 Lijiang games that we have casted had mixed results on the Riptires, but being able to get some of those solo kills, especially up against those Symmetras, and starting things off, we'll pick up a kill against Blasphemy. Not gonna be able to utilize that Reinhardt to great effect this time. Means that UDEL is gonna get the full clear here, and will take point first.
Warrior just setting the tone early. As you said, the Riptires maybe didn't get as much value as they would have liked earlier, but a lot of that potent damage could be a little bit difficult here for Tennessee. They want to try and catch somebody off guard, but Delaware will just try and deny the space and the access to those choke points with those Junkrat nades.
87%, 97% on Ideal Warrior there for that Shatter, as Hyper's going to be able to take down Parvir. Now that means that's another advantageous place for Delaware, who's continuing to bully out Tennessee on this first point.
And they have the Shatter ready. I don't know if Blamethy will know that they have it quite yet. So Tennessee may have to play a little bit safe. Could TP, I think, straight to White Room if they chose. And instead, no, Amp Matrix used right away.
Yeah, and Matrix used on both sides, and that might have actually been a bait there from Delaware, taking out that Amp Matrix, also utilizing that Photon Barrier. That's going to be Duckster going down to that Riptire, and once again, Tennessee on the back foot.
They just waited out. The Photon Barrier from Duckster is used, but it cannot block it because Nate actually used one of their own to make sure that the Riptire can't get destroyed until it passes that point. And it was a great call there from Delaware, already 67% and counting. Shatter still not having to be used by Ideal Warrior, just kind of holding it in that back pocket. But now Hydra has finally been able to build up this Blizzard.
Calamity taking a lot of damage here to start things off. Shatter is still going to be available. The Blizzard is going to get popped by Hydra. Not able to find it onto Ideal Warrior, who's going to be able to get behind it and is going to be able to find the Shatter. And on to Blamethy. Noodle's going to go with that sound barrier, barely able to get it off. Going to be able to keep that Baptiste alive, but is it going to be enough to be able to keep this momentum going? Hyper going to drop their sound barrier as well. Pod's going to find it onto the Reinhardt. There's the pin onto the Baptiste. And Delaware going to be able to win for round 1.
Looks so clean on map playing round 1 of this map, 100-0. Blamethy, they don't even get to use Shatter until the very end, when at that point, it's not even going to do much of anything. And the Junkrat works out beautifully for Delaware. Tennessee just need to try and figure out how they want to go at this, even though the Junkrat won't be in play anymore, I would assume. Changes will come out, and the May will now be the call here for Pod. So I would say maybe more comfortable for Tennessee as we get ready for Night Market. But man, what a great start for UDEL, able to set the tone extremely early. And Blamethy was never really able to get front and center. It was always Delaware getting that a little bit more of aggression, with Nate getting in front. Blamethy's shield kind of fading away a little bit quicker than Ideal Warrior, which allowed him, sorry, choked on my own spit there for a second, to swing a little bit more and build up that Shatter.
Are you okay? Or do you require
I'm
assistance?
fine.
Okay, thank goodness. As we're gonna get a battle here inside the point. Full teleport's gonna come through. Nate 13 finding the kill onto Duxta and Blamathy. What a wall coming in from Pod. Able to find the pin on the multiple members, and that's a start for Delaware.
That is quite the start, as the point is not even unlocked yet, and UTK will already be posturing to try and get back in this. With losing that first fight, they will give up on the sim. Duxta not over to the Cassidy, and it seemed to be the Thorn and Udell's side when it was RT running in. It seems to be in the Thorn on their side again.
Juno gonna get hit with a headshot, and now the initiation has begun for Tennessee to try to get some points on the board. Dux is gonna be able to take down Hyper. That is both supports down, and the white against Delaware.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with Cassidy is ruining the plans of Delaware, but Duxta is able to continue that momentum that Frost gave off earlier today, and Delaware now back to the drawing board on what they need. Shatter is online though, again ahead of Blamathy in the Shatter department. That'll be the only ultimate available at the very beginning of this fight, and you wonder if Tennessee are playing around this or if they don't even know what's going to be happening this fight.
Yeah, Ideal Warrior getting it so fast, so quick, but hitting the wall. Blamathy is still going to go down to Juno. Pod is able to find a nice wall on the multiple members. Tennessee is going to collapse.
Everything just goes the way. They use the TP as bait to try and make sure the Rhine turns around. The Shatter lands at that point. Everything works for Delaware, and now Tennessee. Now they have the ultimates. Amp Matrix available. They're a little bit ahead of Juno, about 15% for this. Juno died a little bit early in that fight and in the previous fight as well, which could let them at least gain some space.
Yeah, and it's going to be up to Duxta to find the play, and they do. They find it onto Nate, which allows for them to go in for that Deadeye. Unable to find anything with it. Paravir is going to be able to go in with that Amp Matrix on the other side of things. Shield is almost out for Ideal Warrior as Nate 13 is going to try to teleport back in. Shatter's available for Blamathy. Juno's going to drop the Amp Matrix, and now it is down. And that's going to be the Photon Barrier coming in from Nate 13. Trying to be able to get Ideal Warrior down, but that is Hyper coming in with that sound barrier. Shatter's gonna drop onto multiple members though, and UTK are gonna find the OTK against Delaware.
It just took them a little bit extra than what they wanted to use, but the Shatter Blizzard able to lock it down. You bait out the sound barrier as well from Hyper. They will no longer have that, and Nate now gives up on the sim that they've lost point control. Truly this time they're over onto the Hanzo, so a little bit of a change, the opposite of actually what was running earlier on. Instead, it'll be Udell with the Hanzo compared to the Cassidy.
Shatter gonna be available here for Ideal Warrior. Nate's gonna find the head onto Duxta. Multiple members hit on that Shatter. And what an explosive second point here for both of these teams. Another team kill, this one for Udell.
They're setting the tempo at a ridiculous pace where UTK just don't know how to respond in time for a lot of these engages. It was very quick. Hey, turn in, Shatter, boom, go. Few already dead, you finish up the kills, and Delaware does not allow UTK a lot of time. And now final fight here for UTK to at least try and stay in this map.
Oh, Duxta once again getting it taken out by Nate 13. And now we got two ultimates available. Paravir Noodles gonna try to do what they can, but it's Nate 13 with the Dragon Strike. Unable to allow Paravir to get that Amp Matrix down. Noodle's gonna go for that sound barrier, only hitting it on themselves. And that's gonna do it. Delaware gonna win map one.
1-0 Delaware so far, as the tempo they set was just ridiculous. UTK not able to respond in time, and man, play of the game actually goes to Nate on this Hanzo. Able to land the shots early, and again, getting these opening pickoffs is so big. Nice headshot on the Duxta, opens up the entirety of the fight, because now they're playing on the back foot. The Shatter as well obviously helps a good amount from your tank, but so much just went right in the beginning of these fights, and no matter what UTK did to prep, Delaware always had a quick plan to try and disrupt and find those kills.
Now, I've got a hot take. Not a hot
Okay.
take, maybe not a hot take, but maybe a prediction here. We're going to go to Blizzard World again for the fourth time. No, we're not. Never mind. No hot take. No Blizzard World again here. But regardless of that, Udell coming in hot. Tennessee actually putting in a lot of work there in that second round. Night Market was really, really rough for Udell. Did not get the clean sweep as they did up against St. John. But hey, we're gonna go to Kings Row. First time we're gonna see Delaware going to Kings Row here in this tournament. I'm excited to see how this is gonna play out.
Mind UTK going this route because again they feel comfortable on the rush. It is their bread and butter to a great
Mhm.
extent. And yes, you didn't win Lijiang when you were running it, but it's not like it was an absolute slaughter 100-0. You were losing every fight. There was times to where they made it work. And now that they may have a better understanding of how UDEL want to run this rush comp with the extreme amount of pace that they are running it at, maybe there's just a tiny bit more counterplay, whether it be, hey, maybe we go with the Hanzo ourselves for a little more shield break. Maybe we run the Bastion to try and counteract that aggression. Maybe we could see a very small swap here from Tennessee to try and deal with that because the pace advantage is definitely in favor of the Blue Hens.
Oh yeah, you talk about pacing. That
Yeah.
last game was just so fast, and some teams are able to really capitalize on that really fast-paced gameplay, and UDEL has shown that they're able to do that in spades. And that is just one of those small things. If you're able to control the pace of the game, if you're able to control when ultimates are popped, when fights are taking place, it could be the difference maker between winning and losing a game. And UDEL really showing that off on Lijiang Tower. UTK, though, having the chance to respond. We'll see what adaptations they want to go for here as we jump in to map 2.
Getting ready for map 2, and it will be UTK starting off here on the offense. So gonna try and set that tempo. Do not let Delaware try and set it because you know what tempo they're going to be setting it at. So try and get a great start to this. Duxta, again, other than those few picks in the very beginning, was pretty quiet overall on the Cassidy, hoping for a little bit better of a start here on King's Row. And again, it'll be the May battle with these walls, especially for Hydra. If you can see Ideal Warrior or even one of the other DPS trying to get a little bit too overzealous, or even Juno, we've seen them get picked off a few times as well. Try wall them off, try and set that opening advantage, and punish that aggression that Delaware bank on so highly.
It's once again going to be the Cassidy v Hanzo matchup. Remember, we have talked about this now a couple of times in this tournament. The Cassidy has been at a disadvantage for the majority of these fights, with the Hanzo being able to click those heads and get those kills. I'm curious to see if Duxa can stop that trend, as we're going to start things going with UTK, trying to be able to go in. Immortality Field going to be dropped by Juno to keep Hyper and Ideal Warrior alive, but no one is going to go down. Very patient start coming in for UTK.
Walls go down early, and both teams just able to run around it as UDEL will have to back up towards Hotel. The pod is kind of holding line, but Ant Matrix is already built up.
Yeah, Paravir's trying to get someone to go down first. Ideal Warrior gonna get cut off from the rest of the squad as the Hotel's gonna drop. Glamathy is gonna come in with the kill against Pod, and the rest of Delaware is gonna collapse.
If they can maybe, I don't know. Nate was able to find one, but they can't squeak it away. Blamathy at such low health. I think we're at 60 HP. Able to find a few more of those kills. Tennessee answer back the way they desperately needed to. And beautiful Air Matrix there from Paravir. Like, all right, no, we're going to set up right away. Force them to retreat back into Hotel. We can already start some point progression. And at that point, you have to force Delaware to either make a move or to just try and sit there and stall for time. And Blamathy able to make the decision for them as UDEL. Everybody gets far spawned, so that cart will get eerily close to that archway choke.
Yeah, and that was just such a really, like, an amazingly quick ultimate there coming in from Paravir as we get the Dragon Strike away to go down the lane. Gonna be able to get some damage coming in as the Blamathy's gonna drop that Shatter. Unable to get anyone with it, though. Ideal Warrior now having the Shatter advantage. As Blamathy does go down, that's gonna be the reset for UTK. Hyper actually gonna find Hydra with the boob, and that means that Tennessee's gonna have a little bit of a stagger here. It's gonna have to reset.
Yeah, it's a good fight winning there for Delaware, because now you can play the archway like you want to. Nate can jump back and forth on this high ground, and Deadeye's that's used really early here from Duxta just to try and move in.
Ooh, almost getting that kill on Hyper there. Sound barrier not used. Near miss gonna mean that Tennessee Gonna be able to try to go in here, but Duxta able to come in. Nice. Freeze coming through from Hydra there. Pod unable to find anything, and it looks...
Duxta's definitely lagged out. Yeah, I was about to say, that was a little... Yeah, that was a little odd. Yeah, Duxta's lagged out, so we'll see what the issues are there. Important to note, Pods Blizzard canceled. So
Really?
that is gone. They got canceled when they tried to chuck it down. I'm not sure why they tried to chuck it down when they were surrounded by 3 people. UTK full DC. They're playing from their facility. So I guess the facility they're playing in, Wi-Fi completely shut off. So we actually... Should we go to a break here, time delay? I think that might be... Yeah, we're going to go to a quick break to see if they can get all their PCs back online and ready to go. So sorry about the tech pause, everybody, but we'll be back here once we know that UTK is back ready to go.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Eastern Conference Championships powered by the American Dairy Association. We are now back after an unfortunate pause. UTK going to come through here and are going to be able to reset. Unfortunately, they did lose out on a lot of their ultimate percentage. I think Flamethy, the only one that didn't lose their percentages here. But regardless of that, UTK still in the fight.
Yes, but just very quickly, maybe not as much in the fight as they would have liked. Yeah, wall goes down, pin comes through, Ideal Warrior able to clean it up. They are playing from a LAN, I think, that their school is hosting. So yeah, 4 of them DC'd. So yeah, all those ult charges go away, but Blamethy, at least, the one that I think it was closer, at least, to their ultimate, able to have that shatter. So he was at 50. Okay, so that's not, you know, not a bad place to at least start off, and now you can at least restart rebuilding the rest of those ults with the shatter here in this next fight.
Yeah, and thankfully for them, UTK was able to get that first point plenty of time and already gonna drop that shatter. Oh my goodness, I did not expect that one. The Noodle's gonna take down Ideal Warrior, and that is 4 members of Delaware going down. It's just Nate 13, but UTK coming back with a vengeance, Salty.
Able to come back and, hey, you know, we don't got a lot of ults, but that's fine. Able to win the fight. Car will get eerily close to the checkpoint. I don't think at this point UDEL can touch unless they speed in. It seems like Ideal Warrior will at least try.
And they do. Nate 13 able to get a Dragon Strike as the shatter gets blocked. Nicely done coming in. Oh, Ideal Warrior gonna go down. Blamethy finding the pin, but the fight is not over yet. Hyper is gonna get the boop on Paravir. Pod with a blizzard onto 2 members, saving the point for Delaware in a huge play for Delaware against UTK.
A lot happened there. Like, the shatter from Ideal Warrior tries to hit onto Hydra when they don't think they realize it's coming, but the split-second ice block from Hydra keeps them up, but it's actually the blizzard from Pod that's able to save the fight and finish it off for UDEL. Now a minute and a half left for Tennessee with their own blizzard in tow.
Yep, Hydra very close. Blamethy gonna be Blamethy very close to that second shatter before the reset. Couple of good walls coming through. Ice block is still available for Hydra, but Nate 13 gonna be able to take down Paravir. Juno's gonna go down as well, but it's the shot from this Hanzo. Oh my good lord! Once again, a Hanzo popping off here on stream.
Yeah, I would this just be the Hanzo weekend here in the EGF, because this is getting a little ridiculous. Nice block there from Ideal Warrior, able to just keep the rest of the team up. Soundbearer from Hyper is able to finish it off, but now they won't have that for this blizzard coming up. Noodles may have one of their own here for the Dragons if they need to just try and make sure everybody stays up for the full fight execution. They're actually going to rotate all the way around.
Yep, trying to be able to avoid that Dragon Strike, but the Dragon Strike is going to come through. Blizzard going to be dropped on point. They're going to be able to get the ice block out of Pod, and Pod will go down, but Blamethy dies, and Ideal Warrior is going to find the shatter onto the supports. Disaster for UTK.
And then because they took so long for them to get there, they may not even have enough time for a full fight playing here. 10 seconds left. I think Blamethy or Noodles is going to be the one that could get there, but it's going to be Noodles. They're going to try and beat just to make sure they can even touch. 1 second, and they just get booped away. Yeah, they don't even get close to points. UTK
Huge.
stopped near the end of streets, and Delaware holds strong.
Man, I mean, you have to wonder, had UTK not disconnected, had it been a different story, but I don't even know for sure. Delaware just felt in control of that point, and the decision to commit all of those resources to making sure that they don't get past the streets phase paid off in dividends for UDEL, and now they've made their lives so much easier with a great defensive play.
A superb defensive play, and it just sets them up so nicely, and realizing that, hey, they're making the rotation, send the Dragons through. They don't have the beat quite yet, so it just puts them in a little bit of an odd position, and it's almost like that side swap again, to where, hey, they're almost acting like the attacking team near the end of that. They're able to pop the amp, and Tennessee are kind of lost on where they needed to hide at that point. The kills come through, and Delaware in a beautiful spot to go up 2-0. They are at least, I think they're going the rush. At this point, it is more how much are they trying to bait. I think Ideal Warriors up there just to give Nate a win bubble to protect him, but instead they're just not even going to run it the Widow early. They know Tennessee's running the same card they've been running the majority of the day, and it might actually be Nate sticking to the Junkrat here. It seems like it.
Yeah, interesting change there. It's gonna be at least something different on King's Row than that Hanzo. Might get reset because it goes down immediately. So that didn't work out, I think, the way that they wanted it to.
Yeah, I know that. Yep, there we go. Back on the Hanzo for Nate. That's not a big shock. Yeah, you try it and you get taken out very early from long range. Okay, maybe it's time to go back to that same kind of hero. But there's one benefit. Ultimate charge for Juno already halfway to that amp.
Yep, Nate 13 going to be back on that Hanzo. Duckster, though, can be able to take down Hyper with that Cassidy. And has been, the battle between the Cassidy and the Hanzo that has been the difference maker. This time, Duckster gonna get the hits, Duckster gonna get the kills, and UTK is gonna be able to defend this point a little bit further.
They're playing around these walls around statue so nicely. Is Hydra always setting it up, giving Blamothy plenty of space to try and swing on whoever gets stuck. Usually it's been Ideal Warrior. And it's almost the opposite of earlier, to where this time UTK are being super aggressive in these walls.
Udell going to take a play out of Tennessee's book. Paravir going to drop the amplification matrix as Delaware is now inside streets going through hotel to try to be able to make something happen. Unable to find it yet, and Delaware is going to be able to get that choke point. Nate 13 is going to go down, going to be caught out of position there. Blizzard about ready, but it's actually going to be Hydra that's going to get it first for UTK. Can they find it? Looks like they are feeling pretty good here with Nate down. It's going to be a 4v5. Shield is almost down as the amplification matrix going to come through by Juno. High Noon's going to pop. Duckster not going to be able to find anyone with it. Ideal Warrior going to get the charge onto Duckster. Hydra will fall, and Delaware in the extended play is going to find the win.
Beautiful patience there from the Blue Hens. They just waited out. They're waiting for Nate to come back into the fray. They wait for Tennessee to commit as well. Blizzard is used there. Deadeye as well, and just nothing finds the value. And it was a gorgeous block from Ideal Warrior on that Shatter. Just flips up the shield for half a second, able to block it and able to shut down the Deadeye from Duxta as well with the Shatter of their own. And now 4 minutes to complete Streets phase and take us to a series point.
Yeah, and what's really impactful there is, the rest of Delaware being able to get that shield down from Blamothy has been so big, as Pod going to drop their own Blizzard to try to get through this choke. Nate 13 is going to go down, though. Tennessee is going to try to defend this archway, and they're going to be able to, Salty. No Blizzard going to be available for this next fight, and Tennessee get the win that they needed.
I think Pod almost thought the aggression there from Tennessee was a little bit more, because they threw it as more of like a counter attack, but nobody was really there. The only person close was Blamothy. They're able to get out in time, and Tennessee able to find the kills from there with the amp matrix, with that extra damage and the extra healing onto that front line, who are being extremely aggressive.
Yeah, and they're going to try to bulldoze their way through the archway. Nice wall coming in from Hydra, as Blamothy and Ideal Warrior are going to pin themselves, and Hydra's going to be the one that gets the kill onto Ideal Warrior, and the rest of Delaware going to have to reset.
Big pickoff, though. Nate takes off Paravir, so main healing gone. Amp Matrix to start off this fight is gone as well, and Tennessee has to play a little bit more safe, and they just will give up this choke point. There's no reason to try and fight it without your map, and a map as crucial as this, you either tie the series or go to where you need to win 3 maps in a row. So going to just play a little bit more safe, make sure they can get all healed up. Blamothy and Ideal Warrior eyeing each other up for these Shatters.
Let's see who's going to be able to get it. UTK with all 5 ults. It's going to be the Blizzard to start things off. Juno's going to be the first to go down. Blamothy going to get hit by that Shatter, as Ideal Warrior is going to come through with theirs. Blamothy going to get hit by a lot of Shatter, a lot of Deadeye. Finally, a multi-kill on that Deadeye on the stream, Salty.
That was just perfect. Blamothy this time with the impeccable block. They realize Ideal Warrior is going to try and shut down that Deadeye, able to land the block. At that point, all right, Ducksta is looking for this Deadeye. They land a shadow of their own to confirm the kills. The only worry is, did you put a little bit too much in? You threw in 3 ults, but Delaware did the same. So at least doesn't hurt too much. And now you have all the support ults.
Yep, Perry is going to drop that Amp Matrix, going to delay the side of Delaware a little bit further. That is going to give Delaware, or I'm sorry, UTK the opportunity to get the positioning that they want. And that's at least something for them. But unfortunately, it is going to be Delaware that's still going to be able to push forward. The walls are going to be dropping from both Mays. Sound barrier is going to be used by Noodles, and the fight is now beginning in earnest.
Lamp's already been used from Paravir. They do not have any ultimates to kind of rely on. Delaware, at this point, just needs to heal up. The Hyper is low. Ideal Warrior just gets healed up. They do have this Blizzard, though. See if they can be aggressive.
And there it is. Pod's going to drop the Blizzard, going to get it onto Blamethy. A great wall from Hydra before going down, but it's not quite enough. The Shatter is going to be whiffed. But Tennessee, with 2 members down, make it 3, make it 4, make it 5. They are going to fall to Delaware, who take it to Serious Point.
This Delaware team are getting hot when they need to. And, you know, map 1 is all about the aggression and the tempo. Map 2, all about the patience here from Delaware, able to switch it up just that little bit more. And Tennessee just can't finish out some of these fights. And Nate with the play of the game yet again. This was near the end of the defense and just able to lock up the kills. Hit it with a second, hit it with a third. I think they land the 4th onto Ducksta as well, and they do. It's just, wow. Delaware, they're feeling great. They want revenge from just last week, losing 3-2, but the only possible way that could happen again is if Tennessee have a nice little reverse sweep.
Yeah, I have to wonder here. UTK making the decision to go for the Ant Matrix and the Sound Barrier very early on in that last fight, losing that advantage that they had in Ultimates, maybe costing them the game. I don't know for sure, but regardless of that, Delaware is now just 1 game away, 1 push map away from getting the clean sweep against UTK. Gonna be a fun one. So let's go ahead and see if they're going to be able to make that happen, as we're going to take that quick break here in just a second. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the EGFC Eastern Conference Championship, powered by the American Dairy Association. Moose and Twin Salty here at the desk. Of course, shout out, of course, to Time Delight, our producer behind the scenes, making sure that things are running smoothly. UDEL running smoothly through this winner's final match up against UTK. We are going to be going to Esperanza, Salty, and interesting choice, expected choice. What are your thoughts on that?
Think it's a decent choice for UTK. It might be a different look though than what we've seen from them so far, because we saw Delaware play this just this morning and it was a very different look. You know, we saw them not just this morning, we saw them play yesterday, actually, not today. Against UConn, and they ran a variation of that Winston Sombra dive, and it was quite effective on this map. So curious if UTK is almost expecting that and trying to plan around it, if they have some sort of comp that's ready, or maybe it is just the map that they are most comfortable on. So we'll see which one of the two it will end up being, but it is do or die time, at least for the upper bracket here for UTK, not wanting to drop down to that lower bracket final, whoever ends up winning the gauntlet down there. But currently, make sure you check out the other stream as well. William and Mary up 1-0 on RIT, and I believe William and Mary in a very decent spot on a Kings Road to potentially reach series point in that and knock out RIT. But going back to this, you know, these teams very close on Kings Row at times, and I think Tennessee, it's only a few pieces away.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see, I think, something different coming out from UDEL. We've seen Nate 13 on this Hanzo pretty much entirely this entire series. And speaking of different, that's a pretty different lineup.
Very different.
Let's see if they actually keep with it, though. But man, that would be cool to see. Echo, Genji, JQ. Doesn't look like we're going to be seeing that. It looks like we are going to be going back to that flanking comp with the Sombra Tracer. We got April fooled. That's unfortunate.
And it will be, yeah, the Sombra dive from Delaware. Tennessee will have a very similar look. The difference is here being, though, Delaware want the Kiriko instead of the Ana, so they're playing more for that quick invulnerability and less for playing around sleep, playing around nade. And Duxta as well will stay on the Cassidy, actually, to try to help their backline with these dives.
Yeah, as we get to see Ideal Warrior going to come in with that Winston, Blamothy as well, but it's Hydra that wins out, going to get first blood against Pod 36 on that Tracer. Nice nade, but not quite nice enough here. I'm sorry, actually quite nice, pardon me. Able to get that kill onto Ideal Warrior. Hydra able to get another kill onto Juno, and finally, University of Tennessee finding an angle that works for them.
Yeah, and I do like this look. Hydra's been excellent on this Tracer throughout the year, so I'm not majorly shocked to see them on this, and the counter dive was great, and there you go. Nate, I don't think had the translocator up, so they just get poked out by Blamothy and Hydra, and all of a sudden it's a 5v4 when you were getting ready for almost an engage onto the backline with the hack.
Yeah, I hate it when that happens. I play Sombra from time to time. I forget to put my translocator down too. I hate it when it gets destroyed. And that's going to mean that UTK is going to be very close to being able to get to that forward spawn, with Pod going down as well. Blamothy putting in a lot of work on this Winston, man.
So much work in put in. It definitely, they feel a little more comfortable on the Winston than the Ryan, and it's definitely showing already. Tick will be gained by Tennessee. Forward spawn is activated, and Delaware getting completely shut down. Nate just not in any position to do anything with it, and Tennessee just make sure Blamothy is up front. Paravir can stay a distance away, not risk their own life to keep their tank alive and to help out with the fight.
Yeah, 3-ult advantage here as Dux is going to drop that Deadeye. Unable to find anyone with it, but does give even more power over to UTK to push forward. Magnetic Ray gonna land onto Juno, and Ideal Warrior is gonna get hit by a couple more shots. What a play coming in from UTK.
Duckster combat rolls, so it nullifies some of the damage with Pulse. So they actually live through the Pulse Bomb. An incredibly smart play that keeps them alive, keeps it 5 strong here for the Volunteers. We're already at 100 meters gained, not even 3 minutes into this game.
And they're continuing to keep it going. Blamethy's gonna get hit by the nano boost. And there's Hydra picking up Ideal Warrior. Once again, Blamethy gonna take down Pod. And Delaware is gonna get played here on Esperanza.
It makes me wonder even more why they didn't run Pariso on map 2. If they're this good at the dive, Tennessee feeling exquisite on him. They're just holding the doors almost 130 meters. They have the Primal Rage, and they're actually gonna initiate with the Sound Barrier as well.
Yeah, Ideal Warrior gonna be low. That's gonna be Suzu Use, and Nate gonna die again before or after dropping that EMP. Duxta actually gonna fall here. So finally, UTK gonna lose a member as Duxta's very close to being able to go for that Deadeye once again. Ideal Warrior gonna get some damage in onto Paravir. Paravir all alone will fall, and it will at least be enough for Delaware to stay alive in this game.
Yeah, they get a few extra meters, but yeah, no, this will not be finished quite yet by the Volunteers. And Noodles will just try and get out. I don't think they do, though. No, Nate's able to finish him off. But what an opening attack from UTK. They take 4 minutes off the clock. They practically finish the map purely 2 meters away from finishing it off. And that is the worst case scenario from Delaware, other than just losing the map right there, because you have so much ground to cover in the last 6 minutes.
Yeah, and we're only seeing the one switch. Nate 13 switching away from the Sombra over to the Cassidy. Pod gonna drop that pulse bomb and will die immediately. Hydra gonna come through. Dux is gonna drop it, but it's Hydra that finds the pulse bomb on the Ideal Warrior, and UTK gonna win the fight once again.
They're able to pick up Duxta, but again, close spawn never stopped for Tennessee, so they'll be here quite quickly, and Delaware just need to figure out a game plan soon. They don't have a lot of time. The spot does not need to go far. They don't have any ult, so they're just making out, hey, can Pod find an early pick? They almost get on the Hydra, and they at least force the recall.
Yeah, and I'm just waiting to see something happen here for Delaware, but it doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. Lamothy gonna get hit by the nano boost one more time. Noodles gonna find the sound barrier, and that looks to be it. UTK take this comp and use it to potentially take an easy game 3. I would say one-sided game 3.
I don't think that's an overreaction. They were in complete control the entirety of that map. And Hydra, maybe more just comfortable hero for them on this Tracer. It felt like they were able to get a lot more done, and this canceled out Nate on the Sombra. They didn't get anything done. None of the setups were able to get finished because Hydra would always be there to stop that follow-up. And Tennessee all of a sudden look more comfortable on this dive. We know, again, Blamethy is definitely more of a Winston player than a Ryan, but we know his Ryan can be decent. And it works out. This time they call the Delaware bluff from the other night. You know, UConn kind of exposed a few weaknesses that it had, and they're able to have a very clean map 3 and at least force us over to an escort, which, you know, Circuit, Shambali, Dorado, Route 66. I got a feeling it's going to be Circuits, but we'll see what is actually picked.
Yeah, I mean, I think that has been every game 4 that we've seen in the tournament so far has gone to Circuit Royale. I don't expect a change there. But this time, UDEL does have map choice, which they
Yeah.
did not have in the previous series. And I was commenting yesterday that I felt like Ideal Warrior Sigma was the weakest of the heroes that I had seen. Maybe that's not the read that
True.
Delaware's seeing. Maybe they want to keep on going with that. But like you were talking about, you know, anything is possible, and it's still Delaware with the advantage here. It's Delaware with the series point, and I'm very excited to see how they decide to play this map 4, because we finally get some life out of UTK. We finally get to see why UTK is one of the top teams in the Eastern Conference, and they show it in a dominant way.
Yeah, it was just excellent from them on this comp. It was near flawless. They exposed the, hey, you know, the Kirka will try and swift step in whenever Ideal Warrior needs the help, and all of a sudden the punish always there on that because they don't have to worry
Yeah.
about Paravir in that regard. They're just sitting in back. Noodles can help speed them around. There's no issue with that, and there was no way for Udell to try and focus down that Ana because when they did, the counter dive was so nice that you know they just got completely shut down. So a great play from Tennessee, and it will be Circuit Royale.
It
So
will be Circuit
not
Royale.
a huge shock because I don't think if you run a Route 66 or Dorado, that dive that Tennessee just ran would be good there as well. And I think that was the fear, and Shambali's maybe just too new would be my guess. But curious to see actually, because as you said, Ideal Warrior Sigma, it's not his best tank. I don't think it's his worst tank. I don't think it's his best tank. So you're more relying on your DPS, especially Pod, who is traditionally, you know, not on these hit scan rolls to try and step it up a little bit if you want to run like a Hanzo Ash or a Hanzo Widow.
Yeah, I mean, we look back yesterday in that UConn matchup. It was definitely it was definitely the hardest map I would say that UDEL had to face off in their first game yesterday against UConn. We saw the Widow against them just play so effectively, and I'm very curious to see now how Delaware is going to be able to respond to that, knowing that it could be potentially that double sniper composition coming out from UTK, who have decided to go to attack side. They want to set the pace and the momentum here for the Circuit Royale matchup, and it's going to be a really, really fun one, and potentially getting us to that game 5 where it is going to be all or nothing for these two teams.
Yeah, in map 5, you could tell both teams. I mean, well, Tennessee obviously won at this point. Delaware's like, can we please not? Because I think that's just an extra level of stress that, you know, they've already had to go through once with UConn that went the full distance. Maybe not wanting to go through that quite again. And there is that an actual Blamethy and Duxta have swapped roles. Duxta
Yeah.
is now on the Sigma. Blamethy is on the Widowmaker. So that is very weird to see from Tennessee in a match to this degree. You have a role swap, but maybe that's just how much faith you have in the Blamethy Widow to make sure they can lock down those shots. So we'll see if the gamble pays off. It's a huge one here for their lives in the upper bracket, but it'll all be down. I shouldn't say all be down, but Blamethy and Duxta with this change could be the factor that decides it.
Yeah, let's keep eyes on Blamethy here. He did get that first shot onto Nate. Wasn't a headshot. Is continuing to get shots onto Pod and Nate, but it's Nate that finds the arrows. That's an oof moment right there, because Nate has been so good on this Hanzo all series long, and continues to be the case as Pod gonna be able to get the headshot on the Hydra and the headshot on the Noodles. Gonna get some revenge after that Widow play that we saw yesterday.
Good. Well, first, great shots from Pod, and they seem to keep Blamethy at bay. This is obviously, it's a very hard choke point to try and push through, especially on the offense. It's so defensive sided, and Hyper is playing it extremely safe, making sure that they do not peek any unnecessary angles. Discord Orb is almost primarily onto Duxta to try and punish that tank if they get a little out of position. This Widow's obviously going to be a factor, and Blamethy now set up on that back high ground, and Delaware just give up the space.
Yep, give up the space there. Good positioning awareness, gonna forfeit that. You've got plenty of space available before you go to the checkpoint. Just gonna get over that archway and gonna get to that great vantage point that Defense Widowmaker is able to have. Hydra, however, gonna be the one that gets a headshot on an 8-13. That's a big pick onto your Hanzo, who has been able to get a lot of those heads in these crucial moments. Now, UTK with the opportunity to be able to potentially get first point here. Let's see if they're gonna be able to do it.
Yeah, it'll just be ideal. Warrior trying to stall this out. They almost have the Gravitic Flux, and they will try and send it out here in a minute once they have it. And yes, they do. There it goes. There is no Transcendence as well to counter it, and the follow-up is there. They're able to lock down the kills and hold on for now. 2 minutes left as Paravir is just, yeah, come on, just kill me, guys. Please, somebody. I'm just gonna, there we go. Just walk off. There we go. Hyper's able to get the kill, and now both teams have that Transcendence, and importantly enough, Hyper does get it up for Duxta's Flux. to make sure that that ultimate will not finish off anybody like it just did for the Blue Heads.
Yeah, very smart decision there from Delaware. A lot of like lower level players not getting that stagger, just saying, hey, I'm right here, kill me, I'm right here, I'm right here. Nope. Just let you take even more time off the clock, because those couple of seconds could be the difference between getting the checkpoint and not. As we do get to see everyone in the infra site. Hydra, however, is going to be the one that gets the shot on 813. We're going to see Juno going to pop that amplification matrix, going to be dropping that immortality field as well. Ideal Warrior not able to get it. Hydra able to get down Juno, and UTK is going to try to utilize the amplification matrix themselves. No, it's Hyper. It's Hyper with the triple kill, but not enough. They get the checkpoint, Salty.
Well, I just see Hyper in the backline, but like, oh, he's probably dead. Able to pick up 3, doesn't matter though. Tennessee able to squeak on by. That was huge pick on a Juno. The Transcendence was going, and he was in it. It was just so much damage that it actually bursted through the Transcendence due to the Discord Orb and still finishes off Juno. You can't even be mad at Juno for that. It's like, you think you're fine with Transcendence, and all of a sudden you die because it's so much damage coming in.
Critic Flux advantage for Ideal Warrior if they want to try to stop this push from UTK. The utility has already been used by Ideal Warrior, and this car is getting distance Mach 5 speeds. You're going to be able to get the full play onto 2 members of UTK's squad, and will be able to get down Hydra after the immortality field falls. Ideal Warrior doing what they can on this Sigma to try to stop this push, and it looks like they succeeded.
At least for now, Blamethy's getting pressured out. Pod is giving up on the Widow duel. They was going the Tracer to try and dive them more directly, and so far at least able to force some pressure. And Blamethy's actually able to land the shot. And during that time, Flux gets thrown down, able to find a few, and it will be UTK going through. And as you said, because of so much cart progress that was made, it seemed like that cart was in DRS around the corner. They're able to finish it off, and okay, Pod at least able to get a little revenge, but it's still a point cap for Tennessee, but that's got to feel at least a little bit good.
Oh, it feels nice. It always feels nice when you're able to get that nice block there. You're able to predict that. Pod definitely happy about that one, but probably unhappy that in order to do that, they had to get hit in the head with that, or got hit in the head when they were on that Tracer there. So making 3 switches, first from the Widowmaker, then to the Tracer, now to the Genji, and with 250 remaining on the clock, UTK is on pace for a really strong Circuit Royale offense.
Yeah, so see Hyper taken out, even with the pressure from Pod, will be taken out. The Dragons will separate Ideal Warrior as well. It'll force out so much of the focus from Juno, and they have to give up this space. They are not able to, and Noodles hunts down Nate, and this is all falling apart here for Delaware.
Yeah, we got the amplification matrix coming through from Juno, but Paraveer's going to counter it with their own Transcendence. What? Hydra is going to be left to dry. Pod's going to be able to take down Flammethy. Duxta will take down Juno, and Ideal Warrior going to continue to try to do what they can to keep up the momentum here for Udell. Gonna be able to get down Paraveer, and that's the reset they were looking for.
Yeah, it just seemed like Paraveer was like, all right, no, I think you're fine, and then just leaves like as Hydra hits the ground. So a little bit unlucky there from Hydra. They get focused down. Delaware at least able to scrape it through. I think part of it is Duxa just gets into the back line, gets a little bit lost, and Noodles tries to use the amp to save him, but it gets him out, but not the fight win that is crucially needed. Blade is now available. No Transcendence for Paraveers. They used it to try and enter in there with the Gravitic Flux. So this could be a nice Blade.
Yeah, what great awareness as well coming in from Pod, recognizing that it was going to be that balcony push coming in from UTK. The Blade is going to get popped, and Paraveer is going to be the target. Blamethy first. Blamethy's going to get taken down. That's one shot there for Pod. Going to be able to get the Immortality Field. Not quite the most flashy ultimate, but is going to stop that play from UTK. Ultimate pop, though, is it worth it?
I do think it was. You forced the swap. They're now onto the Cassidy. You don't have to worry about the one-shots anymore. And Hydra's are taken out as well. So it'll be more staggers coming through. UTK, probably about 45 seconds left when they start running through, and it gives Delaware just a little bit of time to establish themselves on this high ground yet again, with Nate as well as Transcendence still being open here if they need it for this and for the Gravitic Flux from Dexter.
Yep, Gravitic Flux is ready, but Nate 13 is going to be able to take down Paravir. No Transcendence for UTK as we get multiple members getting taken up with that Gravitic Flux. Hyper going to pop that Transcendence in response. Very nicely done from Udell to be able to keep their squad alive. And with 20 seconds remaining, UTK is running out of options. They're going to try to go for one final play here. They've got Noodles with the Amp Matrix, but Delaware with 3 ultimates themselves. They are in prime position to keep this car from not finishing this offensive play. The Dragon's gonna fall, and the fight is gonna begin.
It'll be Transcendence Forced and Lamp early here from UTK due to that Gravitic Flux. Amp will also be used by the kills. They just keep coming through for UTK. They're able to find 3, make that 4. Ideal Warrior left all alone on point, and that Amp Matrix gets a lot done. That will be the team kill for UTK. They do finish it up. Hyper will not be able to get here in time, and they're able to finish out Circuit Royale just by the skin of their teeth. And Tennessee in a decent position now to force us to a map 5.
Wow, what a Amp Matrix coming in, being able to just click some heads, get some kills. Nicely done coming in from Noodles and Paravir on the UTK support side, and being able to keep everyone alive. And that was an advantageous fight for Udell. 3 ultimates for them comparatively to that 1, but unfortunately for them, just not able to execute upon it. And now UTK in a great position here. They now have set the pace and the tone for the rest of this series, Salty, and I'm loving this response that they're bringing out.
Yeah, we were worried about Blamethy and Duxton role swapping because it's a very odd one, right? You don't see it a lot, especially on a map like Circuit Royale, where it's it's the extra emphasis on those DPS. But instead, Blamethy's held their own on this Widow. They got a lot of crucial picks, especially during second and the beginning of third phase, to set themselves up the way they did. Hydra's not doing too shabby as well on the Hanzo, so not a horrible look for Tennessee. They'll just stick everything the same. Delaware will do the same, as Pod will try and get a little bit more revenge on this Widowmaker, or at least we'll try it out. I doubt we'll see him on it the entire time. I could definitely see them swapping back over to a Genji or a Tracer later on, but it will just be a game again of who makes that little mistake and who gets their head taken off.
Yeah, Blamethy versus Pod, Hydra versus Nate. And it's Paravir that actually gets the first shot, first blood here for this offensive push for Udell. Ideal Warrior will go down. And that means that University of Tennessee is going to be able to take some good time off of Delaware's first point. It's always good to get the tank down first when you start off these offensive pushes, because it just kind of stalls your play at the beginning of these rounds.
Yeah, you have no protection against the sniper to try and push through, and Blamethy's trying their best to pick off somebody, but not able to find anybody quite yet. Immort is forced from Tennessee, not yet from Udell, who will slowly but surely move the SCART forward.
All right, let's see where we go to next. Waiting to see if Pod can find those headshots. Just trying to get some damage in on the Duxta, and it will be enough. Ideal Warrior is going to be able to do it. Blamethy going to find the headshot on the Hyper, but that's just your Zenyatta down. Meanwhile, Ideal Warrior just playing 1v1 against Paravir. 4 members of Tennessee go down.
Able to just break it all up just with that one little rotation. Duxta falls, and Ideal Warrior just goes ham on the rest of UTK. And at least a good amount of time here for Tennessee to try and stall this out. But it will be already Duxta very low, and Grasp is already forced.
Oh, Blamethy. Nasty play there. Disgusting against Pod. Pod knew that it was coming and still got hit by that headshot. That is going to stall out UTK once again. Duxta was extremely low, but was able to get on point and was able to deny it. Hydra going to get a headshot against Hyper, and the snipers are coming into play here for UTK.
Yeah, it's just Nate able to find the shot. We'll actually open this up as Noodles, all the man healing gone. They will just use the the awkward spot for an Amp. I think it's more just to focus off Ducksta, but now it's 3v4. They can slowly make their way forward, but they know this Widow. Still on this high ground and still hitting shots.
Oh man, Pod is just kind of getting diffed right now. The high ground for Blamethy is just too good. Dragons will be popped to make sure that they can't continue to move forward, and Blamethy is going to be on point as the Widowmaker. We're actually going to get some machine gun shots. Transcendence is going to get popped in response to that Gravitic Flux, and now Ideal Warrior going to try to go in. Nate 13 going to be able to capitalize on the poor position from Blamethy. Noodles will fall, and UTK will collapse here. They did take off a lot of time on this first point, though, so definitely value out of that Widowmaker pick from Blamethy.
Oh yeah, I think that question is it worth it? Is a yes. I think it's kept them in this, and again, there we go, point proven right there, able to stagger out Nate, and they will be able to regain this high ground control. It will not be like UTK, who got so much real estate for free. It'll be them able to establish themselves on this high ground yet again, and this cart will be in a very tricky position here for Delaware to try and push through.
I'm so scared for Pod right now. Blamethy has been hitting those shots. Gravitic Flux now ready for Ideal Warrior. Pod, however, off screen, I cursed him. Blamethy will die, and now that's going to give Del the opportunity to move in and initiate for a fight. Hydra going to be the target of that Gravitic Flux, and that'll be Nate 13 finishing it off. Nice boulder against Ducksta, and there it is. All of that time taken back for Udel, as it looks like they're going to be able to get this second point.
They will be able to. It'll be just under 4 minutes to finish off this map and send us into an overtime round. Tennessee, again, it just seems like they slowly fall out of favor. It's not even like it's, you know, Blamethy not hitting the shots. It's just, I think it's almost like the awareness from Ducksta. They're not used to being in that front line all the time. They're just getting caught out just once in a while. That shield getting stuck around just a little bit too long and getting broke, so the follow-up is there. But Blamethy, at least that side of the equation's working out. Another kill on the Pod, and they'll be looking for it, but Hyper at least able to even the score.
Yeah, and that's the power of that Zenyatta. Those orbs deal a bunch of damage, but the rest of UTK is going to be able to take down Ideal Warrior and Juno, and it does look like Delaware is going to have to reset here. Amp Matrix is ready. The Dragons and Transcendence will be on the way, though. So 3 minutes remaining. We've seen long defenses here from both squads on this final point, so definitely still anybody's game.
And now the swaps will start coming through. Blamethy onto the Cassidy, Pod back onto the Genji. They will be aiming this time for Paravir, who is all alone on this high ground. Probably Transcendence just to get out, or they'll just drop down.
Yeah, jumping down, but Paravir is going to be low, going to have to drop the Immortality Field on themselves to be able to stay alive. Hydra going to be around half HP, will be able to get back onto the top point. Blamethy with that Cassidy, though. We've yet to see Blamethy on the Cassidy yet. I mean, this is the first time that we've seen them going in for that DPS role, so I'm very curious to see how effective that is going to be. Ideal Warrior going to be at half HP, and Hydra finding the head will be able to take him down. That's going to stall out Delaware once again. Oh, Hydra with another kill onto Hyper. That's what they were looking for.
Exactly what they were trying to cook up in Pod. Yeah, they're just stuck over here. They will not get finished off, actually. The pressure coming in from Ideal Warrior allows Pod to escape. And now we get into some of these ult fests. Both teams have both support ults. Gravitic Flux is online. The issue is here, though, Nate does have this Dragon. They can try and pair it with the Grav, or they could just try and send it early to bait out a bad rotation.
Yeah, let's see how it's going to work out. We're going to be going in for this side play, going out on to the balcony. Let's go for a pool party here, potentially. Ideal Warrior not going to find the accretion that they were looking for, but at least going to be able to find that point, and it's going to force Blamethy off with those Dragons. Very nice play there. Let's see if they're going to be able to continue it. They are now on the cart, and the rest of UTK is kind of caught out of position, and Matrix is going to drop. Hydra's going to be able to take down Juno, though, and now that's going to be big for the rest of UTK. Ducksta with the boulder on the Ideal Warrior, and UTK is going to hold the point.
It is just that Amp Matrix that makes everything work out, even though the Flux was whiffed from Ducksta. They do not hit it, but it's the Amp Matrix from Noodles that makes all the difference. So both Amps used Dragons for Delaware, Flux for Tennessee. So Again, a lot of ultimates going into this fight. Delaware just need to make sure they space it out well enough because they'll have to win this and more than likely a recontest after that from UTK.
Blade is up for Pod, and that could be the difference maker. If you're able to take down Blamothy before that Deadeye, it could be the difference between winning and losing this game and taking it to a game 5. Look at all the high ground that Tennessee's able to build up. Dragons are going to be dropped there from Hydra, getting the double kill. 18 seconds remaining, and with a huge ultimate play from UTK, we are going to be going to a game 5.
Really starting to look that way. Paravi with the huge pickoff on the Hybrid to make sure Transcendence is not used. Pod tries to make something happen, but they will not. It will just be the Hyper. Not even going to get there in time for the Transcendence. UTK, we are going back to a map 5. It seems to be exactly where these two teams went just last week. And UTK, oh man, they're starting to feel the brooms of that reverse sweep in full effect. We'll have to see where we go, but man, we got quite the ending here, Moose.
Oh my god, you are absolutely right, Twin Salty. So many great moments from this Circuit Royale game. I cannot believe that this is the same UTK team that just gave away game 1. The same UTK team that had such trouble on King's Row. They bring it back on Circuit Royale. They bring it back on Esperanza. And now we are going to game 5. We're going to take a quick break. And when we return, the winner's final map 5 match will commence. You definitely do not want to miss that one. We'll see you guys shortly.
I've been watching you. Just come to me.
I get up, time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And
Welcome back, everybody, to the EGFC Season 4 Eastern Conference Championships Winners Finals Map 5. As advertised, University of Tennessee up against University of Delaware, both putting in work, cooking up a phenomenal series. Salty, I mean, can we ask for any more?
Oh, maybe around 3 on this map 5. That's about all we can really ask at this point, though,
Yeah.
is they've given us everything and more, and it will be us going to a map 5. Tennessee trying to force that reverse sweep. And again, these two teams, when they played just last week, went to a map 5. It was not reverse sweep fashion, but it is a map 5, and it'll be, and we'll find out here in a second. It was Nepal when we went to it just last week, and it was actually UTK who won it 2-1 over Delaware in that map 5. So curious to see if that will be the exact map that we go to here. It would either be Nepal, Ilios, or Antarctic Peninsula. And Time Delay is taking his sweet old time, giving us the map, and it will be. He's just not going to do it. Okay. But yeah, I think it'll be Nepal, I believe, but we'll see if they actually decide to change it up a little bit. I doubt it's Antarctic Peninsula because it's too new, and Ilios would be definitely a little bit of a weird pick. It will be Nepal. Not a big shock
Yeah.
there.
No, I definitely think Nepal probably the most stable pick, and UDEL consistently going back to that one. They played it against UConn, and I am not convinced. I am not convinced yet that UDEL has Nepal like on lock, because UConn
Yeah.
took it to map 3 at 99% on both sides. Really, really close battle there. And that just goes to show, when you have to play multiple series and you have to go back to map 5, it definitely shows that there are moments in your play that there is things that you can improve upon. There are things that your opponent are being able to capitalize on. And we're going into a map 5 with Tennessee just running on all cylinders.
Yeah, and I think the reasoning though is you don't want to go Ilios because I think that is very much more into the dive that Tennessee love to run. I think it's a huge risk. Or it's that or Antarctic Peninsula, which is brand spanking new. And it seems like a lot of teams are struggling to figure out what they want to actually run on that map since it is so new and it is very different than a lot of control maps. So
Yeah.
I don't blame them per se to go into this. They just need to make sure the rush is on point because, hey, especially if you go village first, make sure the maze are back into play. Make sure you're landing those walls. You got to get to point first and establish your prowess on that
Mhm.
point. I'm trying to think if I even want to try and make a prediction here. I don't think I will because honestly, this series has been so unpredictable. I'm honestly giving up. I'm trying to figure out what the heck is actually going to happen. All I got to say, send us to a round 3, please, and send us in a beautiful send off for one of these teams going to lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, for one of these teams, a guaranteed trip to grand finals. For the other, having to play one more round, either against RIT or William and Mary. Remember, that match is going on the other EGF official channel. Check that out because we have got ourselves a phenomenal day of Overwatch so far, and we are culminating at this Nepal map. We're going to be going into Sanctum first. So, looking to see how both these teams are going to be able to play this out. Will Blamethy, who's now going back in onto that tank, be able to find the play against Ideal Warrior, who gonna pick up that Orisa that we've seen pull up a couple of times here in this series? What a phenomenal ending to this series. These two teams going at it. A spot for grand finals on the line. Let's go.
I don't mind the swap here over to the Orisa, to be honest. It helps with the dive just a little bit. Nate might be the only one who may want to swap eventually because I think they're going to get dove like crazy, but it does at least help counter out that dive and the aggression from Tennessee that they will be trying to bring all the time.
Oh, Nate 13 gonna find Hydra. That's actually huge there. If you're able to shut down your Tracer as the Hanzo, that's a big play. And now University of Tennessee is going to back off the point. Delaware going to be able to get the first couple of percentage points.
Yeah, first tick and first percentage goes their ways. Tennessee maybe not expecting the Orisa. It helps with the environmental kills on this map as well, whether it be the jab throw or the spin. Just to try and knock that away. You can see it there. He knocks the Winston out of their bubble, makes Blamity play just a little bit more cautious.
Yeah, and this is the most dynamic roster of characters that we have seen in this entire series, in this entire tournament. 9 unique champions. As Ideal Warrior is going to go down, Blamity going to be able to pick up that kill on that Winston and finds Nate. That's a double there. Make it 3 down for Delaware, and Tennessee going to be able to get on the board.
Not too long it took them to try and figure out how they wanted to go out. Yeah, and Nate does make the swap over to the Cassidy. It's not a huge shock. The Hanzo would be very rough to get the value from. But now Tennessee, they continue just putting the pressure into this back line. Delaware are banking on the fact that Hyper can land those shots from the Zen and also communicate those Discord orbs to finish off these dive targets before they can truly finish off anybody in their own back line.
Pod gonna be able to get a nice recall there. Magnetic Durade gonna come through onto Blamity. Nano Boost, however, going to be used, and Blamity gonna be very aggressive here, just trying to get as much percentage as possible before any sort of actual play gonna come through. Hydra gonna be able to take down Nate before the immortality field popped. Big play there, as it is going to end up being a 1-for-1, but Nate being down means that University of Tennessee going to lose out a little bit on that value, but Pod going to be able to find it on a Blamity. That pulse bomb finding its target.
Now unable to find it in Paravir as well. Afterwards with the melee, they will take back control. 56% for UTK. Still got a little bit of work to go. But yeah, I didn't mind that from Hydra. They get really aggressive. They pick off Nate. The lamp just doesn't land in time, but the rest of the fight just folds for Tennessee. And Delaware now can just, again, settle down, sit back. Hyper does get hit with the Bionade early, but they're able to get out of the way.
3 ults to 2. Duxa's gonna use the Zedeye to get on point, and now Blamity going to be low. That's gonna be Sound Barrier used, and Nate 13 is gonna go down. That's a nice crash down from Blamity, as Terror Surge is gonna drop from Ideal Warrior. Not the play that I was expecting from Delaware. Gonna lose that ultimate, gonna lose point control, and will lose the percentage lead.
My only guess is that they thought Juno would be able to keep them up. But at that point, they were not able to. They were dealing with Blamity, who was using Primal in the back line. So no lamp, no healing for them, and they just don't have the health for it. They do make the swap over to the Rhine now, and Hyper as well onto the Lucio. So more of a traditional rush here for Delaware to try and get back in the Sanctum.
And it might have just been a decision to just pop the ult so that you're able to get onto that Reinhardt, but it's gonna be Delaware that finds it. Hyper's gonna find the boop on the Blamity, and the pulse bomb will land, and that was the reset that they were looking for. It's now making me believe that Terror Surge was intentional.
Yeah, maybe it was just a, hey, I need to swap. Like, you know, like I just need to get off of this hero and make the swap before it is too late. Because now, I would say true final fight territory. We may have a little bit of a stagger fight after this, depending on how it goes. But both teams trying to go in early. Blamity already gets nanoed, looking for Nate, and they finish him.
Yep, gonna find it on to Nate, and now it's gonna be a 5v4 in favor of UTK. Ducks at 86% on that Deadeye. Can they stay alive to get it though? Oh! Oh my god, okay, they are able to leap back in. Ducks is gonna be able to take down Hyper. Noodles will take down Ideal Warrior. It is high noon, and we get the kill on to Juno. That's the play that they needed. They get it, and Tennessee is gonna take first point.
Is stall will go through here from Nate, but yeah, no, the translocator broke. Ideal Warrior, I think, might stall it out for a little bit extra minute. They don't even make it. They just fall off. And it will be round 1 taken by Tennessee. But you could argue it's the round that maybe favors them the most here on this dive. Maybe Shrine as well. We'll see where we go. Delaware's definitely hoping for Village, and it will be Village. So Delaware can definitely more lean into the Rhine setup. Delaware in Tennessee's already kind of leaning to that as well with the Symmetra and the May. I'm more curious, do they try and TP over to the high ground and try and fight that out first? Or are both teams just going to sky it over at a point? And I think at least right now, Tennessee's aiming more just to go over at a point when Delaware's maybe playing high ground. And okay, yeah, they teased a little bit there with the Zarya pick, but it's not what they end up doing.
You know, and I think that they thought about it too. They're like, hey, maybe gonna go for something that's different, but I respect going back over to the Reinhardt. You don't want to pull something out that you're not 100% sure on. Maybe later on in the tournament, you want to try to pick that one up. But for now, you've got the point advantage and you got the opportunity to potentially make this a 2-0. Is going to be Delaware going to be able to get on point first? So now it's up to Tennessee to try to be able to get in it. Those turrets are dealing a ton of damage. Nice immortality field, but that means it's not going to be available. And now it's Tennessee that's on the back foot.
Yeah, Tennessee not able to cap Delaware, able to settle in really early. Lamp is used though by Delaware now, but Shatter is already online and they look for it.
Oh, the Amp Matrix gonna be as well for Paravir, but it gets nothing. Ideal Warrior canceling it out. Huge Shatter coming in from this Reinhardt.
That was such a big brain play. It's okay, I already have it. They are not going to think I have it just quite yet. You know, Blamothy is eerily close to themselves. And already a quarter of the way here on Village to forcing us to a round 3. Amp is available because Paravir tried to use it there late. I don't mind the call. It's just I don't think they realized the Shatter was going to be that quick to go in and now puts them at a slight disadvantage here. But they TP over the point to try and make sure those turrets not as big of a pain.
All right, Blizzard is not going to be available yet for Pod. Dux is going to land the Photon Barrier. Blamothy with a double fire strike. Make it 3 with 2 fire strikes. And Tennessee going to get the point. Unexpectedly, I think.
I think just because the turrets weren't set up yet from Delaware, it's just that quick TP. They set up, all of a sudden Shatter goes down and lands onto both DPS and Ideal Warrior. And the beat was just a little bit late from Hyper, not able to keep either of those DPS up. And Ideal Warrior not able to stay alive shortly after. You know, wall down and force out Noodles to use theirs.
Yeah, Blamothy going to be inside that immortality field. Juno's going to go down, and Tennessee now with the advantage. Hydra's going to have the play here potentially with that Blizzard, as Nate's going to drop that Photon Barrier. Hydra also with that Blizzard. Both Blizzards coming out. Almost a perfect Venn diagram, but it's Duxta, it's Noodles, it's Hydra taking down Delaware as they hold on to the point.
And it was just both mages just chucking them on in, hoping they can find something. And Hydra just able to find just a little bit more with theirs. And now they will retake this percentage lead. It's just back and forth. So many ults getting thrown in. Now we get back to a similar spot. Ideal Warrior will be looking for this Shatter. But Paravir does have this amp. And from the defensive side, it is a lot easier to stall for time now that they have the point with this.
All right, Ideal Warriors Shatter are going to be the difference maker here. Might be game altering and is going to drop it. Going to be able to get a little bit of damage, but not quite enough. Paravir is going to be able to come in with that Ant Matrix. Hyper goes down. Blamothy now has their own Shatter and could drop it to make it impossible for Delaware to come back into this. And still holding on to it. Delaware unable to get the play that they needed.
Only 15 seconds left until overtime starts. If they can get a body onto point, Delaware will be grasping for anything here, as it'll only be the Photon Barrier, maybe a late amp that they can rely on. When UTK, they got all the weapons.
All the weapons coming in. The walls are going to be dropped, and Ideal Warrior is going to be able to get in. Do or die for Delaware. Shatter is available for Blamothy. They're going to be able to get down the lamp. Watch for Blamethy's Shatter as they try to go in. Gonna get shielded, but Ideal Warrior going down. Duska gonna be able to pick up 2. That is huge, as Tennessee are gonna win this point. They're gonna win the game, the series, and go to grand finals.
They reverse sweep the Blue Hens. They're not able to fend it off this time around, and UTK, in very similar fashion to just last weekend, able to settle down and able to win it out. And Blamothy seemed to settle in a little more in this ride in this series. This was the triple fire and 3 kills with a fire strike in this fight that you were talking about. And wow, UTK just seemed like they finally were gelling the way they normally do. They were rolling on all cylinders and just able to clinch it out. Delaware have to fight just a little bit more to try and knock it home. And, UTK is now done for the day as well. That is their benefit. They're done. They can relax. They don't have to worry about any other games. Delaware, I guess, is as well, but they played the first game tomorrow against whoever ends up getting done and out of that East bracket, which that is turning into quite the lower bracket down there.
Yeah. And that is going to be a very fun matchup there in the Eastern Conference. William and Mary confirmed in that losers bracket finals, looking to be able to go up against the University of Delaware for the opportunity to go into Grants, Tennessee. We'll have the chance to watch that match and decide how they're going to play out that final best of five to take this series. Now, there's advantages back and forth. Being able to get that first round, being able to play in that competitive setting does, warm you up, does get you into that competitive spirit. And some players, especially like in Smash Bros. And like even in some other double elimination brackets, being able to get that first round and having that lower bracket opportunity is definitely going to be good. But it is a double-edged sword. So I'm very excited to see how that is going to be played out. You definitely want to check that out tomorrow. Let's take a look at this lower bracket, though, really quickly. RIT falling to William and Mary in that lower bracket semifinal match will now have to face off against Udell in that lower bracket finals matchup. I mean, with the way that this tournament has been going, Twin, it's anybody's game.
It truly is, especially the way William and Mary have been playing as of late. It's a close game against UConn. It's a close game against RIT. And RT wanted the rematch, and I guess they just weren't able to finish the job like they were planning to. Could be a great game for us tomorrow morning in that lower bracket final. But hey, credit to UTK. They showed up, and I think Blamethy definitely settled in a little bit more late on. The role swap worked on Sakura, that we were very afraid that it could have bad repercussions. It is able to actually get the value they need to force us to a map 5 where Delaware, it's either you go into a map that really plays into their hand, or you play into a map that, yes, they have film on you, and you just got to be confident in Tennessee, able to lock it home.
Congratulations to UTK being able to take that win. We are now a little behind schedule. We're going to be jumping over to the American Conference here very shortly, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the EGFC. We just completed our day of the Eastern Conference Championships, and now we are going to be moving on to the American Conference. If the Eastern Conference was any indicator of how the ACC is going to be played out, it is definitely going to be a show worth watching. Moose and Twin Salty here, and we're going to be starting off with NAU versus Bowling Green. Salty, what are your thoughts on this?
NAU maybe the slight favorite just because of how they've been playing as of recent, but Bowling Green did win a game already. They beat Southern Utah 3-0 and did eventually lose to UTA in that upper bracket. So now these two teams playing in the lower bracket 1.1 match. Obviously, with this being only a 16 conference, it got a little funky with how a team's transition down. Obviously, Hawaii versus Southern Utah will be going on the other stream. Make sure to check them out as well for that one. But I do think Bowling Green can definitely bring it. They are currently the number 8 team. So for them to settle in their own standings for the rest of, the league championships, they need to make sure that, hey, NAU does not go on this run that it looks like, hey, they could be on. Because if they did qualify for top 2 somehow, BGSU would be the first team to drop out.
Yeah, and that's, I think, very scary here for Bowling Green. You do not want to lose out here in the first round of the lower bracket. Neither team wants to lose out. No team wants to lose out on the lower bracket. You want to make sure that you get as far as a run as possible. And if you're Bowling Green, I think you're thanking your lucky stars that you're not facing off against Hawaii, who did unfortunately have to FF yesterday due to some roster complications, but they're back today with a vengeance, and they're going going up against Southern Utah. That's going to be a really tough matchup for Southern Utah to be able to go up against, and like you were talking about, that's going to be on the other stream. If Southern Utah is able to upset that, that really puts in a lot of changes potentially to the way that the top 8 plays out. So Bowling Green and Northern Arizona really going to be fighting it out here. It's going to be a really fun game.
Should be an amazing game here, and we will be starting off at Lijiang once again. Not surprising at all. So let's see what everybody can bring in. But we've been playing it a ton, so far. So yeah, BGSU still need to make sure they get top 2, because if they don't, it gets a little tricky if BGSU does not win this game, and you're leaving your fate in the hands of others. So definitely not what they would want to do. So a lot of pressure here for them, and NAU obviously playing for their lives after losing a very close game to Marquette just yesterday for the second time in 2 days in a row, may I add, for NAU. So going to try and actually finish off the job today, and it will be Control Center to start us off. And NAU actually going on more of a dive look on Control Center, which is very unorthodox.
Yeah, and NAU actually going with a couple of subs as well. Casey Dunn coming in, as well as Tom coming through here for them. Bowling Green going to be playing with, I believe, the main roster here for this first round. So going to be interesting to see how that does play out as we do get ourselves started here on Control Center. As we've seen in previous games, that Junkrat has been an X factor here at Control Center. Nightmare going to be playing on that Ramatra. Karma coming in with that invulnerability to keep everyone alive, and NAU just being a little too spread out. Do not keep their Ana safe.
Yeah, the Ana just taken out extremely early. Stikana will be taken out, and Echo is able to find the kills on the Hanzo. They get dove really early during that engagement as well, and are still able just to lock it down due to the immortality field being used by Karma, and now the rest of BGSU just trying to hold down the line. They will just try to play this as close as they can. And yeah, already, there you go. It does not take a lot for this fight to go all over, because NAU don't have a lot of space to really work with what you would normally see in a dive comp like this. There's not a lot of room. You can't really flank very much without them knowing exactly where you are.
Does seem like a bit of a questionable decision here, and as you had alluded to, Bowling Green knowing exactly where Tom and Papa KJ were trying to go, and they are just there. They are not allowing NAU into the building. Finally, Plebel's going to be able to go in, going to be able to get that immortality field down, but at what cost? It is to their lives. Salty, this is not the NAU start that they were looking for.
This was nowhere near the start NAU were wanting, and this is more looking like the NAU we saw at the beginning of the season that kind of struggles in the beginning of these games to try and settle on in. And Bowling Green can just hold down this choke. It's like kind of already gone.
Oh no, Nightmare does have Annihilation, but is at 1 HP. Will end up going down to Papa KJ with Plebbles switching over to that Doom Fist. Again, trying to go into the back line as Papa KJ going to be able to find that pulse bomb on the multiple members. Finally, NAU going to be able to get into the building there, but unable to get on to the point. Papa KJ going down. Tom is at half HP. Plebbles unable to be there just yet. Means that Bowling Green is going to be at 90% and counting. Twin, I don't even know. But Plebbles at least able to take down Karma. Going to be able to take down Echo. Finally finding their rhythm.
Yeah, I able to find it just the last bit, and I was like, Crazy Chicken could have definitely lived that pulse bomb. They jumped out of the immortality field with the mine, so a little bit of a whoops there from Crazy Chicken, but doesn't hurt them too much as they still have that Riptire. Everything else needed to be used for Bowling Green to at least try and get this to 99. I know you actually have the advantage, even though they were the ones that were drastically needing this point to flip back into their favor. And Tom, they had a lot of great plays yesterday on this Soldier, and we'll see if they can keep it up here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see when we're deciding to go with that Annihilation, as Bowling Green now starting to show some cracks in the armor. Nemesis form is going to be dropped, and that'll be enough for Nightmare to stay alive. Bubbles is going to go down. Papa KJ going to be able to get that immortality field down as KC Dunn is going to pop that Transcendence. That's going to be Tom dead out of Overclock, but Crazy Chicken gonna come through with that Riptire. It's now Plebbles all alone after that fist, and it's not gonna be enough. Will be Bowling Green taking this first point.
Plebbles just tries to save it with the Meteor Strike, but as soon as they land, they just get deleted and sent into the next generation as BGSU able to find the first one, and they just like settling in. They've been playing more the Ram more than any other team. It's kind of been their go-to and their comfort pick, even though he hasn't been like extremely meta. He can be a decent counter pick, and especially when you settle in, get them speeding around like they have been, can work extremely well. And NAU got to find some sort of fix for it. And they'll just continue running this dive that we saw a lot of yesterday. They've kind of pigeonholed themselves into this because it's what they practice a majority of the time. So if they cannot find those fixes, it will be a little tough. We actually do go back to us here. I think it's a tech delay. I'm not sure on which side, but a small little tech delay here. But let's see how that kind of affects everything. But so far, that Ram is just setting the tempo extremely well. And NAU, it's not really able to answer.
Yeah, very interesting, I think, play coming in from NAU in terms of the composition to start things off. Did get confirmation it is that tech error, so we'll be back into the game momentarily, at least having that tech error starting at the beginning of the round and not in the middle of it. That's, definitely a bad news bear situation. But going back to NAU's composition, starting off with a Winston, going to be pairing that with like a Junkrat and a Tracer. It definitely felt awkward on that, and definitely puts in some questions in terms of composition plays coming through, because NAU just wasn't able to get onto the point. And like you were talking about, Ramatra just being able to be stable enough on that front line, not normally stable enough without that shield, but hey, being able to do that there for Bowling Green, they're going to be able to take that first point. And what is the response here from NAU? How do you stop that Ramatra from being just so impactful?
You just have to try and force them to use Nemesis form right away and make sure, like, hey, if they do, make sure they're blocking a lot of the time. Because when they're using Pummel, it can just shred through everything you were trying to actually enable. But instead, if you can just force them to try and block, and that nullifies their aggression, because at that point they're only banking on the fact their DPS can get those eliminations instead of, hey, oh, we're running forward with Nemesis form, but he's also, getting a lot of kills during the process of it. It's where the DPS is kind of filling in the gaps of those damage. And it's almost like NAU, I think it might have just been more like the map they were on, because it is very compact in there. The Junkrat's obviously going to do extremely well. And it just felt like the dive couldn't get anything done. I believe we're actually going to go to a break to fix the tech issue. So hopefully it is not too long of a break, but stay with us, everyone.
back, everybody, to the EGFC American Conference Championship. We're back, Bowling Green State and Northern Arizona fixing their tech issues, and we have begun. Plebbles going to be back on that Doomfist again. Tom and Papa KJ going to stick with that Soldier Tracer, and Karma actually going to be the target of that aggression there from NAU, going to be able to stay alive. This is going to be a very important battle here for NAU. They want to take it to a point 3.
Yes, they want to try and actually find somebody in that backline, but the problem is BGSU is playing so compact. It is very hard to find somebody without actually giving up somebody in return. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade, but it will be all the environmental off the edge. So there goes Lodulus.
That's what they wanted. There's the Doomfist coming into play, and Nightmare will be the last to fall. Bowling Green did get some percentage, 11%. I mean, not too bad, at least something. But hey, now it's going to be up to Bowling Green to be on the offensive here. They've got to be the one to get onto the point, and will they be able to do it?
It'll be a little difficult because Plebbles is obviously going to try and disrupt anything they try and do. Crazy Chicken now onto the Soldier and themselves, realizing the junk won't get a lot done with it being so open. But the Pudge already, Plebbles able to find one.
Oh, yeah, you're able to dodge that or be able to get that damage in from that magnetic grenade is not going to be enough. Ladois going to be able to take down Plebbles, though. That means that your tank is now down. Tom and Papa KJ at 70% on their ultimates. Crazy Chicken and Echo a little bit behind them. So Northern Arizona still finding the momentum here, still holding on to the point. Echo trying to be able to get some kills on the Papa KJ, but it's Lodosis that does go down. Crazy Chicken's gonna be able to take down Tom, and an explosive fight that Northern Arizona is still holding on to.
And they're able to hold on to this point even longer and taking advantage now of this composition. With it being so wide open, they can really, you know, spread out the game plan, spread out the field. Papa KJ is always in the back trying to disrupt. Plebbles is trying to finish off the front line as well and try and finish up on a few of those kills. And Nightmare now goes over to the Diva to try and help with the peel.
Yeah, that's gotta sting, as the Meteor Strike is now ready here for Pleb. We're gonna be able to use that to be aggressive, trying to get it in onto Crazy Chicken, but no! Ends up being a 1-for-1. Echo able to save that play for Bowling Green. They're so close to getting to the point, though. Casey Dunn's gonna drop that Transcendence. Bubbles is trying to get back here. Tom with that overclock. Karma with an amp matrix. Echo's gonna take down Sakana. Casey Dunn's gonna take down Echo, and it's just a back and forth battle.
Overclock, but whatever it should be used here, but they have not used it quite yet, is Bowling Green. They're falling apart here, actually. Crazy Chicken tries to use the overclock of their own, but they only find Plebbles.
Yeah, Crazy Chicken still alive. No will go down. Pop KJ is there. Tom dies and did not use overclock in that entire exchange. Ladosis will die. That's going to be Sakana dropping that Kitsune Rush to make sure that they hold on to the points. Can they hit the kunai? They can. And it's Bowling Green going back to the drawing board. They will maybe have enough time.
They should have enough time for at least somebody to touch. I believe it'll probably be Crazy Chicken that tries to touch if they can power slide over there, and they are just able to jump over the gap, but they'll pay their life for it.
Yeah, they'll pay their life. The mech is going to come through, not going to land anyone on it. Nice Transcendence from Casey, dude. So quick on getting that Transcendence there in that fight. Did not, in that round, did not have a lot of trouble getting away from some of that damage that Bowling Green was trying to go for. And like you were talking about, on the map, the comp worked.
Yeah, the comp worked extremely well. And now as we go over to Gardens for round number 3, it will be, you know, decently the same here. We'll be very open. Environmental kills can definitely be a factor for Plebbles to try and knock people off. But funny enough, no Lucios from either team, at least so far. Bowling Green going the Brig Ana to try and deal with this dive that comes through, and Casey Dunn going back over to the Zen for a little bit more of that focus fire. And Papa KJ will teleport the team in, but that'll be really about it. NAU able to stabilize on point first.
Yeah, Plebbles just able to leap onto the point. They're going to be able to come through as we do go into building. Can they get the kills that they're looking for? Can Karma and Lodosis find the play that they want? Crazy Chicken's going to be able to take down Sakana as we get a pause.
Oh, I believe it was Tom.
Oh
Game crash. Okay, so
no.
back to us here for a minute.
Ah.
It's a rough way to start a map, because not like last time where it was just before the round started. This time it is during the fight, but it should be a 3 to 4 advantage now for BGSU. Very unlucky timing. But I will say, BGSU, I like the swap over to the Brig. It helps at least disrupt that dive just a little bit more, even if it is more for Papa KJ. If you can hit that flail, it really punishes that Tracer. But it will be a little bit difficult still to try and play around when the Doomfist is also diving in and the Zen's also sending in orbs as well.
Yeah, and you bring up a good point there is, what is the Brig going to be able to do? Like, it is an execution game at that point. You want to be able to make sure that you land those abilities. You want to land that shield bash. You want to land that flail. You want to be able to keep that Inspire up as long as possible. It's just sometimes difficult to do, right? Like, it's not the easiest thing in the world to get done, but when your tournament life is on the line, I definitely respect going for those ambitious plays. It is early in the series as well. Bowling Green saying, hey, this type of composition that we went for in round 2 didn't really work out. Let's go for something new here.
Yeah, you got to try at least something new because it obviously didn't work the way you wanted it to in that wide open of a map. And Gardens, again, it's at least a little bit more closed in once you get over the point, but it is still very much a dive map. So trying to change it up just a little bit to deal with that. It seems like Plebbles, sorry, is able to settle in on this Doomfist a little bit more on this map. And this series again made us turn into what map are we on? Because
Mhm.
what is actually viable on this map? Because it may just be, hey, if it's not a Doom map, NAU may be in a little bit of trouble. If it is a Doom map, BGSU will have to try and deal with it because that is what NAU like to run in their little kind of off meta comp to try and break some of those teams above them in the standings.
Yeah, and that brings up, I think a really excellent point there in terms of a map control and, deciding where we are going. Lijiang has been the first map in every single one of these games, and it's been very consistent. I mean, with the exception of UTC or UTF or UTK, pardon me, being able to take that reverse sweep, every single Lijiang Tower winner has been the team on stream that has won the series outright. So I'm very curious to see how NAU is going to be able to keep up this momentum, especially with how that Doomfist has been playing. It's had mixed results so far on Lijiang, but so far they're doing well as we get back into it. Tom is back, didn't lose a lot of percentage, but because you were in that negative situation, Papa KJ actually being able to come back with a couple of good kills there. Not going to be able to take down Nightmare, but hey, at least putting in that pressure in up against Bowling State.
And now that the reinforcements have arrived, I think NAU might be able to at least cap this first. Yeah, Mech is gone. And now Plebbles is back into the action as well because those respawns are so fast.
Yep, not having that block though. 53 HP, make it 0 HP. Crazy Chicken able to find that, and Karma's going to be able to take down Calm. Papa KJ just doing everything that they can. Karma will fall, but not before Crazy Chicken able to get that double. My goodness. Bowling Green will be able to secure that point, but it took a lot of time to do it.
A lot of time, but they did also drag out Pulse Bomb from Papa KJ, trying to save it. They were doing everything they could and more to try and save it, and just not enough for NAU to stay in as Lumberjacks. We'll have to go at this just one more time. Try and capture this point. Echo now looking for this pulse. They're eyeing up Casey Dunn.
And they'll get it. Nice shot there coming in from Echo on this Tracer coming through. That's going to be Suzu down. Tom's going to be able to get the nice railgun headshot onto Ladosis. And now it's up to Plebble to try to be able to stay alive here. Can they get it? Echo's going to fall to their death. Meteor Strike didn't land on anybody, but Northern Arizona's going to get the point for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, just the question is, how long will they actually have it? As you said, Plebbles is already down. The rest of BGSU are just trying to finish up the rest of these kills, and Papa KJ will get taken out as well. It seems to be BGSU back in control of this point. Plebbles will try and stall it out, but yeah, the dive in the back is just so good. It forces everybody away, and BGSU able to recap without even needing to use that much. Just the pulse bomb from Echo early in that fight, and now it'll be the rest of BGSU having a lot of ults to work with.
Lodalus having that Sune Rush Nightmare with the with the diva bomb ready to go, and there it is. There's a Kitsune Rush coming in for Bowling Green. What are they going to be able to get out of it? It's going to be Crazy Chicken going down first. Plebbles able to find that play. We still have the diva bomb ready to go from Nightmare. Are they going to be able to go for it here? They're waiting to see what they can get. They don't even need it to take down Plebbles. Sakana able to take down Karma, and now Northern Arizona trying to do what they can, able to take down who they needed to, and they will finally get the point.
Transcendence used very late though, so I'm curious on the reasoning behind that. I think it was just so they didn't die to the self-destruct. I don't think you really needed to, so that could be something that could go into effect later on, as rally is in effect, and they won't have it as an escape button from the pulse bomb anymore from Echo, which it won't be this fight at least if that's getting used.
Yeah, Papa KJ gonna be able to take down Karma. Bowling Green kind of falling apart here, getting some pretty steep staggers. First, Pubble's able to take down Echo when they were trying to be aggressive there on that Tracer, and then Karma going down as well. That's going to mean that Northern Arizona is going to take this within 15 seconds. Meteor Strike is ready for Plebbles as the rally is going to get placed by Karma a little early in this fight.
It will be the rally, just to make sure everybody has that extra armor health, and now let's get punched away. Meteor Strike used from Plebbles because they're so low.
Yeah, and Plebbles gonna go down. Crazy Chicken with that overclock means that Bowling Green is gonna be able to take advantage on the point. Nightmare's going to be out of mech. Echo's gonna be able to take down Tom, and Bowling Green finally gonna be able to get back onto the point. They're now at 80%.
And they did have to use a lot though. Lautilus will have the Kitsune Rush very quickly here to try and run into the backline and try and prevent Saikana from getting a Kitsune Rush of their own. Casey Dunn will just try and go to Lucio to make sure this point will go into overtime. You can tell they're positioning for it, and there we go. Here goes OT.
Yep, Level's going to be able to get in. The back's gonna come through. That's a stop on a Papa KJ. Tom's gonna be able to take down Crazy Chicken and Karma though. Echo's gonna be able to take down Tom and KC Dune, and it's just Plebbles and Sakana against Bowling Green and the world. Kitsune Rush will drop, Sakana will fall. Plebbles against the world here. And Salty, I don't know if he's gonna be able to take it. He will not. And now it's up to Northern Arizona to get the point back. Can they do it? No. Papa KJ will go down.
BGSU, they squeak by here on Lijiang Tower. They claim map number 1. Took them a little bit of stress near the end there, especially due to this man. Plebbles just seemed to be everywhere. And even though on Control Center, this was a very nice play, more worked on Night Market and just couldn't figure it out late on over on Gardens. But overall, I would say a decent series from both sides to start out. I think they're each finding each other's weaknesses pretty quickly and trying to exploit them. Just BGSU maybe a little bit more consistent in that regard. And now you think, Kingsra, Putty, so Eichenwald, Blizzard World as well, all the maps that they could choose. We maybe see Pariso for the first time. I think there's a chance that if they want to run this Doom, maybe. I think it's at least an opportunity to. I'm not sure if they'll actually do it, but I think it's at least something that could work.
I mean, a lot of options on the table there. I definitely, I don't know about you, but it definitely felt like there was some communication that was kind of confusing there in that game, especially on Gardens. Definitely didn't feel like NAU was finding their rhythm. When you have all of these moving pieces, you've got to have the communication on point.
Yeah, it seemed like during the mid fight, they would have the initial target focus in a great spot. But once, whether it was like somebody got displaced or somebody got low, so they had to retreat, it has never seemed like the entirety of the team got back on track with what the plan was. And I think part of that is, credit to BGSU because they were all of a sudden, they have a tracer in the back line, break shun, and depossess everybody around. But it was something that, hey, they just got to make sure they lock down who the target prioritization is going to be. And, we'll see. Map number 2, the choice of NAU will be, and enter drum roll here, Pariso. So it actually will be with the streets of Brazil for the first time, at least for us, this entire weekend.
Yeah, and for the American Conference, being able to get into a new map for the first time on stream is going to be really fun. It's the spice of life. it's going to be really really cool to see Pariso on this one. The only other time that we've seen Pariso in this tournament has been for the DePaul versus Yukon map off stream. Other than that, it's either been Kings Row or Blizzard World. So really, really interesting to see Pariso coming out. Like you were talking about, it is going to be an opportunity for that Doomfist to come out for NAU. They could decide to go for something else completely differently entirely. So let's see what they decide to go for.
I'd say there's a small chance they maybe try the Winston here, but I think at least initially they're going to go with the Doomfist. On the attack, it might get a little weird though, because BGSU will be starting on the attack. So Doomfist on defense can be a little tricky. You got to make sure you play your choke points right, because if you get a little out of position, you're just kind of inting into their backline and it'll be very free to try and burn you down unless your peel is like out of this world. So it'll be a very tight line that NAU will have to try and walk on to make sure this comp does work on this map defensively. Because BGSU have been looking great on the offense whenever they've had to either recapture a point or, throughout this tournament, they've looked pretty decent on the offense.
Yep, setting the tone here. Bowling Green opting to attack as we get to go to Brazil. The clubs, the dance, the sun, the sand, and now the chance for Northern Arizona to even up this series score. They took it all the way to game 5 against Marquette, which shows just how powerful this team can be. Level's going to be going in with that Sigma to start things off. It is going to be a Sigma setup here for both teams. Crazy Chicken actually going to go with that Ash. So Bowling Green going with a very different comp that we saw in game 1.
Yeah, both teams more leading into like the poke that we don't see a whole lot. I would say more defensively we see a lot. Offensively, it can be a little difficult because the natural high ground that BGSU is able to hold on to a lot of this time is going to be a little tricky to deal with. And I think that is why they have that one little difference in their DPS line with Echo actually on the Tracer, and they will just kind of play farther back. They will not even play opening bridge for a little bit of poke damage and ult charge. They will just give that up. So BGSU, okay, we're not going to complain. We will just rotate all the way over to high ground and gain it ourselves.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage in on to Nightmare, though, but that is going to be shield down as well. So let's see what Northern Arizona wants to do with this one. They gave up so much early positioning for this play twin. So far, not really seeing anything happen just yet. A lot of damage in on to Karma. Echo is low. Tom is going to go down, and NAU now on the back foot.
They find the head of Tom early, and those dynamite is already becoming a fact. Crazy Chicken is able to barely live for now, but Echo is now trying to force the pinch. They're in the back, able to find one. Papa KJ will finish him off, but the damage has already been done. At BGSU will start capping this point.
Yeah, I mean, just a really, bizarre decision there. Playing very defensively, very passively on that first point. Not going to work out the way that they wanted to. Sakana does have Amplification Matrix very early on. They could try to go for a play potentially here, moving into this first choke point. Let's see what they're going to be able to do as we get started with the payload moving forward.
Yeah, Echo is just kind of scout out up here, trying to see if anybody's alone, and they will find Tom. Uses the deflect, but it will be Nightmare actually is the one that'll get taken out first. We'll get traded out, but Crazy Chicken, man, on his Ash, they are definitely not disappointing so far. Able to find another kill.
Yeah, nice grenade. I love that dynamite play inside that building. Tom has been trying to get in there. Papa KJ going to be low, going to force out the immortality field from Sakana, who still has that Amp Matrix ready. Echo has been such a pest on this Genji. My goodness. Not getting a lot of kills, but just forcing NAU off of these high ground positions.
They use Blade. They find Tom. They'll be able to find a second as well. This Echo and the Genji is able to find so much. In case you're done, yeah, you're a little stuck. Do we have? And they were too good. They lagged out because of it. They were too good.
Yeah. Oh,
It just seems like Tom's internet issues continue to be a factor for NAU, and it's almost like it's stunting what they can do purely because they finally get into a groove and then to DC. So BGSU were able to kind of compose themselves. But this time around, it's actually the opposite. BGSU was on quite a roll, and NAU now may have just like a almost a technical timeout just to figure out like, hey, what's going on? What's going wrong? Because this Genji is just all over us.
Yeah, I mean, technical timeout, trying to just be able to reset here, maybe even a substitution if they can get one for game three. I don't know. Like, it's really unfortunate that connection issues are the problem or can be the problem here. And I believe that Tom was very close to picking up that overclock as well.
Yeah,
So
very.
that sucks. That sucks when something like that happens. But for NAU, like I don't think that you can blame connection issues for the entirety of your fault. Like you're playing so defensively, you're playing so passively on a map that you chose, giving BGSU all of this advantage. I don't know what the solution is here, but something has to happen.
Yeah, something needs to change here for NAU because it's just not really working out extremely well what they are trying to run on these maps. And yes, the ideas are there, but it's extremely passive for that first defense. Like normally, you at least try and hold bridge right away to try and like, hey, get some poke damage in, even get some dynamite damage in. They can only come in from two separate ways. You're probably going to hit at least one person with it. But instead, they play just all the way back in that corner, and it's not even like they spread out on like on the top of the bridge. All of them kind of sat in that corner, so the dynamites are obviously going to be even crazier from Crazy Chicken, and the damage just all of a sudden comes through, and they aren't able to get more than one fight out of that first phase.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there on that. Like we were talking about, just being able to play on that back foot. Like it's not always bad when you want to play like completely back if you are going to play a composition that can make that happen. Looks like we are getting some updates though on the other side of the American Conference. Hawaii expectedly up 2-0 against Southern Utah. So looking to be able to continue to keep this going. Let's see if they're going to be able to make that a 3-0. Esperanza going to be that third map. Definitely check out that tournament match because that is definitely going full steam ahead on official EGF2. But for now, it does look like we are about ready to get into this game. Tom is back. But I mean, Salty, what let's talk about Bowling Green. What are they doing right here on this Pariso map?
Oh, BGSU are doing a really good job of, hey, we're gonna find that one person that is isolated, right? A lot of time it has been Tom. Tom's kind of been left on their own due to them like power sliding to try and get a side angle, and it is immediately found out by Echo. They're just canceling it out, like, no, you're not gonna get the value here that you want. We're gonna try and focus you down. The dynamite damage as well has been doing an extremely great job of just extending the play. And now we are back in. Tom has loaded back in for NAU, who do not have a sub, we believe. So Tom will just have to deal with the internet issues that he's been having this game. 5.5 minutes for BGSU to try and finish out the map. And so far, it doesn't seem like it's been too much of an issue.
Oh, what a dynamite from Crazy Chicken, forcing everyone back into that choke point. That's going to mean that Bowling Green gets a huge dagger. Plebbles, Papa KJ, Sakana, all going to go down. What a five-head play there.
It was such a good play. Now they get even more progress. All the high ground they could want around the giant speaker in the middle of third phase. And NAU, they got to use something here because you don't have to use the Transcendence now for the Flux. Nightmare already used it. I think, honestly, you just use it whenever you get low because you cannot afford to lose this fight.
Can't afford to lose it, and there's going to be Karma dropping that Kitsune rush. A lot of damage on the Plebbles as they're going to use their own Graphitic Flux. Nightmare's going to fall to it, but Echo with another multi-kill on this Genji. Tom Sakana are going to go down. Echo's still alive, and Bowling Green just continuing to move forward on this payload.
This is they might add time to their time bank, Moose. This is getting nuts. As it will just be Sakana. They use the amp, they try to get anything from it, they get burned down, and it will be added time to the time bank on Pariso of all the maps. And that is quite the statement here for BGSU, saying, yeah, we know there's a little bit of doubt. NAU's been playing well as of late, but we're out here to play.
Yeah, I mean, some question marks coming in on composition, some question marks coming in on positioning from NAU. It's really a tough position for you to be in, and when you are at this point, it is that you somebody on the team has to say, everyone, take a deep breath, say we're down, but we are not out of this game. We are not out of this tournament. The fight is not lost. This is the chance to show what you are made of when your backs are against the wall like this. And I'm really excited to see what NAU is going to bring to the table here going into their attack phase.
Yes, I want to see NAU you try something different. It seems like at least right now they're giving up on the Doomfist. They don't want to even try it here. The Winston might be a little bit better to try and isolate Crazy Chicken. And also for Echo, the deflect can't, deflect electricity. So you can at least try and focus on Echo to that degree. But it's a dual-sided sword here for BGSU. It's either you try and deal with Echo, and if you put primarily focus on him for the counter dive, Crazy Chicken will just tear you apart from the high ground. And if you do what it seems like they're more wanting to do with the dive, then yes, Echo can just counter dive you immediately and find anybody who may not be on the same kind of script or the same timeline as the rest of your team.
As let's get this started here, Tom is going to go back on to that soldier, and Papa KJ could go on to that tracer, arguably the most consistent hero that we've seen Papa KJ on in this series. Let's see what Levels is going to be able to do with this Winston. Looking to be able to use that to counter out this Genji. Sakana going to be very low, going to be able to get back to safety though, as Bowling Green is holding up the defense pretty nicely here to start things off.
Yeah, they're doing a pretty decent job. They're a little bit split. It seems like Echo. Well, they almost got out. Tom able to take them away, and now it's a 4v5. NAU starting to take control of this high ground as well. It's going to slowly poke and prod, but Crazy Chicken does fall.
Yep, Levels able to find the Ash after a nice grenade coming in from Sakana. And now it's the advantage here for NAU. Ladosis will fall, Nightmare will fall, and this is NAU coming back with a vengeance.
Able to stabilize. This is the NAU we saw a little bit more of yesterday, and finally able to settle into a comp. And as you said, Papa KJ, it seems like they do the best on this Tracer. They feel extremely comfortable on it and always just poking the side of Nightmare there, who has swapped over to the Winston themselves to try and match the dive coming in from NAU, who already have the nano, could put it on to Tom to try and build up this overclock, or onto Plubbles. I would say ideally after the Primal Rage is used so they can just build up another one.
Yeah, and I want to ask you this here because we're looking at, this Ana coming in with this composition. What does Sakana need to do on this Ana to make it super effective? Because it's really difficult to heal all these extremely mobile champs.
Yes, it's extremely hard. And here, Nano wants to be used before the Primal, so Primal will be used as an escape button. But there we go, able to find one. No Swift Step available for Lodulus as well. So Plubbles will knock him down. The issue is, can the rest of your team live in the back? But hey, you get 3. It's just Echo left. Perfect fight execution.
Yeah,
for
really nice
NAU.
Done. Yeah, very good. And the Swift Step used by Karma. Oof. Levels gonna be able to come in with a 10 kill streak here on this Winston.
Yeah, I don't know if it was worth trying to save them there. I think, they'll be able to get back in time anyway because it's only been one person on cart this entire time. So not moving as fast as it could, but now Kitsune Rush used just to try and get back in.
Crazy Chicken's gonna go down. That's gonna be the blade coming in from Echo. Are they gonna be able to get anyone with it though? No! No one gonna be taken down on that blade, but Echo does end up getting down Plubbles at the end of that exchange. No one on cart at the moment. Nightmare gonna come in with another Primal Rage, this time for Bowling Green, and Bowling Green at the last possible second able to hold on to this first checkpoint.
And not by very much, I will say, as BGSU definitely got almost a little lucky there, because yeah, Echo doesn't get anything from the blade, but they do force out that Transcendence and able just to find the kills after that. NAU still have the overclock. They want to try and use it, and well, never, they don't got overclock. There it goes.
Oh, no.
Victim of a crash, and it just seems like this is the reality of Tom's weekend. You get close to an ult, I don't know if is it an internet issue? Do we know if it's that or a computer issue? I guess. Is the game crashing? Okay, we're
So the
okay.
voice from the background.
Here we go.
Hi. Tom's issue is he's playing on an at-home setup. They were in the computer lab for NAU yesterday. However, now that they are at home, it's the weekend. Everybody's on their home setup. Tom's apparently sucks, hence the continuous DCs.
Okay. Which does it sucks because yeah, he has overclock, and that's kind of the win condition there. That is what they're banking on for this next fight, but just not able to really do anything about it. So at this point, your priority shifts to okay, we're using overclock this fight to all right, maybe we're just trying to use this all in this fight to try and build ults.
All right. I think we are getting confirmation that this is going to be a little bit longer of a pause. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll get back to NAU's offensive thrust. Can they get to that second point? Can they take it to an overtime battle? We'll find out shortly. We'll be right back.
To be
with it. That's just going to be a Transcendence coming through, and I think that was a hesitation that Plebbles is going to regret.
Yeah, I don't. Why wouldn't you just push the Zen and Kiriko there? I'm not sure. Yeah, they were looking for Kiriko. They used the Swift Step, but they Swift Step to the Zen. So I don't know. Maybe they just didn't see the Swift Step actually happen. You could tell they looked a little perplexed. So a tough break for Plebbles, who at least has that Primal Rage now. Papa KJ, knowing that the Transcendence is no longer available, will try and look for it, but instead Echo does the exact opposite.
Yep, that's going to be Casey Dune going down. Transcendence is going to be available now for NAU when they do decide to come back. 1:20 is going to be remaining here as Bubbles does have that Primal Rage. Going to find where Nightmare is at. Grenade is going to get popped. So let's see what Bowling Green is going to be able to do with this defense here. They have held quite nicely, denying Northern Arizona the chance to get to that last checkpoint there. And considering how much time Bowling Green has on the clock, they are looking really good, but Plebbles able to find that Primal Rage to start off this fight. It's now up to Nightmare to potentially keep this going.
They will just pop the Primal to finish off Tom, and now they will just try and stall this out. They will just try and get out of the fight, knowing that they are too low to try and actually fight this, and they do get out. So now the question is, can they touch in time? If needed, I guess they can have Casey Dunn. Not Casey Dunn, sorry, Casey Dunn's on NAU. Casey Dunn might Transcendence, but Karma taken out, and now Bob will just be thrown in.
Yeah, Crazy Chicken gonna try to do what they can to keep up this play, but Crazy Chicken will lose their companion. Plebbles going to be able to pick up that as they're now trying to be able to hold on, make sure that they do not get the checkpoint. 15 seconds remaining until that happens. Transcendence going to be popped here by KC Dunn, Northern Arizona, wanting to close here on this point. Grenade's going to be landed in onto Sekano, who's extremely low. Nano boost onto Tom, but he does not have overclock just yet. Tom's going to be able to pick up Karma. Pop KJ is going to fall. Crazy Chicken going to be dead. Nightmare, the only one remaining, and NAU will get an extra 90 seconds.
Staying alive. They had to use everything they had, though, in that fight just to make sure they could keep on fighting. If they can get Laudeless here, that'd actually be pretty big for a stall, but not able to get it quite yet. But they do gain high ground control. Nice pulse bomb from it was from Echo to lay down to Casey Dunn as well, just make sure that Transcendence was popped early. Now Laudeless getting a little bit of revenge on the Papa KJ and just took them out of the action.
Yeah, 60 seconds remaining until Northern Arizona potentially falling in Pariso, a pick that they wanted. We got some stickers coming in from Echo, pew, pew, pew. And now let's see if they're going to be able to find their shots and allow for Bowling Green to take an easy Game 2 victory. Echo's going to go down. Bowling Green is going to lose one. Sakana with that grenade. Transcendence is going to be ready for Laudeless, though, and is going to be able to get back on point as Sakana goes down and the rest of Bowling Green able to stay alive.
Just stay alive for now. This car will continue pushing, but man, Plebbles they just have to pop the Primal Rage to make sure they can even stay alive and be extremely aggressive with this. They will try and find Crazy Chicken, who for now will be staying alive in that backline.
Lauderless will fall to that pulse bomb. Nicely done from Papa KJ to at least get it potentially out of the point. They will be in overtime, though, which means that Bowling Green is going to have 4 minutes to hold on to this. But let's see if they're going to be able to get it in earnest. Karma still going to be alive. Echo's going to be able to take down Tom, and now it is a 5v4 in favor of Bowling Green. Crazy Chicken's going to be able to take down Plebbles. Overclock is going to come in from Crazy Chicken. That's one on a Papa KJ, and the rest of NAU is going to fall. That is going to be round 2 going over to Bowling Green and series point to head on further into this bracket.
Man, it's Crazy Chicken popping off, whether it be on the Echo, on the Sojourn or the Ash, I should say. And, you know, Plebbles had a decent game on the Winston. I think it felt more comfortable than it did on the Doomfist, but still just not able to find the result NAU need. And now playing for their lives here, just need one, and they need to get one map to at least start getting back into this. But if not, BGSU practically lock in their spot and save it for the league championships, even though it's getting, you know, a little close. I think it would have to be Marquette making a run. That'd be the only other way for BGSU to not make it. But for now, they're looking quite good, I will say.
Yeah, I think we're going to just jump into this one. No break necessary. I think Bowling Green and Northern Arizona ready to get into that push map. We'll find out which one it's going to be here in just a second. Bowling Green is definitely feeling good. Just got confirmation that we will need to take a break here to get everything set up. So we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the American Conference Championship of the EGFC Season 4 Overwatch 2 match. Northern Arizona up against Bowling Green, with BGSU taking a 2-0 series lead. They are now just one push map away from making this a 3-0 sweep. Salty. I mean, Bowling Green just looking like the better team here.
Yeah, seems like they're more settled in. And I think obviously part of it is, NAU's had those connection issues, but I think BGSU's looked the better team even with that. Like when everybody's still playing on normal ping, they've looked more coordinated. And I think just compositionally, NAU's dive just doesn't work extremely well against BGSU. They're not able to confirm those targets, and nothing really seems to work from that point on. So for NAU, just got to hope that you can bring something to the table that has not happened quite yet. It will be Esperanza for our third map, which seems to be one of the more popular push maps of these conference championships. And just got to hope they can find some sort of momentum here to at least keep us going a little bit longer.
Yep. Keep in mind, this is the American Conference Championships here. Bowling Green now up 1 or 2 games. If they win this one, they will face off up against University of Hawaii to go up to that losers finals match. It's gonna have to be a win here from Northern Arizona to keep their chances alive. And like you were talking about, Esperanza seems to be the pick. Very dynamic composition throughout the weekend here on this map. A lot of dive, a lot of peel, a lot of rush. Anything is possible on this map. And it's up to NAU to find their groove. And honestly, maybe build a composition around Papa KJ, who has been able to be, I think, the most stable DPS member on their roster for, multiple reasons,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
for multiple reasons in their control and outside of their control. Yeah, Papa Cage has been great on the Tracer. I think it's been one of the bright spots of this team. A lot of the pulse bombs able to land and, change it up just a little bit. And just to confirm, Hawaii does beat Southern Utah 3-0. So it will be the winner of this game versus Hawaii in our final game of the night. And UTA versus Marquette in that upper bracket final starts in 15 minutes over on the other stream on official EGF2 with Bullskunk and Chef Billy. So make sure you check out them breaking down that final game of the day. But for now, we get to see who gets to play Hawaii there in that lower bracket semi. It's seeming more and more like BGSC, but let's see if the Lumberjacks of NAU can actually bring it back.
Yeah, and that's going to be a really tough matchup there. Hawaii has shown
Mhm.
throughout the entire season that they are a team to beat, one of the top rated teams just in general, and looking to be able to keep their conference championships hopes going. It's going to be tough for either Bowling Green or Northern Arizona to be able to get that series win. Regardless of that, definitely going to be a fun match. And of course, like you were talking about, Salty, check out the other EGF official channel for the winners finals of the American Conference. But with that being said, Northern Arizona, a must win game from the highest highs that they had in their 5 map series that they had up against Marquette yesterday to now. They need to keep that hope alive, and there's definitely that chance to make it happen. Let's jump into the action.
Yeah, there's plenty of a chance here, especially with the dive on Esperanza. It can definitely work. We saw Delaware do it yesterday, and it worked
Yeah.
quite well on this map. So if you can lock down the targets, the dive can work here. So we just gotta see if NAU can actually confirm those targets. Even though BGSU's peel has been quite exquisite so far, they seem to always be able to help out their teammate that is getting dove. And now we're about to see what everybody is running. BGSU, I assume we'll be going some sort of counter dive comp, and it'll be the Echo, I keep getting messed up because of the name. Echo on the Genji, as well as the rest of it, pretty much normal from what they were running on Pariso with Nightmare back on the Winston.
Yeah, Casey Dune also going to be going in with that Lucio Sakana, and Ladolis is going to be going for that Anna. So the first time we're going to be seeing that Anna mirror matchup in this entire tournament, this entire weekend of play that we've seen. And I'm really excited to see how Northern Arizona is going to be able to play up against it. Echo and the rest of Bowling Green looking to be able to make this a clean 3-0 against NAU. And Plebbles, oh, that's an easy first blood for Bowling Green.
Yeah, they just get a little ahead of themselves there. I think they thought the team was behind them, and they just weren't quite there yet. As they drop down, they get naded, they get slept, everything happens, and Bubbles taken out extremely early and taught what this Ana can do, and now Echo will barely get out. Nice little suits there from Karma to make sure that their DPS will be able to get out of the action. But NAU, again, in a very similar spot to where they will struggle against this comp to get that opening pick without trying to inch for it themselves.
And unfortunately, Sakana going to be caught out of position there. It's going to be an easy kill for Nightmare, as they're going to be able to move forward. Echo going to be able to pick up one, but in response, on the other side of this fight, Casey done pop KJ able to pick up two, but it's the power of that electricity that's just so strong from Nightmare. Another kill for this Winston.
Another one falls, and Nightmare just lining them up. Crazy Chickens that's able to finish off Papa KJ, and the car and the bot will continue to move. You try to recontest this. I'm not sure that's the call they really need to make. Kitsune Rush will be used, I guess, to defend everybody off, and they will be able to finish off the stagger on the Plevel. So I guess you get Kitsune Rush out of it if you're NAU, but I don't know if you'll have a full 5 to try and prevent the tick now.
Oh,
Or no, you definitely won't.
Chicken finding Papa KJ. That's rough. A big stagger coming through onto your Tracer, who has that pulse bomb ready. Already forward spawn getting taken here by Bowling Green. And a questionable decision to go in with just your Anna. Levels trying to do what they can here with this Winston, just not going to be able to get it. And now Papa KJ with that pulse bomb. Let's see if they're able to find that miracle play. No, they can't. That railgun just denies any play.
Yeah, they can tell they were trying to look for something and just completely shuts it down. Plevel is kind of just, they're stuck in no man's land. They're going to stall the plane just a little bit, but there's not much they can do. Well, okay, or just throw in Primal. Not what I thought was going to happen there. They get naded, they get burned down. Yeah, they decide to join the rest of the team just a little bit later than they expected, but they do take out Laudelus. So the nano won't be available here for Nightmare on this upcoming dive. But BGSU, they are just playing very confidently. They do have one of the best push time records this season in EGF. I think it was against Marquette just a while ago. So not surprised that's going this way, but hey, NAU got some work to do.
Now, Blibble's going to be able to take down Karma. That means that there is no healing for Bowling Green, and they are going to be able to get something out of it. Nightmare trying to find the kill onto Blebbles there, and will be able to get back onto the points. Gonna be the only one alive, though, so probably gonna have to try to find a way out of this. I don't know if they will. They'll be able to get some healing, though, as Karma and Nautilus will be able to come back, and they actually make this work. Bowling Green somehow make the play turn into their favor, and they're going to keep the robot on their side of the map.
Yes, Icona is taking up both flex supports for that matter, though, because the nano gets thrown onto Plubbles right before. And they use the Transcendence as well? I guess you can't lose this fight, but I don't know if you really needed it at that point. You're able to finish up the last few. Advanced spawns will go in for everybody, I believe. Maybe not Nautilus, though. It's the only person I'm not entirely sure. There we go. They are able to sneak it on in, so they can at least still play by a bridge, but almost half the time bank is already gone out of this map, and we're just making bot progress now.
Yeah, at least gonna be able to get some bot progress. That's something here for NAU, and now we got to see if they're going to be able to get going. Sakana going to be dropping. That overclock is going to be taken out. Crazy Chicken is going to fall. Tom is in their own overclock, and that overclock gets denied. So both overclocks not going to get any value. Sakana's going to be able to take down Karma, but now Echo coming in with that pulse bomb, going to be able to take down Sakana, going to be able to take down KC Dune before Plebbles takes them out. It is a brawl here under this bridge.
Everybody's just caught out, just spraying out. Plebbles will pop the Primal Rage to try and confirm this, but Nightmare, they might actually pop their own themselves, and yeah, there it is. They will just trying to make sure they can protect their backline, and instead of Plebbles being on the aggressive, they will actually be the ones trying to run away from the Primal, and they will get taken out. Nothing they can do. Allison bot back in favor of BGSU yet again.
Yep, Echo still has that pulse bomb, able to land it. That would be a big stagger here. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it in onto Tom. Tom is low. The recall is going to be used, so they will be able to get out of that one. But, I mean, that would have been close. That would have been scary had they picked that one up. Nano Boost is not quite yet up for Nautilus. We'll have it here in just a second. Tune Rush ready to go. Pulse bomb is ready. And now, the initiation of this fight.
Yeah, a lot of us just get caught in the corner, but they're like, no, well, we got you, man. Don't worry about it. As the Kitsune Rush is used, and yeah, Tom just gets taken out completely. This bot will continue to move forward. So Icona now will swap over to the Kiriko themselves, leaving KC Dunn on the Zen without any nade to try and help them. And close spawn obviously still in effect for BGSU. They have the pulse, and if they can land it pretty quick, KC Dunn doesn't quite have that transcendence yet.
Let's see what they're going to be able to get with it. Nautilus does have that nano boost, can use it in on a Crazy Chicken or Nightmare, depending on the situation. Echo going to find the pulse bomb at KC Dunn. Nightmare is going to fall to Tom, who finally gets some action here on this Soldier. Double kill for Tom, maybe looking to be able to get more. That's a triple kill for Tom. That's a quadra for Tom, as they finally get some redemption here on this Soldier.
Yeah, what happens when tech issues aren't, plaguing your play for a lot of it? I think they're finally settling in just a little bit, but everybody will get close spawn for BGSU in plenty of time. No need to worry about it, and they will play bridge, and they will let you know they're going to dive right away.
Yeah, Nano Boost is still ready to go for Nautilus, but that's the only ult ready. Nightmare's going to be able to take down Tom. That's that 5-player kill streak now done. Can Papa KJ find a play with that pulse bomb? That is no. Karma finds the kunai as Nightmare is continuing to go in. Echo's going to be able to take down Plebbles, and now no escape for Sakana. Echo will take 2. It's now KC Dunn against the world. Nightmare will take that one, and that's going to be the pseudo team kill for Bowling Green.
And yeah, forward spawn never swapped, so Karma is able to pick it up. They will be with the rest of their team shortly to try and potentially finish off the map.
All right, we've got Overclock ready to go for Crazy Chicken. Going to be able to take down Tom in the Nano Boost as well. Level's gonna drop that Primal Rage to be able to stay alive as Crazy Chicken's gonna be low. Gonna be taken out by Papa KJ as Level's gonna come through. Casey Dune gonna prop that Transcendence as both Primal Rages are now up. Can Plebbles find Karma? No! Karma's gonna be able to teleport away. Nice escape on this Kiriko.
And it will be no Nightmare just peeling for their backline. Papa KJ thought it was free, and it ends up not being the case, and they will get taken out. And now everybody's split up. The spot starts moving back towards the barricade. The peel will try and come through, but it will be Echo and Karma both taken out before Nightmare can do anything about it.
Sakana low, going to be able to get away. That is Suzu down. And Bowling Green is just content with letting the bot stay where it's at as long as they continue to keep things going. They don't really care. They're doing a great job of holding on to this point.
Yeah, it's like they don't need to fully push this to win. They know at this point they have a 100-meter lead. They don't need to do anything drastic. And at this point, might as well just let the fight go as it does, but you're able to even it up.
Yeah, Crazy Chicken and Echo gonna go down. Nightmare is next. Lautilus will die. And it's just Karma trying to be able to potentially get away. Won't be able to. So that actually might be Bowling Green losing out on their Kiriko for this next fight. And forward spawn not going to be there for the Kiriko, I don't think.
Nope,
Oh,
they
it
do
is.
squeak it in.
Very
They do
close.
squeak it in. So at this point, if you're Bowling Green, you don't need all fights to go your way. But NAU need to win a solid 4 fights in a row to even get close to where you did meters-wise. So you can play this a little safe, wait to build up a lot of your ultimates, and just use them all at once overtime hits.
Papa KJ already dropping that pulse bomb, not able to find it onto anybody. Might have been a Suzu from Karma, but regardless of that, that is now Karma dropping that Kitsune Rush, going to be able to get the healing in on the Plebbles. Nightmare also going to be hit by that Nano Boost. 28 seconds remaining on the clock. Nightmare still alive. Nightmare having the Primal Rage. Nightmare going in and picking up multiple kills.
And that might just be the end of it for the Lumberjacks if they cannot find something here soon. Yes, they'll have a Kitsune Rush later on. Plebbles has the escape key once they build up the meteor, and once they, can use the meteor strike. But no, this is actually a big brain play from NAU and from BGSU. They don't push the bot. Nobody can touch until the final second, and just barely Papa KJ is able to touch.
Yeah, Papa KJ able to get in, which means that Plebbles will come through, but the overclock from Crazy Chicken is good. And to add dramatic effect, Tom will disconnect at the last moment.
I think we just run it, right? We just resume, right? Yeah, there's no way we wait for it. I think at this point it's a foregone conclusion what the ending of this will be. So it'll be BGSU once the sub gets thrown in for the final 5 seconds. Yeah,
They're gonna unpause. No, Casey Dunn saying that we are going to get the sub coming in now. There's Cheeto coming through.
Poor Cheeto.
As the overtime battle comes up. Not gonna matter. Bowling Green will win this 3-0. It took a little longer than expected, but hey, Bowling Green with a over 100-meter advantage knew exactly what they were doing on this map, and a dominant 3-0 victory. Casey Dune will at least get the consolation prize of the play of the game. Let's see what he did here. Did at least get some damage in.
To get some nice shots in as well, but it will be the end for NAU. They will drop out here in the top 4 of the American Conference. And hey, BGSU, you got another game right after this, so you better get ready because Hawaii is waiting for you to try and clinch a spot in that lower final.
Exactly. We are going to take it to that break now so we can get that set up when we return. It will be Bowling Green State University up against the University of Hawaii. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Like a Hellcat.
Welcome back, everybody, to the EGFC American Conference Championships. Moose and Salty here at the caster desk as we move on to the next round of the lower bracket. University of Hawaii versus Bowling Green State University. We are in for a treat here, Salty.
Yes, we are. It'll be the lower bracket semis to see who plays the loser of the other game going on stream right now, Marquette versus UTA for that spot in the grand finals. Obviously, that game going on twitch.tv/official EGF2. So make sure if you're interested in that one, make sure you go over there as well. Have both streams up, because why not? You get to hear us, you get to hear the wonderful Bull Skunk and Chef Billy as well. So should be a great game over there. But for us, BGSU just swept NAU and sent them packing, finishing bottom 2 in the conference. And now Hawaii as well. You know, they had the forfeit win yesterday just due to roster issues, but now 1-0 on the day and eyeing up that lower final spot.
Yeah, and for University of Hawaii, because this game lasted so long, they might have had the opportunity to go on stream and watch that last Esperanza performance and see where maybe they can exploit some of Bowling Green's offensive and defensive challenges. Overall, though, Bowling Green playing a really good dive composition. They had a decent play on the rush, but they also weren't really that challenged due to unfortunate circumstances against NAU, especially in game 2. So a lot riding on this game for Bowling Green. It is a must win for them. They need to be able to keep this going in order to keep their league championship game alive. They need to have this happen. They need Hawaii to falter here. They need William and Mary to lose to Delaware. So a lot riding on BGSU to be able to keep their hopes of advancing in the league tournament alive.
Yeah, they need a few things to go their way, but obviously, at the end of the day, they're in control of their own destiny. If they can win this, then they are one step closer and are clinching a spot in that lower bracket final, which I believe is the third game tomorrow, because it'll be the 2 East games and then the 2 American games to finish out the day. So obviously, they just got to do what they got to do, man. It's in their court at this point. We go back over to Lijiang. Yet again, it seems like we almost live there at this point, practically, because of how much we have been there throughout the entirety of the last 2 days. And it will be, different look for us because we have not seen Hawaii on this stream quite yet. We were supposed to see them yesterday, but again, weren't able to actually see them. So now with the Hawaiian squad in, BGSU in as well, we go back over to Gardens for round number 1. And already Hawaii going to show us a pretty similar look here with Akamai on the Sojourn to start off.
Huh. I like Hawaii's lineup already, going in with the Jet or with the Tracer. Jet going to be playing that one along with that Sojourn, and then River God on that Kiriko. They are in it to win it, and they are in it to have that speed coming through. Nightmare making the choice to go in onto that Diva. Now, we saw the Diva on Gardens last game against NAU. Didn't really get to see it pop off, but hey, it's now the opportunity for us to get a good play as we start this first round of this lower bracket match.
Yes, and it will be BGSU actually not running the Winston as I thought they would to start off. I think that might have just been more to deal with the Doomfist. It will be Nightmare on the Diva to try and start out, and Hawaii's already established some pressure on that player, just forcing BGSU to keep retreating back to bridge.
Yeah, a lot of damage on the Nightmare, but good awareness and checking that health bar, making sure that they don't get out of mech. That's a big play coming through. And to start things off, Karma going to be able to find the headshot onto Akamai. That's big here for Northern or Bowling Green, but University of Hawaii bouncing back. Hawaii is going to be able to take down Crazy Chicken, so it is still a 4v4 for the time being. Can they continue, though? Nightmare, again, extremely low. Math Dealer at 100 HP. Nice. Suzu coming in from River God to keep their Winston alive.
Just able to keep him going just a little bit. Jet is stalling when Akamai is trying to come back in the fray. Postman will be thrown in to try and deal with the Kitsune Rush, and so far it's not doing a bad job.
Echo going to be able to take down Math Dealer, though, and Jet will fall next. Echo winning out on this Tracer matchup. Very nicely done. That means that Hawaii is going to be falling on the point, but not before getting 40%, 50% even, with River God taking a couple of extra seconds before going down.
Yeah, Math Dealer will try and stall it out as well, but not able to pop the primal. And they're just trying to get a little bit extra here. And honestly, it could end up mattering later on. It will be almost 20% that they are going to gain off this. And the boot finally at the end is just going to deny it. Akamai gets sent off by Nightmare. What a prediction from them. And Hawaii will finally have to reset. But a decent fight there for them. Again, an extra, what, 15%? That they arguably should not have had, and now they didn't use any ultimates for it other than that pulse bomb extremely early on, so plenty of resources to work with.
Nightmare does have that Diva Bomb. We've also got Math Dealer with the Primal Rage. River God's going to start things off with the Kitsune Rush along with that Primal Rage coming in from Math Dealer very early on. Nice shield coming in from Banana Lumpia, as that's going to be Echo taking down Math Dealer out of that Primal Rage. Hawaii is trying to get back into this one. The Diva Bomb will drop. Nightmare will fall, and Hawaii not able to get the play that they wanted.
Yeah, they should be able to at least finish up these kills. You know, it might take a little more time than they were wanting it to, as it will just be Echo kind of poking around, but not able to find anything much. And now you got to think maybe a little more resources than they would have wanted, as both teams used the Suzu. Echo's able to get out. Crazy Chicken, on the other hand, will not. Banana Lumpia able to take them off the map and send them on a little bit of a trip. And now one fight left here for BGSU to get back into this. And it will be actually Crazy Chicken, a late swap onto the Reaper to try and deal with the aggression that Math Dealer's been giving.
Yeah, and you know, it wasn't looking too good of a fight there for Hawaii, but at the end of the day, it works out. And now Akamai getting the headshot on the Crazy Chicken, denying that play onto that Reaper. But Echo going to be able to get the kill onto Banana Lumpia. That means that your Lucio and that movement speed is now down. 98% on the ult, as Karma's going to come in with that continued rush. River Gods going to be able to take that one out. Nightmare going to be out of it, and Jet with the double kill on the pulse bomb.
Able to stick it onto the mech of Nightmare to make sure it does not go anywhere. And Nautilus, yeah, they're just going to save the KD. Just gonna, well, they will die eventually, but it won't count for the stats. But Hawaii, 147, feeling at least pretty decent. I think one fact we need to talk about as well, the ping should be an interesting thing here, because obviously you got a team in Hawaii. BGSU is based in Michigan, so that is quite the difference in preferred servers. So curious, I think with the new system that's in Overwatch, it kind of like finds that middle ground for everybody and tries to set everyone to that set ping. So if I had to guess, they're probably at 80 to 90 ping for everybody to try and make sure they're at least somewhat even, which it may not be a huge amount of impact, but it might just throw them off a little bit to what they're used to.
Hey, you know, back in my day, back in 2006, 2007, I would have taken 80 ping any day. But, you know, that's just me being the boomer that I am. But
I'm glad here we were not even like in elementary school at that point.
Yeah, I know. I'm old. Thanks. Crazy Chicken's gonna go down or take down Akamai as the point starts here with Bowling Green starting things off good. Can they continue to keep this going though? Math Dealer gonna get hit by the nade. Nice nade coming in from Nautilus. Will end up going down, and Hawaii just kind of falling apart here at the start of this one. Nightmare with that Ramatra doing what they can.
Yeah, but it will be another trade, and I think, or actually no, they will be able to climb back up there from Karma. It just seems like Banana Lumpia keeps trying to knock them off, and for whatever reason, they keep just climbing back up. But the respawns are coming through here from Hawaii. It will be Akamai again, picking off Echo early. The rest of the kills fall their way, and BGSU just not able to lock up those final kills to actually flip over the point. And because of how long that went already, Banana Lumpia is very close to that sound barrier. Might just have it in time for Nightmare's Annihilation, who has the ult lead in the entire lobby.
Yeah, Nightmare 87% on that one. Karma 61% on that Kitsune Rush. Echo already close to that bomb as well, going to be able to pick that up as Nightmare's going to go in with that Nemesis form. Annihilation just now popped. Do they decide to pop it early? Not quite yet. They're waiting for the bubble, and they are going to be able to get the Annihilation in on Math Dealer. Banana Lupa is going to be able to take down Crazy Chicken, make it a 1-for-1, and it is going to mean that Bowling Green not quite yet getting the point, but they're trying to be able to make it happen.
I don't think it will happen though, unless Nightmare can make something happen with the pummel through the Kitsune Rush, as Hawaii were so split up. They were actually able to win the other side of the map, but instead Crazy Chicken comes back into it. Echo's able to lock in a few, and they seem to continue their dominance from the NAU server and series, and will be able to flip this point back over into their favor as Karma does give up on the Kiriko. They will go to a Brig to try and deal with this constant pressure from Jet and Math Dealer in their backline. But for Hawaii, they have a Kitsune Rush of their own if they just want to play real quick.
Yeah, shout out to Echo being able to get a really nice pulse bomb once again. We've been seeing both Jet and Echo being able to get really good value out of their ultimates. Math Healer very close to that. Primal Rage does have it, and there's the overclock and nano boost from Crazy Chicken. They're going to be able to get one. That's going to be Akumai being able to take down Echo, though, and Crazy Chicken only getting 1 out of 2 ultimates popped. Team kill for University of Hawaii.
This is the Hawaii we like to see. It's very clinical. Don't have to use a whole lot to win that fight. As the Primal, I don't know if the Primal was even necessarily needed, but they pop it anyway. It's a 2-for-2 trade. And B just, eyeing up potential final fight territory. Not having an ultimate to at least engage with. They could have one late on, but they will have to deal with Akamai, who will have this overclock to try and finish off this fight and finish off the map.
Yeah, keep eyes on Jet here. 99% on that pulse bomb. Never mind. Nightmare will just take them out of the equation. And Hawaii going to be down in this fight. Akumai's going to go for that overclock. They want to close this game out as Nightmare going to pop that annihilation. That was necessary in order to make sure that Bowling Green was going to be able to get this point back. Matt Dealer's going to go in to kind of stagger it a little bit further, but no, 98% on the point. Hawaii going to lose it.
And they only have to use the Annihilation. They hold on to that Pulse Bomb, which is big. They can try and stick it probably on the Math Dealer when they try and push in. It seems to be their go-to. Use the Ravenous Vortex to just make sure they can't jump out, stick it on them, because it forces either the Suzu to come out or a different, a huge amount of resources into that tank.
Karma going to be going in with that Moira, though. So first time we're going to be seeing that on stream. Crazy Chicken's going to be able to pick up another kill here, and Bowling Green gonna hold on to the points. Bowling Green gonna get the pseudo team kill on Hawaii.
Wow, I'm quite impressed with that fight, actually. I thought the, from face value, did not look like it should be in BGSU's favor, but instead Hawaii not able to really do much about it. They have that pulse bomb still in their pocket. This is last fight. Coalescence very well could be a possibility here for Karma.
Let's see if they're going to be able to get it, as it is going to be the shift from Karma to be able to get out of this one for a second. Math Dealer does have that Primal Rage up in just a moment. Akumai's going to be able to take down Waterless. Karma will die. Math Dealer is going to take down Crazy Chicken, getting some revenge on this Sojourn. And just an electrifying performance from Math Dealer here.
It didn't even need the Primal, that Kitsune Rush. Not even needed either. It's a Samira that just gives them all that extra health, and that will win Hawaii map number 1 here in this final series for us today. And BGSU, I will say, pushed them around a decent bit, but it's still Hawaii's game. But I think if they are going to try and win this series, a lot of the pressure is on this man right here. Echo needs to make sure they continue these kind of plays, because if they don't, it seems like Akamai always has an answer for it on the opposite end.
Yep, Hawaii taking that 2-0, but it was not without a fight from Bowling Green. Wasn't a dominant win, but it was definitely a strong win for Hawaii, being able to get those points and finally that round 1 win. Bowling Green now having the opportunity to go wherever they want. Parisi, they could go to Kings Row, they could go to Blizzard World. I'm curious to see what they do decide to go up here for this second round, considering that their tournament lives are on the line, and considering that getting into the national championship is also on the line here. I'm expecting a very spicy pickup here for this game too.
I'm trying to think here what they want to actually run, because in a way, Pariso could work, but I think it works too well into Hawaii's comp. So I'll knock that off the list. Eichenwald, it seems like nobody wants to pick. It seems to be like the bane of everyone's existence this tournament. I don't know if even on the other stream we've seen Eichenwald at all. So maybe Blizzard World. That or let's go to All Reliable and Kings Row. But again, it's Scrims Row for a reason. Everybody practices that map. So yeah, we got confirmation. We have not seen Eichenwald on either stream or off stream matches. So it just seems to be that one map that everybody's kind of pushing weights like we don't want to touch this. Like this is just not a map nobody wants to touch, whether it be like for saving strats, maybe for finals or what have you. It's just not a map that anybody wants to pick, I guess.
Yeah, and that now that we were narrowing it down not from 4 to 3, I mean practically 3 because we've seen all other 3 maps on screen now. Pariso, the kind of the dark horse one, it's been either Kings Row or Blizzard World, but it definitely feels like Pariso is not going to be the play. I'm curious to see if I'm going to be wrong here, if I'm cast or blessing it. It's going to be a choice though for Bowling Green because the hybrid map I think really shows your versatility as a team. You've got to make those switches when necessary, and you got to find the plays when they come up. It is going to be that Kings Row coming in. We've seen a lot of Hanzo here, a lot of May coming into play, a lot of Reinhardt. Very consistent compositions, really kind of showing off what you can do in a rush style composition.
Which will be interesting because BGSU hasn't shown that really. Because in the past series, all they really needed to run was a counter dive for the Doomfist. So now I wonder, do they try and flex back over to that? Is that something they just didn't want to use right away? Or is it just like, hey, we still might run a semi-similar comp? I think the Ramatra is definitely in play here for BGSU if they want it. I'm more curious on what Hawaii wants to run because they've been running this Winston dive. It can work on this map. I would say Ryan is definitely better still, unless you have perfect executions on some of these dives. But the way Hawaii's playing, it wouldn't be a huge shock as well if they at least try and start it off with that same Winston comp that's been working so far and it got him the 2-0 victory on Lijiang Towers. So as these teams start to spawn on in, it should be an interesting situation here for BGSU because I doubt they are too worried about push because again, they are a very good push team, but you got to make sure you start this defense strong.
Yep, Hawaii going to be setting the pace here with the offensive play. Bowling Green now going to have the tough decision of what type of defensive comp they want to go for. I think we see the Tracer being played. No, it's the May coming in. Crazy Chicken. The Bastion?
So Bastion Rush, which we've seen a little bit, not as much this weekend, surprisingly. We saw it more during the regular season, actually. But, okay, I don't mind this, though. The one issue I could foresee immediately when looking at this, they don't have speed advantage. Hawaii will have the Lucio in play. So when BGSU are trying to retreat, they will not be able to actually get out unless Hawaii gives up on the push because Banana Olympia will be able to speed a math dealer in. And I have a feeling as soon as Hawaii realizes what they are running on the opposite side, they may also swap Akamai or Jet back onto one of those dive characters.
Yeah, and it's curious that Bowling Green not going to pair that Bastion with the Lucio to be able to give them just a little bit more mobility if they do end up getting caught out. But let's see how it does play out here. Bowling Green going to be on defense here. They've got the Bastion, they've got the May, and Nightmare deciding that, this is going to be a good game for them. Maybe with that Reinhardt forcing Math Dealer onto the Diva.
Okay, so I don't mind the swap here from Hawaii early. You got to deal with the Bastion somehow, and the Winston will more be of a meat shield more than anything else. But nobody's been able to really push in. At first it was Akamai, this time it was Jet. The res will actually go through this time around. But they're trying to figure out how they even want to start approaching this, as they don't really have any way to get around this Bastion without being seen.
Yeah, Math Dealer, though, can go in with that Jet, can try to find the right angle there. I mean, Jet with the Junkrat can be an X factor here, as we've got a Nautilus going to be able to take down Akamai. Nice headshot there. If you recall, lot of long-range plays coming in from Akamai, and a great grenade going to come through here from River God, as the Nanoboot's going to go in from Math Dealer, going to be outside of the Mac, and will go down to Nautilus. Going to be taking down a few with them, but looks like Bowling Green going to be able to hold strong.
Hawaii does get a tick to start off, and Echo is dead, so the Blizzard not available here for the recontest. Now everybody from Hawaii trying to spread out. You can see Akamai on this high ground, and that shield for Nightmare is slowly ticking away.
River God going to be able to take down Karma in the support battle. The configuration tank coming in. Not quite able to get anyone down. Jet's going to take down Nautilus. Nightmare will fall. And just enough oomph from Bowling Green. Or I'm sorry, from University of Hawaii to take down Bowling Green and get that first point.
Yeah, finally able to burst through the setup, and now the majority of BGSU actually get close spawn. I think the only person that didn't was Crazy Chicken, but honestly, it's not the worst thing for BGSU. They can still play relatively close and try and play this around Archway, which is ideal for them with the May in store, but Hawaii trying to prevent that from even being a possibility, playing up towards more of the bookstore, and now sending Bob in as well.
Yeah, and I'm so scared. This is going to be potentially a big Diva Bomb. Already Transcendence gone. So now the opportunity for Math Dealer to try to find a play. And Karma also going to drop that amplification matrix. Not going to be able to get anyone with that bomb, though. As both teams lose members, Banana Lumpia able to get the revive on a Math Dealer means that Hawaii is going to have the man advantage moving forward.
Yeah, especially with that res going through. Nightmare's kind of just stuck here, not knowing if they want to back up or not, because they only have the Zenyatta for heals, and they have to at least give up a little bit of space. They'll play closer to the end of the second phase. Jet will be looking for this Riptire. They are currently just hiding, I believe, at top left, waiting for somebody to walk in.
Nightmare gonna drop the Shatter. Nanoboo's gonna get dropped onto Math Dealer to be able to stay alive. Jet does have that Riptire. Keep that in mind. A lot of big ultimates available here for Bowling Green. Against him, though, Echo going to go down as Banana Lupia still has that Valkyrie. Did not pop that in that last fight. Akuma able to get the Dynamite onto Nautilus and the double kill onto Crazy Chicken. Nightmare is gonna win out against... Actually, no! River God takes it against Nightmare. I don't believe it.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Banana Lupia's like, oh, no, I got you. I'm not going to heal you. I'm actually just going to use the Valk to shoot the Ryan in the back and help you finish him off. 4 minutes here for Hawaii, and they just continue this wave of aggression, and all of a sudden, they just need to get out of dodge up there on that high ground. Nightmare has also swapped over to the Diva to try to help with these dives and also try to help with the counter dive, but so far, BGSU have just been struggling to actually get a foothold in this. Hawaii doing a very great job deciding where they want these fights to be.
Akumai and the rest of Hawaii just getting so much free distance here. Bob is going to get dropped. That's also going to be made a lot of damage on to Nautilus. Going to have to pop that Transcendence. Echo's going to die, and Bowling Green now on the back foot.
Yes, finally, Hawaii might have caught a break, as it will be, yeah, Crazy Chicken able to find a few Nightmare as well. It will be the remake that actually goes through here from Math Dealer due to that remake kill on a Nightmare, but yeah, it won't do too much. Math Dealer just going to reset, and Hawaii now only have 3 minutes to try and push through, but BGSU had to use a little bit there to just try and stay in. Nightmare will go back to spawn. Didn't have a lot of ult charge to begin with, so not worrying about losing that ult charge. Only lose, I think it was, what, 20%. So not a huge worry for them, especially when Kitsune Rush is available from Karma to try and initiate this fight.
Another Nano Blade, another Nano available for River God. Banana Lupia is going to be at half HP. Jet is low. Math Dealer going to get hit with that Nano Blade and now has the ultimate available. Going to drop the bomb. Can they get anyone with it? They don't get anyone with it, but they do end up allowing for the point to get pushed forward a little bit further. Nice nade going to come through from River God. Math Dealer going to be low. Akumai is going to be able to take down Karma, and the fight continues.
And it will be Crazy Chicken able to find one before they're gone, and it will be River God. So only a little bit of heals left here for Hawaii, unless Banana Lumpia can find the res, but instead they will use the Valk. Math Dealer still gets taken out, but this bomb now throws a whole nother wrench into the plans of BGSU.
Oh boy, and that is gonna be Akumai with the Bob, Math Dealer, and the rest of Hawaii going to be able to take down Bowling Green with a minute 48 to spare. Not the fastest time, but being able to complete King's Row is a good start to their offensive push.
A decent amount of time. You get it over a minute, so if BGSU finish in OT, then no overtime push for them. So it's at least a decent spot here to be. If you are Hawaii, obviously felt that, you know, you could have done a little bit better time-wise, but credit to BGSU, they make a few swaps that actually has a good amount of impact. I think Nightmare swapping over to that Diva at least helped with the pressure that those dives were giving their backline, but eventually, you know, the ult advantage is in BGSU's favor because they've been on those heroes longer and able to lock it down. And now for the defense, Hawaii will be running a very similar lineup. So far, the exact same lineup, because why not change? Why change something that ain't that broke?
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see if Banana Lumpia decides to stay with that Mercy. I mean, it did get good effect there onto Akamai. You've got also Jet. The Roadhog grenades can deal a lot of damage if you do end up getting those direct hits with that damage amp, but it is all about being able to get that extra burst healing with that Valkyrie. We saw multiple times that Mercy being able to find the extra healing necessary. I think 2 revives in that game as well, so, or in that offensive push as well, so definitely not a bad pick for Hawaii here, as they now have the chance to make this a 2-0 series for themselves.
Yeah, definitely looking that direction, as Crazy Chicken will just go to the Ash themselves with that Mercy Pocket. So a lot of these dynamites from both sides and the shots will be damage boosted. So, well, let's say for Akamai, they can throw one in early, but instead Echo gets the headshot and forces the res right away from Banana Olympia, who will get the res off and get away, even though Math Dealer, and not Math Dealer, Nightmare tried to make it a little bit difficult.
Yeah, and Echo, though, going to continue to keep things going. Jet going to be headshotted there, and that's going to mean that Hawaii is going to be down 1. Revive is still down for another 15 seconds or so, so not going to be able to get that one in. Nightmare is low. Nightmare is out of mech. And now it's time for Hawaii to potentially deny themselves, or deny Bowling Green from being able to get in. Akamai with a grenade on to Echo, and the revive from both Echo and Akamai by the Mercies respectively means that it's going to continue being a sludge fest here at this first point.
Echo is just not missing. They're taking inspiration from Frost this morning as they're able to land onto 2. It will be River God who is very late to this. 2 ticks already clinched for BGSU.
All right, grenade is going to drop in a little bit of damage in onto Math Dealer. Valkyrie is going to be used by Banana Lumpia, as well as the Dragons from Echo. Nightmare is going to be out of mech. Echo's going to be able to take down Akamai, and Bowling Green looking to be able to get this first point with a lot of time remaining.
They will have a decent amount of time to work with, and that's what they needed, considering how Hawaii's attack went. They have to use both support ults near the end, but still able to hold on to the rest. A little over 4.5 minutes. In this timing, I think it was just over actually what Hawaii was able to start with. So not too bad of a start here for the Falcons of BGSU, who will be able to gain a lot of control compared to, you know, BGSU when they lost this point. Hawaii, everybody got back spawned basically. So they will have to wait just a little bit longer, and that car will easily get through past that initial archway choke.
Yeah, and really not allowing for Karma to go out as well. Math Dealer with the D.Va is going to be able to be aggressive, and now Jet switching over to the Soldier 76 makes it harder for Karma to stay up in the air and go for those aggressive Guardian Angels. And have to stay back with Echo and Crazy Chicken to be able to stay alive there. Let's see how much value Jet is going to get out of that Soldier, the first one that we've seen in this tournament.
Yeah, I don't mind it actually, because as you said, it puts a little bit more pressure onto Karma when they're trying to be a little bit more creative with where they can fly with the Guardian Angel, even though the ultimate may not get as much value as you would want, because a lot of it will be eaten up by Nightmare.
All right, the Bobs are going to hit against each other, and they will both go down. So sad situation, sad day for Bob fans all around, as the Dragon Rage is going to come in. Nice triple kill for Echo, and the Dragon's Rage, just phenomenal.
Nice Dragon Strike there from Echo, able to land it on the 3, and they know, hey, the ante, it went through. There's no way to cleanse it if you're Hawaii. You do not have a Kiriko in play, so able to lock it in. Now this cart getting very close to the end of second phase. Hawaii just trying to see if they can put anybody on this. If anything, they can throw the self-destruct on, or just throw Math Dealer on, knowing that, hey, if he dies, it's all right. He has a back that he can go back into.
All right, as the revive's going to come in from Banana Lumpia. Jet gonna try to do what they can. Crazy Chicken's gonna get hit by the Devo Bomb, though. Nightmare's gonna take down Jet. Crazy Chicken's gonna get revived by Karma, and with a little bit of range remaining, Bowling Green is looking to be able to get to this checkpoint with a lot of time to spare.
Yeah, a lot of time to work with here. If you're BGSU, I think they've caught Hawaii off guard because Hawaii probably felt pretty decent. 4 minutes for BGSU to try and finish this map. Plenty of time to even get a better time bank than Hawaii for overtime if they are able to finish, because they have self-destruct still. Did not need to use it. Math Dealer did just to try and salvage that fight. Both support ultimates as well, and another Dragon Strike already built up by Echo.
Yeah, and Echo's going to be able to survive here. Jet does have everyone in their sights potentially. And let's see if they're going to be able to get it, as Valkyrie's going to get dropped up in Nano Lumpia. River God very close to being able to go for that Nano boost, as Nightmare's going to be the first one that gets hit by it. There's the ultimate from Jet. What are they going to be able to get with it? They're not being able to get anything yet. They get one onto Echo. They're trying to avoid the revive. Karma does die. River God takes down Nautilus, and it does look like Hawaii is going to be able to hold on to the defense.
Just barely, as the res isn't denied, but you still are at least able to pick off that Mercy. So able to finish it off from there. Nice discipline there from Jet, knowing, hey, can't go too far into that fight. And they did a great job of tracking the defense matrix of Nightmare. They knew they used a lot when they tried to dive the high ground for Akamai, so they wouldn't have a lot left to try and eat up the rest of that attack visor. And Akamai now taking advantage of this high ground, already forcing out the res.
Yeah, nice headshot there from Akamai. Bobs are available for both Ashes. Let's see if they're going to be able to get them more effective than the last ones. As River God and Nautilus are going to try to drop those grenades. Jet switching away from the soldier over to the Torbjorn. And now let's see if that's going to be the difference maker here for the side of Hawaii, as the bomb is going to get dropped in from Akamai. Nightmare's going to try to go in for the bomb. Not going to be able to find anyone with it, and goes down. Akamai with a double.
Able to find a few. Crazy Chicken, though, able to find 3. Bob's able to help, and this at least opens it up a little bit more here for Bowling Green, as Steve will be out of mech. Torb will die as well, so it'll just be a little bit of a stalling from Math Dealer, knowing that, hey, your seat's probably sealed, but it will be Hawaii needing to have another fight. BGSU guarantee a worse time than Hawaii, though, if they do finish, due to how long it took during the middle of this phase.
Yeah, Crazy Chicken, though, gonna go in with another double kill. There's the Dragon Strike. Gonna be able to get the rebound by the Akamai, and somebody is on the point. So they are trying to delay the inevitable here. And Math Dealer gonna go into the Diva ult. Not able to get back in onto the mech. Akamai able to get back onto it, though, and that is Hawaii holding on to a little more time. They won't be able to stop it, though, and that's going to be 116 remaining for Bowling Green.
So both teams finish with just over a minute remaining, and we'll be going to this overtime round. It seems like BGSU able to at least get it together a little bit more, and Hawaii just seemed a little unstable on that defense, admittedly. Crazy Chicken at the end especially was able to pop off. We do have a pause requested by Akamai, so it will be a little bit of action back from us, but I think Hawaii just didn't seem like they knew how they wanted to go at it. And a mixture of that, it's like, BGSU, okay, we want to run Diva with double hits scan, cool. We're fine with that. We'll just kind of slowly pivot to that play style, and especially Crazy Chicken definitely lining up the shots.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, shout out to both Ash players. Akamai finding some plays, but Crazy Chicken, multiple multi-kills on this Ash, finding those headshots, forcing out the revives from Banana Lumpia. And overall, I mean, really putting Hawaii into a really difficult situation here in this map, too. Jet going for a couple of different heroes on the defensive side of things, not really settling into any one of them, not really getting a lot of great effect onto the soldier, switching over to the Torbjorn at the end of that one, not really getting what they were looking for there. But I think overall, Hawaii performing better as a unit. They get more time than Bowling Green, which means that they have the advantage of going second on this overtime play. Let's see if Bowling Green is going to be able to get a good push here in this overtime battle.
And this initial fight, I think it'll be just important for each side, but especially Hawaii. Don't make a simple mistake. Like, don't peek your head out just a little bit too long, because especially in overtime, that one little kill can make all the difference with how that snowball effect could go. And it seemed like I actually lost visibility.
Oh. Well, that's not good. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm requesting at the parsec again. There we go. I'm back. My computer
Very good.
decided to not let me watch, but hey, we're back.
We're good, and we're here. You didn't really miss much. Bowling Green is going to move forward. Nightmare is still on that Diva. And let's see if they're going to be able to get into this one. 60 seconds remaining as Math Dealer going to try to go in with that Diva as well. Nightmare going to be around half HP, going to be able to get back. Akamai extremely low, able to survive. Nice healing from Rivergon and Banana Lumpia.
Yeah, nice job there. I have to go with Discord feature. So just give me a moment, everybody. Apologies. My parsec decided to
Oh, Math Dealer is going to go in, loses the mech. And Jet's gonna go down as well. Hawaii kind of collapsing here. River God next. Crazy Chicken with 2. With 3. Make it almost 4 for this Ash.
Okay, I think I'm back now. I don't know what's going on with my end. I apologize. I don't know what's going on. There we go.
Oh my goodness.
So what did I miss? BGSU, Cap Point, Echo, nice little 2-piece.
Echo with the 2-piece, but before that, Crazy Chicken popping off, being able to pick up a triple kill right before that happening, and Hawaii going to get back spawn on both of their supports.
And that'll be huge because they will not be able to hold Archway at least right away. They do have Bob almost ready to go. Akamai at least able to build that up pretty dramatically, but the Dragon Strike from Echo could deny all of that space very quick.
Wow, Hawaii is going to forfeit so much distance. Going to be at bookstores. Bob's going to get dropped. Echo is going to lose out the barrier. That is huge. Matt Taylor going to be able to take down Echo. Crazy Chicken with the grenade is going to be able to take down Jet as Karma in the Valkyrie is going to be able to bring Echo back. Banana Lumpia is going to be able to bring Jet back. And now everyone is back online. Laudeless is low. Laudeless is in the grenade. Valkyrie going to be almost up for Banana Lumpia as Akamai does go down. Jet is low and Bowling Green is able to stay alive.
Able to stick around just a little bit. This fight's not completely done, but unless Math Dealer can bring it back somehow, this will be more progress here. And yeah, there goes Math Dealer. At this point, both supports just need to reset, and they will just int onto the point to ensure that they can get back with the rest of their team. But man, BGSU, they continue rolling on forward. So much was used there from both sides. Hawaii have nothing going into this next fight. You know, BGSU have already built up another dragon, aiming this time for it not to be eaten after a very great play from Math Dealer to at least force out a lot more resources from both sides.
And you've got to shut down Crazy Chicken here. My goodness. This Ash has been putting in work, Salty. And now we're looking at Hawaii almost being able to get the second point here, finishing streets. Let's see if they are going to be able to do it. Math Dealer already out of mech. Crazy Chicken putting in the damage. Akamai trying to do what they can, but no. Chicken being able to take down Jet. 88% on Akamai's Bob. Karma gonna pop the Valkyrie, and they cap Salty.
Yeah, and they do pop the Valk during this, but they continue to roll forward. Even though they had less of a time bank, they're mounting quite the push here in overtime as they still will continue rolling. They should be able to get to the final corner of this map. Nano is available, more than likely going on to Nightmare just to keep themselves up during the mid-fight and to try and dive somebody in the back. Meanwhile, for Hawaii, they got to throw Bob in pretty early, and Math Dealer already out of mech.
Math Dealer out of mech, no hope of survival. Crazy Chicken will go down to Akamai though, and the Nano Boost is going to go in on Nightmare. Valkyrie not available quite yet because Banana Lumpia switched over to the Zenyatta. I can't believe Karma got that revive. Laudeless is going to go down. Karma's at 1 HP. Karma survives. Crazy Chicken will die. Nightmare and Echo. And Karma trying to be able to come through. Echo picks up 2. And Hawaii is collapsing, Salty.
Nothing is happening. The Nano gets canceled because the person they tried to put on dies as they try and do it. The Dragon Strike gets 1. River God just tries to stall, but we may almost have a second OT as the Pulse Bomb is even eaten by Nightmare.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Bowling Green coming in with a vengeance in one of the best overtime pushes that we've seen in this tournament.
That is insane. I guess all they needed was my PC to crash on itself for a beautiful run there from the Falcons. And now all of a sudden Hawaii goes from, hey, we're feeling pretty good about this map still. We have probably like one extra fight, at least with the time bank, due to how we did in our offense to, okay, we just need to run it to force a third running of this map, and a tie, I guess, is still up on the cards, which if this map ended in a tie, that would be ridiculous. Of BGSU, what could have went right? Everything went right. Like every single thing they wanted to do went well. Echo was hitting the shots when they needed to. Crazy Chicken and Karma always stuck together. I said Karma, shoot them stayed alive during a lot of those reses, but Nightmare was always there to make sure the defense matrix was on them so they can make sure they could save them.
Huge play from Bowling Green, who are now so close to making this a 1-1 series, and a complete shift in the team composition for Hawaii potentially. I'm curious to see if Jet stays on this Reaper. I'm curious to see if Map Dealer stays on this Wrecking Ball. It'd be a very interesting swap.
I wouldn't mind it because it feels like at this point almost like, hey, the Diva didn't work anymore. It's not working. So yeah, they will stick to it with the Jet. The Jet on the Reaper, I'm not as much for. I think it's definitely more for Nightmare for more of a counter dive, but it will be Math Dealer just diving in right away, pile drive, able to get out, and that would be a completely different game plan, but Echo already making their mark.
Yeah, 126 remaining on the timer. At this point, overtime is guaranteed. You're going to have to get on to point and stay on that payload. So you do have some time to be able to play around with this here. Maybe try to go for a composition that you're probably going to have to stay with for the entirety of this play. Nightmare going to still be on this Diva, going to be on the Discord Orb, and Karma going to be taken out by Mass Dealer. Akamai going to be taken out by Crazy Chicken. Nightmare's going to take out Jet, and both teams losing members.
And now it also, yeah, Crazy Chicken's just left alone. They don't get out with the rest of the team, so this point will start to get capped. BGSU should have enough time, though, to recontest this if they choose to. That or they can try and hold near Archway, and it seems like more and more they actually will settle for Archway. So point will be capped here by Hawaii. BGSU just wanting to hold choke instead. Echo now onto the Cassidy as well to try and deal a little bit more with the Math Dealer on this Wrecking Ball, using that magnetic grenade, a little bit more damage to force them just back a little bit earlier.
Yep, and on top of that, Crazy Chicken going to switch from the Ash over to the Reaper. Nightmare's still going to be on that Diva, so I'm really excited to see some Reaper play coming out from Bowling Green. Can Jet do it? I don't know, because Hawaii is just feeling like they're on the back foot right now. They will at least be able to get the payload, but it feels like Bowling Green is fighting this on their own terms. Math Dealer going to be low, going to be outside of the fight, having to heal up, barely being able to survive. Nautilus being able to take one, and the rest of Hawaii just falling apart without their tank.
It will be BGSU. What a turnaround on this map from them. They will even up the series one apiece. I did not expect that. I thought Hawaii, the way they looked in that first round on their attack, they looked extremely good. I'm like, okay, maybe BGSU, they need something to go their way. And it does. Eventually, Echo able to line up the shots. This was, I think, what started this snowball effect for them. This Dragon able to get a few, and that Dragon Strike just sets up everything they needed from that point onwards. All of a sudden, hey, we got a series on our hands. I don't know if many people thought would be this close.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the stat records, Bowling Green being able to come in and take this win is pretty great. And, you know, we expected that this could go to game 4 or potentially even game 5. But considering the Cinderella run that Bowling Green State needs to have, it's definitely what you love to see. With that being said, though, UT Arlington has already taken the grand finals win against Marquette. They are guaranteed a top 2 finish here in the American Conference Championships, but we are still far from over in this game. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we're going to jump into the push map. Map number 3 coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Following our hearts, we are breaking free. It's just you and me. We might fall apart, now we're running away with our hearts. Can we break free? Can we
first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I'm in a tropic club.
The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody is gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. Now, if you know what you're worth, then go out and get what you're worth. But you gotta be willing to take the hits and not pointing fingers saying you ain't where you wanna be because of him or her or anybody. Cowards do that, and that ain't you. You're better than that.
And welcome back, everybody, to the EGFC American Conference Championships. Got a bit of an unfortunate announcement here due to some unforeseen circumstances. University of Hawaii is going to be forced to withdraw from the tournament, which automatically means that Bowling Green State University will win this series 3-1 and will move on to the lower bracket finals. An unfortunate situation to be in. I know that I'm disappointed in the results. However, for Bowling Green, this is, a silver lining moment. We look at the bracket here. They're facing off against Marquette, and their chance to move into the national championship is still in their hands.
Yes, so this game gets added just a little bit more weight to it as UTA did sweep Marquette in an upper bracket final. So if BGSU wins tomorrow, which this will be after the Eastern Conference Championship games are all concluded, I believe it'll be about 4 p.m. EST when this first game occurs. It will be, if BGSU win, they guarantee a top 4 seed because they finished top 2 in the championships, and they will obviously, make sure they are in. Marquette is out. If Marquette win that lower bracket final, however, because Bowling Green is currently team number 8, they would be knocked out of the league championship consideration. Marquette would move up, and they would steal that bid from the Falcons. So a game with a lot of stakes tomorrow afternoon between the Golden Eagles and the Falcons.
Yeah, and it brings all that much more weight into that. It's going to be really, really fun to watch. Definitely wanting to bring that into consideration. However, that is not the only tournament that is going on tomorrow. Starting early in the morning, we have the Eastern Conference Finals coming up. University of Tennessee already confirming their spot in the grand finals, taking that win against Delaware in that 3-2 banger earlier on today. Delaware going to be having to face off against William and Mary for potentially the chance to go up against Tennessee later on in the Eastern Conference Championship tomorrow. That one, of course, sponsored and powered by Chocolate Milk, the American Dairy Association. What a phenomenal day of Overwatch action. Couple of sweeps, a couple of really exciting games, and overall, a really fun day.
Yeah, an extremely fun day. A lot of teams sadly bow out, but we had a great tourney overall. So we'll be us tomorrow. We'll be starting kicking it off at 1 p.m. EST between Delaware and William and Mary. Should be a great game. We'll be covering the East. And I believe it is Bull Skunk and Chef Billy covering the American Conference Championships, the end of those tomorrow afternoon. But it should be quite a championship Sunday.
Absolutely. This is when it all comes down to it. This is when we get to see all of that fun and exciting new tech that these teams have been taunting about. It's going to be such a fun day of Overwatch action. Be back here. Be back here. Do not be late for the start of the Eastern Conference Championship at 1 p.m. EDT with the lower bracket finals match between Delaware and William and Mary. That is 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Definitely do not want to miss that. Before we go, any final shout out, Salty?
I will say, shout out our producer, Time to Light. As always, shout out to all the teams that played today because it was definitely a very wide range of games. And I think we had, one of the best series we've had all year in that Tennessee versus Delaware game. And, we'll see if we get a rematch of that or if William and Mary can, spoil the party tomorrow. I'm getting called a boomer now. But yeah, this will be it for us, I guess. If Moose, you got anything else to say?
No, that's gonna be it. Thank you guys all so much for watching. On behalf of all of the players, the coordinators, the staff here at the EGFC, Time to Light, Jesse, Twin Salty, Moose, all of us. This has been your coverage of the EGFC American and Eastern Conference Championships. Have a safe April Fool's Day. Have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.